Audience, defined by Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th edition, 1911. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abai in January 2019. Audience, from Latin audire, to hear, the act or state of hearing, the term being therefore transferred to those who hear or listen, as in a theatre, at a concert or meeting. In a more technical sense, the term is applied to the right of access to the sovereign enjoyed by the peers of the realm individually and by the House of Commons collectively. More particularly, it means the ceremony of the admission of ambassadors, envoys, or others to an interview with a sovereign or an important official for the purpose of presenting their credentials. In France, audience is the term applied to the sitting of a law court for hearing actions. In Spain, audiencia is the name given to certain tribunals which try appeals from minor courts. The Spanish judges were originally known as oidores, hearers, from the Spanish oír, to hear, but they are now called ministros or magistrados togados, robed judges, as the gown of the Spanish judge is called a toga. The audiencia pretorial, i.e. of the praetor, was a court in Spanish America from which there was no appeal to the viceroy, but only to the Council of the Indies in Spain. It is not the custom in Spain to speak of audiencias reales, royal courts, but of the audiencias del reino, courts of the kingdom. In England, the audience court was an ecclesiastical court, held by the archbishops of Canterbury and York, in which they once exercised a considerable part of their jurisdiction, dealing with such matters as they thought fit to reserve for their own hearing. It has been long disused and is now merged in the Court of Arches. End of Audience. A definition by Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th edition.
Joseph Glidden and Barb Wire Fencing, from The Prairie Farmer, a weekly journal for the farm, orchard, and fireside, Volume 56, Number 1, January 5, 1884, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joseph F. Glidden, The Barb Wire Industry, Some Facts in its Early History Not Generally Known, Its Growth. Joseph Farwell Glidden, the father of the barb wire business of this country, is now a hale and hearty man of 71. He was born at Charleston, New Hampshire. When about 1 year old, the family came west to Clarendon, Orleans County, New York, and engaged in farming. The young lad, besides mastering the usual branches taught in the common schools, gave some time to the higher mathematics and Latin, intending to take a college course, an idea that he finally abandoned. He taught in the district schools for a few terms. In 1842 he came to Illinois and purchased a quarter section of land a mile west of what is now the site of the pleasant and prosperous town of DeKalb. With the exception of 3 years, his life since then has been passed upon this farm and at DeKalb. He has from time to time added to his homestead, his farm now embracing 800 acres. His land is under excellent cultivation, a considerable portion of it having been thoroughly tiled, and his farm buildings are first class. Mr. Glidden has been twice married. 2 children were born of the first union, both dying in infancy. By his second marriage he has 1 daughter, now the wife of a Chicago merchant. Mr. Glidden has held several local offices of trust and honor, and enjoys in a marked degree the esteem and confidence of the citizens of his neighborhood and county. The rapid accumulation of property of late years, through his barb-wire patents and business, give him the means to gratify his feelings of public spirit, and in consequence the town of DeKalb has benefited greatly at his hands. Its leading hotel and many other buildings are the work of his enterprise. Mr. Glidden has never lost the simple manners of the farm. He is unostentatious, quiet, genial, and at his hotel makes everybody feel as much at home as though enjoying the hospitalities of his private house. His kindly, firm, and intelligent face is well shown in the accompanying portrait, though, as is usually the case, the hand of the artist has touched his features more lightly than has the hand of time. Few names are now more widely known among the landholders of the country than that of Joseph F. Glidden, the unpretending gentleman whose life we have briefly sketched. It was his fortune to seize upon an idea and push it to development, which has not only given him fame and fortune, but which has enriched many others and saved many millions of dollars to the farmers of America. He has not only founded a mammoth industry, but he has revolutionized an economic system of the world. By his ingenuity and perseverance, the fencing system of a pastoral continent has been reduced to a minimum of expense and simplicity. Not that he individually has accomplished all this, but as the patentee of the first really successful barb-wire fence, he laid the solid foundation for it all. The first application for a patent for the Glidden barb was filed October 27th, 1873. For some weeks previous to this date, Mr. Glidden had in his mind the idea of a barb of wire twisted about the main wire of the fence, leaving two projecting points on opposite sides. He made some of these by hand with the aid of pincers and hammer. He strung two wires between two trees and twisted them together with a stick placed between them. A pair of cutting nippers was the next addition to his kit of tools. His next means for twisting the two wires together was the grindstone, attaching one end of the wire to shaft and crank, the others being fastened to the wall of the barn. And here, as in most things great and small in this world, woman furnished the motor power. The strong arm of the good helpmeet, Mrs. Glidden, turned the grindstone that twisted the first wire that made the first Glidden barb fence that kept stock at bay in Illinois or the world. Then followed a device for twisting and barbing, and the application of horse-power. Business expanded, and steam took the place of the horse, and inventive genius modified and improved the entire machinery, it being estimated that at least the sum of $1 million has been expended in bringing the machinery for barb-wire making to its present state of perfection. At about the same time that Mr. Glidden was wrestling with his ideas and devices, Mr. I. L. Elwood was experimenting to accomplish a like result. With a thin band of metal, the barbs cut and curved outward from the strip. In the meantime, Mr. Glidden had put up a few rods of his hand-made barbed wire along the roadside at his farm. And here again the good genius of woman enters upon the scene. One Sunday Mr. Elwood and his wife were driving along this road, and attracted by the wire fence, stopped to examine it. Mrs. Elwood, much to the chagrin of her husband, remarked, "This seems to me a better device than your own, don't it, to you?" It did not then, for the remark disappointed and angered him, but it set him to thinking, and before the next morning he was of the same opinion. The two men meeting the next day, it did not take long to compromise and unite. Mr. Elwood dropped his own plans and accepted a half interest in the Glidden patents, and assumed the management of the business end of the concern, in which position he developed ability and tact possessed by few business men in this country. The barb-wire fence met an unexpected and general demand. We know of few things like it in the history of manufactures. From this small beginning, scarce 10 years ago, more than 50 large establishments are now turning out this wire to meet an ever insatiate demand. The establishment of I. L. Elwood, making the Glidden wire, at DeKalb, is the most complete and extensive of them all. The building is 800 feet in length, and is supplied with about 200 machines for twisting and barbing the wire. It gives, when running full force, employment to about 400 men, and turns out a carload of wire each hour for 10 hours per day on an average, though this amount is considerably increased at certain times of the year. These figures, though not given us by Mr. Elwood, we are satisfied do not overstate the production of this one factory. The progress of the barb-wire industry of the whole country is shown by the following record of the past 9 seasons. In 1874, there were 10,000 pounds made and sold. In 1875, there were 600,000 pounds made and sold. 1876, there were 2,840,000 pounds made and sold. 1877, there were 12,863,000 pounds made and sold. 1878, there were 26,655,000 pounds made and sold. 1879, there were 50,337,000 pounds made and sold. 1880, there were 80,500,000 pounds made and sold. 1881, there were 120 million pounds made and sold. 1882, there were about 180 million pounds. The record for 1883 is not yet made up, but will probably show a corresponding increase. In 1876, Mr. Glidden disposed of his half-interest in the concern of Glidden and Elwood to the Washburn and Moen Wire Manufacturing Company of Massachusetts, receiving therefor $60,000 in cash and a royalty on the future goods manufactured, Mr. Elwood retaining his interest. The new concern began the purchase of prior unused and conflicting patents, involving itself in extensive litigation, but, sustained by the courts, soon gained control of almost the entire barb-wire business of the country. Nearly all wire-making companies are now running under license from the parent concern. The following is a list of the licensees of last year: Pittsburgh Hinge Company, Limited, Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania; H.B. Scott and Company, Buffalo, New York; Hawkeye Steel Barb Fence Company, Burlington, Iowa; James Ayers and Alexander C. Decker, Bushnell, Illinois; Indiana Wire Fence Company, Crawfordsville, Indiana; Cedar Rapids Barb Wire Company, Cedar Rapids, Iowa; Cincinnati Barb Wire Fence Company, Cincinnati, Ohio; Cleveland Barb Fence Company, Cleveland, Ohio; Ohio Steel Barb Fence Company, Cleveland, Ohio; Edwin A. Bierce and Company, Chicago, Illinois; Crandall Manufacturing Company, Chicago, Illinois; Chicago Galvanized Wire Fence Company, Chicago, Illinois; Lyman Manufacturing Company, Chicago, Illinois; Daniel S. Marsh, Chicago, Illinois; Oscar F. Moore, Chicago, Illinois. National Wire Company, Chicago, Illinois. Herman E. Schnabel, Chicago, Illinois. Aaron K. Stiles and John W. Calkins, Chicago, Illinois. Thorn Wire Hedge Company, Chicago, Illinois. Baker Manufacturing Company, Des Moines, Iowa. Superior Barbed Wire Company, DeKalb, Illinois. Jacob Haish, DeKalb, Illinois. Frentress Barbed Wire Fence Company, East Dubuque, Illinois. Grinnell Manufacturing Company, Grinnell, Iowa. Janesville Barb Wire Company, Janesville, Wisconsin. Iowa Barb Wire Company, Johnstown, Pennsylvania. William J. Adam, Joliet, Illinois. Lock Stitch Fence Company, Joliet, Illinois. Lambert and Bishop Wire Fence Company, Joliet, Illinois. Alfred Van Fleet and A. H. Schreffler, Joliet, Illinois. David G. Wells, Joliet, Illinois. Southwestern Barb Wire Company, Lawrence, Kansas. Arthur H. Dale, Leland, Illinois. Union Barb Wire Company, Lee, Illinois. Lockport Wire Fence Company, Lockport, Illinois. Norton and DeWitt, Lockport, Illinois. Iowa Barb Steel Wire Fence Company, Marshalltown, Iowa. Omaha Barb Wire Company, Omaha, Nebraska. H.B. Scott and Company, Limited, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Missouri Wire Fence Company, St. Louis, Missouri. St. Louis Wire Fence Company, St. Louis, Missouri. J. H. Lawrence and Company, Sterling, Illinois. Northwestern Barb Wire Company, Sterling, Illinois. Novelty Manufacturing Company, Sterling, Illinois. Sandwich Enterprise Company, Sandwich, Illinois. Robinson and Halliday, San Francisco, California. The Hazard Manufacturing Company, Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Worcester Barb Fence Company, Worcester, Massachusetts. When Glidden and Elwood first began the sale of the Glidden fence, which was confined to the vicinity of DeKalb, they received 25 cents per pound for the barbed wire. Since then, as production has increased and the facilities for manufacturing have been multiplied and perfected, the price has gradually dropped, until now a farm can be well fenced for 45 cents or less per rod, and to the incalculable advantage of the country over fencing by posts and boards, hedges or rails, as anyone may see by a simple dollar-and-cent comparison of materials at his own door. Barb wire has done much for the city of DeKalb. It has built its fine business blocks and residences, and it has peopled it with industrious, thrifty citizens. It has made a home market for many of the products of the country round about. It should give a new name, Barb City, to the bustling, busy town. There are 3 concerns now making barb wire at this point. The one spoken of is the largest. Next is that of Jacob Haish, an extensive establishment, turning out an excellent wire, and the superior, run by Mr. Hiram Elwood, Mr. Glidden having a considerable interest in it. Mr. I. L. Elwood is the owner of some 2,600 acres of land in the vicinity of DeKalb. Much of this land is naturally low and wet. The proprietor, with his accustomed energy and intelligence, has set vigorously to work to reclaim it. To this end he has already laid 80 miles of tile. He, last year, expended nearly $15,000 in this work. His poorest land is rapidly becoming his most productive. Mr. Elwood has also turned his attention somewhat to horse breeding, and he is now the owner of a fine stud of draft horses, the equal of many better-known establishments of the kind in the state. Of his drainage operations we hope to speak more in detail in a future number. Mr. Glidden told the writer that his first trial of his fence with stock was not undertaken without some misgivings, but he thought to himself, "It will stop them at any rate, whether it kills them or not." So he took down an old board fence from one side of his barnyard, and towards night, when his stock came up, turned them into the yard as usual. The first animal to investigate the almost invisible barrier to freedom was a strong, heavy-grade Durham cow. She walked along beside the wires for a little, put her nose out and touched a barb, withdrew it and took a walk around the yard, approached the wires again, and gave the barbs a lap with her tongue. This settled the matter, and she retired, convinced that the new-fangled fence was a success. Barb wire is now sent from this country to Mexico, South America, and Australia. It is also being manufactured in England under American auspices. Mr. Glidden, associating with himself a Mr. Sanborn, a young man of push and enterprise, has opened up an extensive cattle ranch in Potter and Randall counties, Texas. They have fenced with wire a tract 30 miles long by about 15 miles broad, and have now upon it 14,000 head of cattle. 2 twisted No. 11 wires were used for this fence, and the posts are the best that could be procured. The wire was taken 200 miles on wagons. The total cost of the completed fence was about $36,000. Messrs. Glidden and Elwood put up the first barbed wire ever used by a railway company, the Northwestern. So great was the caution of the company that the manufacturers built it themselves, agreeing to remove it if it proved unsatisfactory. The railway folks feared it would injure stock, the damages for which they would be forced to pay. It is needless to say that the fence was not removed. More than 100 railway companies are now using the Glidden wire, and it stretches along many thousands of miles of track. End of Joseph Glidden and Barb Wire Fencing, from The Prairie Farmer, a weekly journal for the farm, orchard, and fireside, Volume 56, No. 1, January 5, 1884, by Anonymous. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Calamity Jane by Louis R. Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Calamity Jane, an excerpt from Down the Yellowstone by Louis R. Freeman. Thrilled with the delights of swift water boating as they had been vouchsafed to me in running the mule through Yankee Jim's Canyon, I hastened to make arrangements to continue my voyage immediately upon arriving in Livingston. A carpenter called Sidney Lamartine agreed to build me a skiff and have it ready at the end of 3 days. Hour by hour I watched my argosy grow, and then, on the night before it was ready to launch, came calamity. In every man's life there is one event that transcends all others in the bigness with which it bulks in his memory. This is not necessarily the biggest thing that has really happened to him. Usually, indeed, it is not. It is simply the thing that impresses most deeply the person he happens to be at the time. The thunderbolt of a living, breathing Calamity Jane striking at my feet from a clear sky is my biggest thing. One does his little curtsy to a lot of queens, real and figurative, in the course of 20 years' wandering, but not the most regal of them has stirred my pulse like the Queen of the Plains. Queens of dance, queens of song, and queens of real kingdoms, cannibalistic and otherwise, there have been, but only one Queen of the Rockies. And this was not because Calamity Jane was either young or beautiful or good. There may have been a time when she was young, and possibly even good, but beautiful, never. So far as my own heart-storm was concerned, it was because she had been the heroine of that saffron-hued thriller called The Beautiful White Devil of the Yellowstone, the which I had devoured in the haymow in my adolescence. The fragrance of dried alfalfa brings the vision of Calamity Jane before my eyes, even to this day. She is the only flesh-and-blood heroine to come into my life. My initial meeting with Calamity was characteristic. It was a bit after midnight. On my way home to the old Albemarle to bed, I became aware of what I thought was a spurred and chapped cowboy in the act of embracing a lamp-post. A gruff voice hailed me as I came barging by. "Short Pants," it called. "Oh, Short Pants! Can't you tell a lady where she lives?" "Show me where the lady is and I'll try," I replied, edging cautiously in toward the circle of the golden glow. "She's me, Short Pants. Martha Canary, Martha Burke, better known as Calamity Jane." "Ah!" I breathed, and again, "Ah!" Then, "Sure, I'll tell you where you live, only you'll have to tell me first." And thus was ushered in the greatest moment of my life. Calamity, it appeared, had arrived from Bozeman that afternoon, taken a room over a saloon, gone out for a convivial evening, and forgotten where she lived. She was only sure that the barkeeper of the saloon was named Patsy, and that there was an outside stairway up to the second story. It was a long and devious search, not so much because there was any great number of saloons with outside stairways and mixologists called Patsy, as because every man in every saloon to which we went to inquire greeted Calamity as a long-lost mother and insisted on shouting the house. Then to the last man they attached themselves to the search party. When we did locate the proper place, it was only to find that Calamity had lost her room key. After a not too well-ordered consultation, we passed her unprotesting anatomy in through a window by means of a fire ladder, and reckoned our mission finished. That was the proudest night on which I am able to look back. When, agog with delicious excitement, I went to ask after Mrs. Burke's health the following morning, I found her smoking a cigar and cooking breakfast. She insisted on my sharing both, but I compromised on the ham and eggs. She had no recollection whatever of our meeting the previous evening, yet greeted me as Short Pants as readily as ever. This name, later contracted to Pants, was suggested by my omnipresent checkered knickers, the only nether garment I possessed at the time. The once and never again Calamity Jane was about 55 years of age at this time, and looked it, or did not look it, according to where one looked. Her deeply lined, scowling, sun-tanned face, and the mouth with its missing teeth, might have belonged to a hag of 70. The rest of her, well, seeing those leather-clad legs swing by on the other side of a signboard that obscured the wrinkled phiz, one might well have thought they belonged to a 30-year-old cow-puncher just coming into town for his night to howl. And younger even than her legs was Calamity's heart. Apropos of which I recall confiding to Patsy the barkeep that she had the heart of a young god Pan. "Maybe so," grunted Patsy doubtfully. Not having had a classical education, he couldn't be quite sure, of course. "In any case, she's got the voice of an old tin pan," which was neither gallant nor quite fair to Calamity. Her voice was a bit cracked, but not so badly as Patsy had tried to make out. Another thing, that black scowl between her brows belied the dear old girl. There was really nothing saturnine about her. Hers was the sunniest of souls, and the most generous. She was poor all her life from giving away things, and I have heard that her last illness was contracted in nursing some poor sot she found in a gutter. Naturally, of course, after a decent interval, I blurted out to Calamity that I had come to hear the story of her wonderful life. Right gamely did the old girl come through. "Sure, Pants," she replied. "Just run down and rush a can of suds, and I'll rattle off the whole layout for you. I'll meet you down there in the sunshine by those empty beer barrels." It was May, the month of the brewing of the fragrant dark brown bock. Returning with a gallon tin pail awash to the gunwales, I found Calamity enthroned on an up-ended barrel, with her feet comfortably braced against the side of one of its prostrate brothers. Depositing the nectar on a third barrel at her side, I sank to my ease upon a soft patch of lush spring grass and budding dandelions. Calamity blew a mouthhole in the foam, quaffed deeply of the bock, wiped her lips with a sleeve, and began without further preliminary. My maiden name was Martha Canary. Was born in Princeton, Missouri, May 1st, 1848. Then, in a sort of parenthesis, "This must be about my birthday, Pants. Drink to the health of the Queen of May, kid." I stopped chewing dandelion, lifted the suds crowned bucket toward her, muttered, "Many happy Maytimes, Queen," and drank deep. Immediately she resumed with, "My maiden name was Martha Canary," etc. As a child, I always had a fondness for adventure and a special fondness for horses, which I began to ride at an early age and continued to do so until I became an expert rider, being able to ride the most vicious and stubborn horses. In 1865 we emigrated from our home in Missouri by the overland route to Virginia City, Montana. While on the way, the greater part of my time was spent in hunting along with the men. In fact, I was at all times with the men when there was excitement and adventure to be had. We had many exciting times fording streams, for many of the streams on the way were noted for quicksand and boggy places. On occasions of that kind the men would usually select the best way to cross the streams, myself on more than one occasion having mounted my pony and swam across the stream several times to amuse myself, and had many narrow escapes. But as pioneers of those days had plenty of courage, we overcame all obstacles and reached Virginia City in safety. Mother died at Blackfoot in 1866, where we buried her. My father died in Utah in 1867, after which I went to Fort Bridger. Remained around Fort Bridger during 1868, then went to Piedmont, Wyoming with UP Railway. Joined General Custer as a scout at Fort Russell, Wyoming in 1870. Up to this time I had always worn the costume of my sex. When I joined Custer, I donned the uniform of a soldier. It was a bit awkward at first, but I soon got to be perfectly at home in men's clothes. I was a scout in the Nez Perce outbreak in 1872. In that war, Generals Custer, Miles, Terry, and Cook were all engaged. It was in this campaign I was christened Calamity Jane. It was on Goose Creek, Wyoming, where the town of Sheridan is now located. Captain Egan was in command of the post. We were ordered out to quell an uprising of Indians, and were out several days, had numerous skirmishes, during which 6 of the soldiers were killed, and several severely wounded. On returning to the post we were ambushed about a mile from our destination. When fired upon, Captain Egan was shot. I was riding in advance, and on hearing the firing turned in my saddle, and saw the captain reeling in his saddle as though about to fall. I turned my horse and galloped back with all haste to his side and got there in time to catch him as he was falling. I lifted him onto my horse in front of me and succeeded in getting him safely to the fort. Captain Egan, on recovering, laughingly said, "I name you Calamity Jane, the heroine of the plains." I've borne that name up to the present time. Here, little dreaming what the consequence would be, I interrupted, and for this reason. I had felt that Calamity had been doing herself scant justice all along, but in the christening incident her matter-of-fact recital was so much at variance with the facts as set down in The Beautiful White Devil of the Yellowstone that I had to protest. "Excuse me, Mrs. Burke," I said, "but wasn't that officer's name Major Percy Darkly instead of Egan? And didn't you cry for life and love when you caught his reeling form? And didn't you shake your trusty repeater and shout 'To hell with the Redskins' as you turned and headed for the fort? And didn't you ride with your reins in your teeth, the major under your left arm, and your 6-shooter in your right hand? And when you had laid the major safely down inside the fort, didn't he breathe softly, 'I thank thee, Jane, from the bottom of a grateful heart. No arm but thine shall ever encircle my waist, for while I honor my wife—'" Here Calamity cut in, swearing hard and pointedly, so hard and pointedly, in fact, that her remarks may not be quoted verbatim here. The gist of them was that The Beautiful White Devil of the Yellowstone was highly colored, was a pack of blankety-blank lies, in fact, and of no value whatever as history. I realize now that she was right, of course, but that didn't soften the blow at the time. Trying to resume her story, Calamity, after groping about falteringly for the thread, had to back up again and start with, "My maiden name was Martha Canary." She was in a Black Hills campaign against the Sioux in 1875, and in the spring of '76 was ordered north with General Crook to join Generals Miles, Terry, and Custer at the Bighorn. A 90-mile ride with dispatches after swimming the Platte brought on a severe illness, and she was sent back in General Crook's ambulance to Fort Fetterman. This probably saved her from being present at the massacre of the Little Bighorn with Custer and the 7th Cavalry. During the rest of the summer of '76 I was a pony express rider, carrying the U.S. mails between Deadwood and Custer, 50 miles over some of the roughest trails in the Black Hills. As many of the riders before me had been held up and robbed of their packages, it was considered the most dangerous route in the hills. As my reputation as a rider and quick shot were well known, I was molested very little, for the toll gatherers looked on me as being a good fellow, and they knew I never missed my mark. My friend William Hickok, better known as Wild Bill, who was probably the best revolver shot that ever lived, was in Deadwood that summer. On the 2nd of August, while sitting at a gambling table of the Bella Union Saloon, he was shot in the back of the head by the notorious Jack McCall, a desperado. I was in Deadwood at the time, and on hearing of the killing made my way at once to the scene of the shooting, and found that my best friend had been killed by McCall. I at once started to look for the assassin, and found him at Shirley's butcher shop, and grabbed a meat cleaver and made him throw up his hands, through excitement on hearing Bill's death, having left my weapons on the post of my bed. He was then taken to a log cabin and locked up, but he got away, and was afterwards caught at Fagan's Ranch on Horse Creek. He was taken to Yankton, tried, and hung. Here, forgetting myself, I interrupted again in an endeavor to reconcile the facts of Wild Bill's death as just detailed, with the version of that tragic event as depicted in Jane of the Plain. Calamity's language was again unfit to print. Wild Bill had not expired with his head on her shoulder, muttering brokenly, "My heart was yours from the first, oh my love," nor had she snipped off a lock of Bill's yellow hair and sworn to bathe it in the heart blood of his slayer. All blankety-blank lies, just like the White Devil. Then, as before, in order to get going properly, she had to back up and start all over with, "My maiden name was Martha Canary." This time I kept chewing dandelions and let her run to the finish, thereby learning the secret of her somewhat remarkable style of delivery. This is the way the story of her life concluded. We arrived in Deadwood on October 9th, 1895. My return after an absence of so many years to the scene of my most noted exploits caused quite an excitement among my many friends of the past, to such an extent that a vast number of citizens, who had heard so much of Calamity Jane and her many adventures, were anxious to see me. Among the many whom I met were several gentlemen from Eastern cities, who advised me to allow myself to be placed before the public in such a manner as to give the people of the Eastern cities the opportunity of seeing the Lady Scout who was made so famous during her daring career in the West and Black Hills countries. An agent of Cole and Middleton, the celebrated museum men, came to Deadwood through the solicitation of these gentlemen, and arrangements were made to place me before the public in this manner. My first engagement to begin at the Palace Museum, Minneapolis, January 20th, 1896, under this management. Hoping that this history of my life may interest all readers, I remain, as in the older days, yours, Mrs. M. Burke, better known as Calamity Jane. Calamity had been delivering to me her museum tour lecture, the which had also been printed in a little pink-covered leaflet to sell at the door. That was why, like a big locomotive on a slippery track, she had had to back up to get going again every time she was stopped. Oh well, the golden dust from the butterfly wing of romance has to be brushed off sometime. Only it was rather hard luck to have it get such a devastating sideswipe all at once. That afternoon, for the first time, I began to discern that there was a more or less opaque webbing underlying the rainbow-bright iridescence of sparkling dust. With Calamity Jane the heroine vanishing like the blown foam of her loved Bach, there still remained Martha Burke, the human document, the living page of 30 years of the most vivid epoch of Northwestern history. Compared to what I had hoped from my historic researches in the pages of The Beautiful White Devil of the Yellowstone, this was of comparatively academic, though none the less real, interest. Reclining among the dandelions the while, Calamity oiled the hinges of her memory with beer. I conned through and between the lines of that record for perhaps a week. Patiently diverting her from her lecture platform delivery, I gradually drew from the strange old character much of intimate and colorful interest. Circulating for 3 decades through the upper Missouri and Yellowstone valleys, and gravitating like steel to the magnet wherever action was liveliest and trouble the thickest, she had known at close range all of the most famous frontier characters of her day. Naturally, therefore, her unrestrained talk was of Indians and Indian fighters, road agents, desperadoes, gamblers, and bad men generally, from Wild Bill Hickok and Buffalo Bill Cody to Miles and Terry and Custer, to Crazy Horse, Rain in the Face Gall, and Sitting Bull. She told me a good deal of all of them, not a little indeed, which seemed to throw doubt on a number of popularly accepted versions of various more or less historical events. I made notes of all of her stories on the spot, and at some future time of comparative leisure, when there is a chance to cross-check sufficiently with fully established facts from other sources, I should like to make some record of them. These pages are not, of course, the place for controversial matter of that kind. One morning I kept tryst among the dandelions in vain. Inquiry at the saloon revealed the fact that Calamity, dressed in her buckskins, had called for her stabled horse at daybreak and ridden off in the direction of Big Timber. She would not pay for her room until she turned up again, Patsy said. It was a perfectly good account, though. She never failed to settle up in the end. I never heard of her again until the papers, a year or two later, had word of her death. End of Calamity Jane by Lewis R. Freeman. Read by Colleen McMahon.
The Case of the Forgotten Man, Further Considered, by William Graham Sumner, 1840 to 1910, from his book What Social Classes Owe to Each Other, originally published in 1883. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Case of the Forgotten Man, Further Considered. There is a beautiful notion afloat in our literature and in the minds of our people that men are born with certain natural rights. If that were true, there would be something on earth which was got for nothing, and this world would not be the place it is at all. The fact is, that there is no right whatever inherited by man which has not an equivalent and corresponding duty by the side of it, as the price of it. The rights, advantages, capital, knowledge, and all other goods which we inherit from past generations have been won by the struggles and sufferings of past generations. And the fact that the race lives, though men die, and that the race can by heredity accumulate within some cycle its victories over nature, is one of the facts which make civilization possible. The struggles of the race as a whole produce the possessions of the race as a whole. Something for nothing is not to be found on earth. If there were such things as natural rights, the question would arise, against whom are they good? Who has the corresponding obligation to satisfy these rights? There can be no rights against nature, except to get out of her whatever we can, which is only the fact of the struggle for existence, stated over again. The common assertion is, that the rights are good against society, that is, that society is bound to obtain and secure them for the persons interested. Society, however, is only the persons interested plus some other persons. And as the persons interested have by the hypothesis failed to win the rights, we come to this, that natural rights are the claims which certain persons have by prerogative against some other persons. Such is the actual interpretation in practice of natural rights, claims which some people have by prerogative on other people. This theory is a very far-reaching one, and of course it is adequate to furnish a foundation for a whole social philosophy. In its widest extension it comes to mean that if any man finds himself uncomfortable in this world, it must be somebody else's fault, and that somebody is bound to come and make him comfortable. Now the people who are most uncomfortable in this world, for if we should tell all our troubles, it would not be found to be a very comfortable world for anybody, are those who have neglected their duties and consequently have failed to get their rights. The people who can be called upon to serve the uncomfortable must be those who have done their duty, as the world goes, tolerably well. Consequently, the doctrine which we are discussing turns out to be in practice only a scheme for making injustice prevail in human society, by reversing the distribution of rewards and punishments between those who have done their duty and those who have not. We are constantly preached at by our public teachers as if respectable people were to blame because some people are not respectable, as if the man who has done his duty in his own sphere was responsible in some way for another man who has not done his duty in his sphere. There are relations of employer and employee which need to be regulated by compromise and treaty. There are sanitary precautions which need to be taken in factories and houses. There are precautions against fire which are necessary. There is care needed that children be not employed too young, and that they have an education. There is a care needed that banks, insurance companies, and railroads be well managed, and that officers do not abuse their trusts. There is a duty in each case on the interested parties to defend their own interest. The penalty of neglect is suffering. The system of providing for these things by boards and inspectors throws the cost of it, not on the interested parties, but on the taxpayers. Some of them, no doubt, are the interested parties, and they may consider that they are exercising the proper care by paying taxes to support an inspector. If so, they only get their fair deserts when the railroad inspector finds out that a bridge is not safe after it is broken down, or when the bank examiner comes in to find out why a bank failed after the cashier has stolen all the funds. The real victim is the forgotten man again, the man who has watched his own investments, made his own machinery safe, attended to his own plumbing, and educated his own children, and who, just when he wants to enjoy the fruits of his care, is told that it is his duty to go and take care of some of his negligent neighbors, or, if he does not go, to pay an inspector to go. No doubt it is often in his interest to go or to send, rather than to have the matter neglected on account of his own connection with the thing neglected, and his own secondary peril. But the point now is, that if preaching and philosophizing can do any good in the premises, it is all wrong to preach to the forgotten man that it is his duty to go and remedy other people's neglect. It is not his duty. It is a harsh and unjust burden which is laid upon him, and it is only the more unjust because no one thinks of him when they lay the burden so that it falls on him. The exhortations ought to be expended on the negligent, that they take care of themselves. It is an equally vicious extension of the false doctrine above mentioned that criminals have some sort of a right against a claim on society. Many reformatory plans are based on a doctrine of this kind when they are urged upon the public conscience. A criminal is a man who, instead of working with and for society, has turned against it, and become destructive and injurious. His punishment means that society rules him out of its membership and separates him from its association by execution or imprisonment according to the gravity of his offense. He has no claims against society at all. What shall be done with him is a question of expediency to be settled in view of the interests of society, that is, of the non-criminals. The French writers of the school of '48 used to represent the badness of the bad men as the fault of society. As the object of this statement was to show that the badness of the bad men was not the fault of the bad men, and as society contains only good men and bad men, it follows that the badness of the bad men was the fault of the good men. On that theory, of course, the good men owed a great deal to the bad men who were in prison and at the galleys on their account. If we do not admit that theory, it behooves us to remember that any claim which we allow to the criminal against the state is only so much a burden laid upon those who have never cost the state anything for discipline or correction. The punishments of society are just like those of God and nature. They are warnings to the wrongdoers to reform himself. When public offices are to be filled, numerous candidates at once appear. Some are urged on the ground that they are poor, or cannot earn a living, or want support while getting an education, or have female relatives dependent on them, or are in poor health, or belong in a particular district, or are related to certain persons, or have done meritorious services in some other line of work than that which they apply to do. The abuses of the public service are to be condemned on account of the harm to the public interest. But there is an incidental injustice on the same general character with that which we are discussing. If an office is granted by favoritism or for any other personal reason to A, it cannot be given to B. If an office is filled by a person who is unfit for it, he always keeps out somebody somewhere who is fit for it. That is, the social injustice has a victim in an unknown person, the forgotten man. He is some person who has no political influence, and who has known no way in which to secure the chances of life except to deserve them. He is passed by for the noisy, pushing, importunate, and incompetent. I have said something disparagingly in a previous chapter about the popular rage against combined capital, corporations, corners, selling futures, etc., etc. The popular rage is not without reason, but it is sadly misdirected, and the real things which deserve attack are thriving all the time. The greatest social evil with which we have to contend is jobbery. Whatever there is in legislative charters, watering stocks, etc., etc., which is objectionable, come under the head of jobbery. Jobbery is any scheme which aims to gain, not by the legitimate fruits of industry and enterprise, but by extortion from somebody a part of his product under guise of some pretended industrial undertaking. Of course, it is only a modification when the undertaking in question has some legitimate character, but the occasion is used to graft upon it devices for obtaining what has not been earned. Jobbery is the vice of plutocracy, and it is the especial form under which plutocracy corrupts a democratic and republican form of government. The United States is deeply afflicted with it, and the problem of civil liberty here is to conquer it. It affects everything which we really need to have done to such an extent that we have to do it without public objects, which we need through fear of jobbery. Our public buildings are jobs, not always, but often. They are not needed, or are costly beyond all necessity, or even decent luxury. Internal improvements are jobs. They are not made because they are needed to meet needs which have been experienced. They are made to serve private ends, often incidentally the political interests of the persons who vote the appropriations. Pensions have become jobs. In England, pensions used to be given to aristocrats because aristocrats had political influence in order to corrupt them. Here pensions are given to the great democratic mass because they have political power to corrupt them. Instead of going out where there is plenty of land and making a farm there, some people go down under the Mississippi River to make a farm, and then they want to tax all the people in the United States to make dikes to keep the river off their farms. The California gold miners have washed out gold, and have washed the dirt down into the rivers and on the farms below. They want the federal government to now clean out the rivers, and restore the farms. The silver miners found their product declining in value, and they got the federal government to go into the market and buy what the people did not want, in order to sustain, as they hoped, the price of silver. The federal government is called upon to buy or hire unsaleable ships, to build canals which will not pay, to furnish capital for all sorts of experiments, and to provide capital for enterprises of which private individuals will win the profits. All this is called developing our resources, but it is, in truth, the great plan of all living on each other. The greatest job of all is a protective tariff. It includes the biggest log rolling and the widest corruption of economic and political ideas. It is said that there would be a rebellion if the taxes were not taken off whiskey and tobacco, which taxes were paid into the public treasury. Just then, the importations of Sumatra tobacco became important enough to affect the market. The Connecticut tobacco growers at once called for an import duty on tobacco, which would keep up the price of their product. So it appears that if the tax on tobacco is paid to the federal treasury, there will be a rebellion. But if it is paid to the Connecticut tobacco raisers, there will be no rebellion at all. The farmers have long paid tribute to the manufacturers. Now the manufacturing and other laborers are to pay tribute to the farmers. The system is made more comprehensive and complete, and we all are living on each other more than ever. Now the plan of plundering each other produces nothing, it only wastes. All the material over which the protected interests wrangle and grab must be got from somebody outside of their circle. The talk is all about the American laborer and American industry. But in every case in which there is not an actual production of wealth by industry, there are two laborers and two industries to be considered, the one who gets and the one who gives. Every protected industry has to plead, as the major premise of its argument, that any industry which does not pay ought to be carried on at the expense of the consumers of the product; and as its minor premise, that the industry in question does not pay, that is, that it cannot reproduce a capital equal in value to that which it consumes plus the current rate of profit. Hence every such industry must be a parasite on some other industry. What is the other industry? Who is the other man? This, the real question, is always overlooked. In all jobbery the case is the same. There is a victim somewhere who is paying for it all. The doors of waste and extravagance stand open, and there seems to be a general agreement to squander and spend. It all belongs to somebody. There is somebody who had to contribute it, and who will have to find more. Nothing is ever said about him. Attention is all absorbed by the clamorous interests, the importunate petitioners, the plausible schemers, the pitiless bores. Now who is the victim? He is the forgotten man. If we go to find him, we shall find him hard at work tilling the soil to get out of it the fund of all the jobbery, the object of all the plunder, the cost of all the economic quackery, and the pay of all the politicians and statesmen who have sacrificed his interests to his enemies. We shall find him an honest, sober, industrious citizen, unknown outside his little circle, paying his debts and his taxes, supporting the church and the school, reading his party newspaper, and cheering for his pet politician. We must not overlook the fact that the forgotten man is not infrequently a woman. I have before me a newspaper which contains 5 letters from corset stitchers, who complain that they cannot earn more than 75 cents a day with a machine, and that they have to provide the thread. The tax on the grade of thread used by them is prohibitory as to all importation, and it is the corset stitchers who have to pay day by day out of their time and labor the total enhancement of price due to the tax. Women who earn their own living probably earn on an average 75 cents per day of 10 hours. 24 minutes work ought to buy a spool of thread at the retail price if the American workwoman were allowed to exchange her labor for thread on the best terms that the art and commerce of today would allow. But after she has done 24 minutes work for the thread, she is forced by the laws of her country to go back and work 16 minutes longer to pay the tax, that is, to support the thread mill. The thread mill, therefore, is not an institution for getting thread for the American people, but for making thread harder to get than it would be if there were no such institution. In justification now of an arrangement so monstrously unjust and out of place in a free country, it is said that the employees in the thread mill get high wages, and that, but for the tax, American laborers must come down to the low wages of foreign thread makers. It is not true that American thread makers get any more than the market price of wages. And they would not get less if the tax were entirely removed, because the market rate of wages in the United States would be controlled then, as it is now, by the supply and demand of laborers under the natural advantages and opportunities of industry in this country. It makes a great impression on the imagination, however, to go to a manufacturing town and see great mills and a crowd of operatives, and such a sight is put forward under the special allegation that it would not exist but for a protective tax, as a proof that protective taxes are wise. But if it be true that the thread mill would not exist but for the tax, or that the operatives would not get such good wages but for the tax, then how can we form a judgment as to whether the protective system is wise or not, unless we call to mind all the seamstresses, washerwomen, servants, factory hands, saleswomen, teachers, and laborers' wives and daughters, scattered in the garrets and tenements of great cities and in cottages all over the country, who are paying the tax which keeps the mill going and pays the extra wages. If the sewing women, teachers, servants, and washerwomen could once be collected over against the thread mill, then some inferences could be drawn which would be worth something. Then some light might be thrown upon the obstinate fallacy of creating an industry, and we might begin to understand the difference between wanting thread and wanting a thread mill. Some nations spend capital on great palaces, others on standing armies, others on iron-clad ships of war. Those things are all glorious, and strike the imagination with great force when they are seen. But no one doubts that they make life harder for the scattered insignificant peasants and laborers who have to pay for them all. They support a great many people, they make work, they give employment to other industries. We Americans have no palaces, armies, or ironclads, but we spend our earnings on protected industries. A big protected factory, if it really needs the protection for its support, is a heavier load for the forgotten men and women than an ironclad ship of war in time of peace. It is plain that the forgotten man and the forgotten woman are the real productive strength of the country. The forgotten man works and votes. Generally he prays, but his chief business in life is to pay. His name never gets into the newspapers except when he marries or dies. He is an obscure man. He may grumble sometimes to his wife, but he does not frequent the grocery, and he does not talk politics at the tavern. So he is forgotten. Yet who is there whom the statesmen, economists, and social philosophers ought to think of before this man? If any student of social science comes to appreciate the case of the forgotten man, he will become an unflinching advocate of strict scientific thinking in sociology, and a hard-hearted skeptic as regards any scheme of social amelioration. He will always want to know who and where is the forgotten man in this case, who will have to pay for it all. The forgotten man is not a pauper. It belongs to his character to save something. Hence he is a capitalist, though never a great one. He is a poor man in the popular sense of the word, but not in a correct sense. In fact, one of the most constant and trustworthy signs that the forgotten man is in danger of a new assault is, that the poor man is brought into the discussion. Since the forgotten man has some capital, any one who cares for his interest will try to make capital secure by securing the inviolability of contracts, the stability of currency, and the firmness of credit. Any one, therefore, who cares for the forgotten man will be sure to be considered a friend of the capitalist and an enemy of the poor man. It is the forgotten man who is threatened by every extension of the paternal theory of government. It is he who must work and pay. When, therefore, the statesmen and social philosophers sit down to think what the state can do or ought to do, they really mean to decide what the forgotten man shall do. What the forgotten man wants, therefore, is a fuller realization of constitutional liberty. He is suffering from the fact that there are yet mixed in our institutions medieval theories of protection, regulation, and authority, and modern theories of independence and individual liberty and responsibility. The consequences of this mixed state of things is, that those who are clever enough to get into control use the paternal theory by which to measure their own rights. That is, they assume privileges, and they use the theory of liberty to measure their own duties. That is, when it comes to the duties, they want to be let alone. The forgotten man never gets into control. He has to pay both ways. His rights are measured to him by the theory of liberty. That is, he has only such as he can conquer. His duties are measured to him on the paternal theory. That is, he must discharge all which are laid upon him, as is the fortune of parents. In a paternal relation there are always two parties, a father and a child. And when we use the paternal relation metaphorically, it is of the first importance to know who is to be the father and who is to be the child. The role of parent falls always to the forgotten man. What he wants, therefore, is that ambiguities in our institutions be cleared up, and that liberty be more fully realized. It behooves any economist or social philosopher, whatever be the grade of his orthodoxy, who proposes to enlarge the sphere of the state, or to take any steps whatever having in view the welfare of any class whatever, to pursue the analysis of the social effects of his proposition until he finds that other group whose interests must be curtailed, or whose energies must be placed under contribution by the course of action which he proposes; and he cannot maintain his proposition until he has demonstrated that it will be more advantageous, both quantitatively and qualitatively, to those who must bear the weight of it, than complete non-interference by the state with its relations of the parties in question. End of The Case of the Forgotten Man Further Considered, by William G. Sumner, 1840 to 1910.
Charity, from The Shadow on the Dial and Other Essays by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Charity, by Ambrose Bierce. The promoter of organized charity protests against the wasteful and mischievous method of undirected relief. He means, naturally, relief that is not directed by somebody else than the person giving it, undirected by him and his kind, professional almoners, philanthropists who deem it more blessed to allot than to bestow. Indubitably, much is wasted and some mischief done by indiscriminate giving, and individual givers are addicted to the faulty practice. But there is something to be said for undirected relief, quite the same. It blesses not only him who receives, when he is worthy, and when he is not, upon his own head be it, but him who gives. To those uncalculating persons who, despite the protest of the organized charitable, concede a certain moral value to the spontaneous impulse of the heart, and read in the word relief a double meaning, the office of the mere distributor is imperfectly sacred. He is even without spiritual authority, and lives in the perpetual challenge of a moral quo warranto. Nevertheless, he is not without his uses. He is a tapper of tills that do not open automatically. He is an almoner to the uncompassionate, who but for him would give no alms. He negotiates unnatural but not censurable relations between selfishness and ingratitude. The good that he does is purely material. He makes 2 leaves of fat to grow where none grew before, lessens the sum of gastric pangs and dorsal chills. All of this is something, certainly, but it generates no warmth and elevated sentiments and does nothing to mitigate the poor's animosity to the rich. Organized charity is a sapid and savorless thing. Its place among the moral agencies is no higher than that of root beer. Christ did not say, "Sell whatever thou hast and give to the church to give to the poor." He did not mention the associated charities of the period. I do not find the words, "The little sisters of the poor ye have always with you," nor, "Inasmuch as ye have done it to the least of these Dorcas societies, ye have done it unto me." Nowhere do I find myself commanded to enable others to comfort the afflicted and visit the sick and those in prison. Nowhere is recorded God's blessing upon him who makes himself a part of a charity machine. No, not even if he be the guiding lever of the whole mechanism. Organized charity is a delusion and a snare. It enables Moneyglut to think himself a good man for paying annual dues and buying transferable meal tickets. Moneyglut is not thereby a good man. On the last great day, when he cowers in the ineffable presence and is asked for an account, it will not help him to say, "Hearing that A was in want, I gave money for his need to B." Nor will it help B to say, "When A was in distress, I asked C to relieve him, and myself allotted the relief according to the resolution of D, E, and F." There are blessings and benefactions that one would willingly forego, among them the poor. Quack remedies of poverty amuse. A real specific would kindle a noble enthusiasm. Yet the world would lose much by it. Human nature would suffer a change for the worse. Happily and unhappily, poverty is not abolishable. The poor ye will always have with you is a sentence that can never become unintelligible. Effect of 1,000 causes, poverty is invincible, eternal. And since we must have it, let us thank God for it, and avail ourselves of all of its advantages to mind and character. He who is not good to the deserving poor, who knows not those of his immediate environment, who goes not among them making inquiry of their personal needs, who does not wish with all his heart and both his hands to relieve them, is a fool. The End of Charity by Ambrose Bierce.
Emotion of Multitude by W.B. Yeats, 1865 to 1939. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. I have been thinking a good deal about plays lately, and I have been wondering why I dislike the clear and logical construction which seems necessary if one is to succeed on the modern stage. It came into my head the other day that this construction, which all the world has learnt from France, has everything of high literature except the emotion of multitude. The Greek drama has got the emotion of multitude from its chorus, which called up famous sorrows, long-leaguered Troy, much enduring Odysseus, and all the gods and heroes to witness, as it were, some well-ordered fable, some action separated but for this from all but itself. The French play delights in the well-ordered fable, but by leaving out the chorus it has created an art where poetry and imagination, always the children of far-off multitudinous things, must of necessity grow less important than the mere will. This is why, I said to myself, French dramatic poetry is so often a little rhetorical, for rhetoric is the will trying to do the work of the imagination. The Shakespearean drama gets the emotion of multitude out of the subplot which copies the main plot, much as a shadow upon the wall copies one's body in the firelight. We think of King Lear less as the history of one man and his sorrows than as the history of a whole evil time. Lear's shadow is in Gloucester, who also has ungrateful children, and the mind goes on imagining other shadows, shadow beyond shadow, till it has pictured the world. In Hamlet, one hardly notices, so subtly is the web woven, that the murder of Hamlet's father and the sorrow of Hamlet are shadowed in the lives of Fortinbras and Ophelia and Laertes, whose fathers, too, have been killed. It is so in all the plays, or in all but all, and very commonly the subplot is the main plot working itself out in more ordinary men and women, and so doubly calling up before us the image of multitude. Ibsen and Maeterlinck have on the other hand created a new form, for they get multitude from the wild duck in the attic, or from the crown at the bottom of the fountain, vague symbols that set the mind wandering from idea to idea, emotion to emotion. Indeed, all the great masters have understood that there cannot be great art without the little limited life of the fable, which is always the better the simpler it is, and the rich, far-wandering, many-imaged life of the half-seen world beyond it. There are some who understand that the simple, unmysterious things living as in a clear noonlight are of the nature of the sun, and that vague, many-imaged things have in them the strength of the moon. Did not the Egyptian carve it on emerald that all living things have the sun for father and the moon for mother? And has it not been said that a man of genius takes the most after his mother? End of Emotion of Multitude by W.B. Yeats. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
What the Negro Was Thinking During the 18th Century. Essay on Negro Slavery, No. 1, by Othello, a free Negro living in Baltimore, May 10, 1788, in The Journal of Negro History, edited by Carter G. Woodson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Amidst the infinite variety of moral and political subjects proper for public commendation, it is truly surprising that one of the most important and affecting should be so generally neglected. An encroachment on the smallest civil or political privilege shall fan the enthusiastic flames of liberty till it shall extend over vast and distant regions, and violently agitate a whole continent. But the cause of humanity shall be basely violated, justice shall be wounded to the heart, and national honor deeply and lastingly polluted, and not a breath or murmur shall arise to disturb the prevailing quiescence, or to rouse the feelings of indignation against such general, extensive, and complicated iniquity. To what cause are we to impute this frigid silence, this torpid indifference, this cold, inanimated conduct of the otherwise warm and generous Americans? Why do they remain inactive amidst the groans of injured humanity, the shrill and distressing complaints of expiring justice, and the keen remorse of polluted integrity? Why do they not rise up to assert the cause of God and the world, to drive the fiend injustice into remote and distant regions, and to exterminate oppression from the face of the fair fields of America? When the United Colonies revolted from Great Britain, they did it upon this principle, quote, that all men are by nature and of right ought to be free, end quote. After a long, successful, and glorious struggle for liberty, during which they manifested the firmest attachment to the rights of mankind, can they so soon forget the principles that then governed their determinations? Can Americans, after the noble contempt they expressed for tyrants, meanly descend to take up the scourge? Blush, ye revolted colonies, for having apostatized from your own principles. Slavery, in whatever point of light it is considered, is repugnant to the feelings of nature and inconsistent with the original rights of man. It ought therefore to be stigmatized for being unnatural and detested for being unjust. 'Tis an outrage to Providence and an affront offered to divine majesty, who has given to man his own peculiar image, that the Americans, after considering the subject in this light, after making the most manly of all possible exertions in defense of liberty, after publishing to the world the principle upon which they contended, that is, that all men are by nature and of right ought to be free, should still retain in subjection a numerous tribe of the human race merely for their own private use and emolument, is, of all things, the strongest inconsistency, the deepest reflection on our conduct, and the most abandoned apostasy that ever took place since the almighty fiat spoke into existence this habitable world. So flagitious a violation can never escape the notice of a just Creator, whose vengeance may be now on the wing to disseminate and hurl the arrows of destruction. In what light can the people of Europe consider America after the strange inconsistency of her conduct? Will they not consider her as an abandoned and deceitful country? In the hour of calamity she petitioned heaven to be propitious to her cause. Her prayers were answered. Heaven pitied her distress, smiled on her virtuous exertions, and vanquished all her afflictions. The ungrateful creature forgets this timely assistance, no longer remembers her own sorrows, but basely commences oppression in her turn. Beware, America. Pause, and consider the difference between the mild effulgence of approving Providence and the angry countenance of incensed divinity. The importation of slaves into America ought to be a subject of the deepest regret to every benevolent and thinking mind. And one of the greatest defects in the federal system is the liberty it allows on this head. Venerable in everything else, it is injudicious here, and it has to be much deplored that a system of so much political perfection should be stained with anything that is an outrage to human nature. As a door, however, is open to amendment, for the sake of distressed humanity, of injured national reputation, and the glory of doing so benevolent a thing, I hope some wise and virtuous patriot will advocate the measure, and introduce an alteration in that pernicious part of the government. So far from encouraging the importation of slaves, and countenancing that vile traffic in human flesh, the members of the late Continental Convention should have seized the happy opportunity of prohibiting forever this cruel species of reprobated villainy. That they did not do so will forever diminish the luster of their other proceedings, so highly extolled and so justly distinguished for their intrinsic value. Let us for a moment contrast the sentiments and actions of the Europeans on this subject with those of our own countrymen. In France, the warmest and most animated exertions are making in order to introduce the entire abolition of the slave trade, and in England many of the first characters of the country advocate the same measure with an enthusiastic philanthropy. The Prime Minister himself is at the head of that society, and nothing can equal the ardor of their endeavors but the glorious goodness of the cause. Will the Americans allow the people of England to get the start of them in acts of humanity? Forbid it. Shame. The practice of stealing or bartering for human flesh is pregnant with the most glaring turpitude and the blackest barbarity of disposition. For can any one say that this is doing as he would be done by? Will such a practice stand the scrutiny of this great rule of moral government? Who can, without the complicated emotions of anger and impatience, suppose himself in the predicament of a slave? Who can bear the thoughts of his relatives being torn from him by a savage enemy, carried to distant regions of the habitable globe, never more to return, and treated there as the unhappy Africans are in this country? Who can support the reflection of his father, his mother, his sister, or his wife, perhaps his children, being barbarously snatched away by a foreign invader without prospect of ever beholding them again? Who can reflect upon their being afterwards publicly exposed to sale, obliged to labor with unwearied assiduity, and because all things are not possible to be performed by persons so unaccustomed to robust exercise, scourged with all the rage and anger of malignity, until their unhappy carcasses are covered with ghastly wounds and frightful contusions? Who can reflect on these things when applying the case to himself, without being chilled with horror at circumstances so extremely shocking? Yet, hideous as this concise and imperfect description is of the sufferings sustained by many of our slaves, it is nevertheless true, and so far from being exaggerated, falls infinitely short of 1,000 circumstances of distress which have been recounted by different writers on the subject, and which contribute to make their situation in this life the most absolutely wretched and completely miserable that can possibly be conceived. In many places in America, the slaves are treated with every circumstance of rigorous inhumanity, accumulated hardship, and enormous cruelty. Yet, when we take them from Africa, we deprive them of a country which God hath given them for their own, as free as we are, and as capable of enjoying that blessing. Like pirates, we go to commit devastation on the coast of an innocent country, and among a people who never did us wrong. An insatiable avarice desire to accumulate riches, cooperating with the spirit of luxury and injustice, seems to be the leading cause of this peculiarly degrading and ignominious practice. Being once accustomed to subsist without labor, we become soft and voluptuous, and rather than afterwards forego the gratification of our habitual indolence and ease, we countenance the infamous violation, and sacrifice at the shrine of cruelty all the finer feelings of elevated humanity. Considering things in this view, there surely can be nothing more justly reprehensible or disgusting than the extravagant finery of many country people's daughters. It hath not been at all uncommon to observe as much gauze, lace, and other trappings on one of those country maidens as hath employed 2 or 3 of her father's slaves for 12 months afterwards to raise tobacco to pay for. 'Tis an ungrateful reflection that all this frippery and affected finery can only be supported by the sweat of another person's brow, and consequently only by lawful rapine and injustice. If these young females could devote as much time from their amusements as would be necessary for reflection, or was there any person of humanity at hand who could inculcate the indecency of this kind of extravagance, I am persuaded that they have hearts good enough to reject with disdain the momentary pleasure of making a figure, in behalf of the rational and lasting delight of contributing by their forbearance to the happiness of many thousand individuals. In Maryland, where slaves are treated with as much lenity as perhaps they are anywhere, their situation is to the last degree ineligible. They live in wretched cots that scarcely secure them from the inclemency of the weather, sleep in the ashes or on straw, wear the coarsest clothing, and subsist on the most ordinary food that the country produces. In all things they are subject to their master's absolute command, and of course have no will of their own. Thus circumstanced, they are subject to great brutality, and are often treated with it. In particular instances they may be better provided for in this state, but this suffices for a general description. But in the Carolinas and the island of Jamaica, the cruelties that have been wantonly exercised on those miserable creatures are without a precedent in any other part of the world. If those who have written on the subject may be believed, it is not uncommon there to tie a slave up and whip him to death. On all occasions impartiality in the distribution of justice should be observed. The little state of Rhode Island has been reprobated by other states for refusing to enter into measures respecting a new general government, and so far it is admitted that she is culpable. But if she is worthy of blame in this respect, she is entitled to the highest admiration for the philanthropy, justice, and humanity she hath displayed respecting the subject I am treating on. She hath passed an act prohibiting the importation of slaves into that state, and forbidding her citizens to engage in the iniquitous traffic. So striking a proof of her strong attachment to the rights of humanity will rescue her name from oblivion, and bid her live in the good opinion of distant and unborn generations. Slavery unquestionably should be abolished, particularly in this country, because it is inconsistent with the declared principles of the American Revolution. The sooner, therefore, we set about it, the better. Either we should set our slaves at liberty immediately and colonize them in the Western Territory, or we should immediately take measures for the gradual abolition of it, so that it may become a known and fixed point that ultimately universal liberty in these United States shall triumph. This is the least we can do in order to evince our sense of the irreparable outrages we have committed, to wipe off the odium we have incurred, and to give mankind a confidence again in the justice, liberality, and honor of our national proceedings. It would not be difficult to show, were it necessary, that America would soon become a richer and a more happy country, provided the step was adopted. That corrosive anguish of persevering in anything improper, which now embitters the enjoyments of life, would vanish as the mist of a foggy morn doth before the rising sun, and we should find as great a disparity between our present situation and that which would succeed it, as subsists between a cloudy winter and a radiant spring. Besides, our lands would not then be cut down for the support of a numerous train of useless inhabitants, useless, I mean, to themselves, and effectually to us by encouraging sloth and voluptuousness among our young farmers and planters, who might otherwise know how to take care of their money, as well as how to dissipate it. In all other respects, I conceive them to be as valuable as we are, as capable of worthy purposes, and to possess the same dignity that we do in the estimation of Providence, although the value of their work apart, for which we are dependent on them, we generally consider them as good for nothing, and accordingly treat them with greatest neglect. But be it remembered that this cause is the cause of heaven, and that the Father of them, as well as of us, will not fail at a future settlement to adjust the account between us with a dreadful attention to justice. What the Negro Was Thinking During the 18th Century, Essay on Negro Slavery, No. 1, by Othello, a free Negro living in Baltimore, May 10, 1788, in the Journal of Negro History, edited by Carter G. Woodson. What the Negro Was Thinking During the 18th Century, Essay on Negro Slavery, No. 2, by Othello, a free Negro, May 23, 1788, in the Journal of Negro History, edited by Carter G. Woodson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. Upon no better principle do we plunder the coasts of Africa and bring away its wretched inhabitants as slaves than that by which the greater fish swallows up the lesser. Superior power seems only to produce superior brutality, and that weakness and imbecility, which ought to engage our protection and interest the feelings of social benevolence in behalf of the defenseless, seems only to provoke us to acts of illiberal outrage and unmanly violence. The practice which has been followed by the English nation since the establishment of the slave trade, I mean that of stirring up the natives of Africa against each other, with a view of purchasing the prisoners mutually taken in battle, must strike the humane mind with sentiments of the deepest abhorrence, and confer on that people a reproach as lasting as time itself. It is surprising that the Eastern world did not unite to discourage a custom so diabolical in its tendency, and to exterminate a species of oppression which humbles the dignity of all mankind. But this torpid inattention can only be accounted for by adverting to the savage disposition of the times, which countenanced cruelties unheard of at this enlightened period. What rudeness of demeanor and brutality of manner which had been introduced into Europe by those swarms of barbarians that overwhelmed it from the north had hardly begun to dissipate before the enlivening sun of civilization, when this infernal practice first sprang up into existence. Before this distinguished era of refined barbarity, the sons of Africa were in possession of all the mild enjoyments of peace, all the pleasing delights of uninterrupted harmony, and all the diffusive blessings of profound tranquillity. Boundless must be the punishment which irritated Providence will inflict on those whose wanton cruelty has prompted them to destroy this fair arrangement of nature, this flowery prospect of human felicity. Engulfed in the dark abyss of never-ending misery, they shall in bitterness atone for the stab thus given to human nature, and in anguish unutterable expiate crimes for which nothing less than eternal sufferings can make adequate retribution. Equally iniquitous is the practice of robbing that country of its inhabitants, and equally tremendous will be the punishment. The voice of injured thousands who have been violently torn from their native country and carried to distant and inhospitable climes, the bitter lamentations of the wretched, helpless female, the cruel agonizing sensations of the husband, the father, and the friend, will ascend to the throne of omnipotence, and from the elevated heights of heaven cause him with the whole force of almighty vengeance to hurl the guilty perpetrators of those inhuman beings down the steep precipice of inevitable ruin, to the bottomless gulf of final, irretrievable, and endless destruction. O ye sons of America, forbear. Consider the dire consequences that will attend the prosecution against which the all-powerful God of nature holds up his hands and loudly proclaims, "Desist." In the insolence of self-consequence, we are accustomed to esteem ourselves and the Christian powers of Europe the only civilized people on the globe. The rest without distinction we presumptuously denominate barbarians. But when the practices above mentioned come to be deliberately considered, when added to these we take a view of the proceedings of the English in the East Indies under the direction of the late Lord Clive, and remember what happened in the streets of Bengal and Calcutta, when we likewise reflect on our American mode of driving, butchering, and exterminating the poor defenseless Indians, the native and lawful proprietors of the soil, we shall acknowledge, if we possess the smallest degree of candor, that the appellation of barbarian does not belong to them alone. While we continue those practices, the term Christian will only be a burlesque expression, signifying no more than it ironically denominates the rudest sect of barbarians that ever disgraced the hand of their Creator. We have the precepts of the gospel for the government of our moral deportment, in violation of which those outrageous wrongs are committed. But they have no such meliorating influence among them, and only adhere to the simple dictates of reason and natural religion, which they never violate. Might not the inhabitants of Africa, with still greater justice on their side than we have on ours, cross the Atlantic, seize our citizens, carry them to Africa, and make slaves of them, provided they were able to do it? But should this be really the case, every corner of the globe would reverberate with sound of African oppression. So loud would be our complaint, and so feeling our appeal to the inhabitants of the world at large. We should represent them as a lawless, piratical set of unprincipled robbers, plunderers, and villains, who basely prostituted the superior power and information which God had given them for worthy purposes to the vilest of all ends. We should not hesitate to say that they made use of those advantages only to infringe upon every dictate of justice, to trample under foot every suggestion of principle, and to spurn with contempt every right of humanity. The Algerines are reprobated all the world over for their unlawful depredations, and stigmatized as pirates for their unreasonable exactions from foreign nations. But the Algerines are no greater pirates than the Americans, nor are they a race more destructive to the happiness of mankind. The depredations of the latter on the coast of Africa and upon the Indians' territory make the truth of this assertion manifest. The piratical depredations of the Algerines appear to be a judgment from heaven upon the nations, to punish their perfidy and atrocious violations of justice. And never did any people more justly merit the scourge than Americans, on whom it seems to fall with peculiar and reiterated violence. When they yoke our citizens to the plow, and compel them to labor in that degraded manner, they only retaliate on us for similar barbarities. For Algiers is a part of the same country, whose helpless inhabitants we are accustomed to carry away. But the English and Americans cautiously avoid engaging with a warlike people, whom they fear to attack in a manner so base and unworthy, whilst the Algerines, more generous and courageous plunderers, are not afraid to make war on brave and well-disciplined enemies, who are capable of making a gallant resistance. Whoever examines into the conditions of the slaves in America will find them in a state of most uncultivated rudeness. Not instructed in any kind of learning, they are grossly ignorant of all refinement, and have little else about them belonging to the nature of civilized man than mere form. They are strangers to almost every idea that doth not relate to their labor or their food, and though naturally possessed of strong sagacity and lively parts, are in all respects in a state of most deplorable brutality. This is owing to the iron hand of oppression, which ever crushes the bud of genius and binds up in chains every expansion of the human mind. Such their extreme ignorance that they are utterly unacquainted with the laws of the world, the injunctions of religion, their own natural rights, and the forms, ceremonies, and privileges of marriage originally established by the divinity. Accordingly, they lived in an open violation of the precepts of Christianity, and with as little formality or restrictions as the brutes of the field, unite for the purposes of procreation. Yet this is a civilized country, and a most enlightened period of the world. The resplendent glory of the gospel is at hand, to conduct us in safety through the labyrinths of life. Science hath grown up to maturity, and is discovered to possess not only all the properties of solidity of strength, but likewise every ornament of elegance and every embellishment of fancy. Philosophy hath here attained the most exalted height of elevation, and the art of government hath received such refinements among us as hath equally astonished our friends, our enemies, and ourselves. In fine, no annals are more brilliant than those of America, nor do any more luxuriantly abound with examples of exalted heroism, refined policy, and sympathetic humanity. Yet now the prospect begins to change, and all the splendor of this august assemblage will soon be overcast by sudden and impenetrable clouds, and American greatness will be obliterated and swallowed up by one enormity. Slavery diffuses the gloom and casts around us the deepest shade of approaching darkness. No longer shall the United States of America be famed for liberty. Oppression pervades their bowels, and while they exhibit a fair exterior to the other parts of the world, they are nothing more than painted sepulchres, containing within them naught but rottenness and corruption. Ye voluptuous, ye opulent and great, who hold in subjection such numbers of your fellow creatures, and suffer these things to happen, beware. Reflect on this lamentable change that may, at a future period, take place against you. Arraigned before the Almighty Sovereign of the universe, how will you answer the charge of such complicated enormity? The presence of these slaves, who have been lost for want of your instruction, and by means of your oppression, shall make you dart deeper into the flames to avoid their just reproaches, and seek out for an asylum in the hidden corners of perdition. Many persons of opulence in Virginia and the Carolinas treat their unhappy slaves with every circumstance of coolest neglect and the most deliberate indifference. Surrounded with a numerous train of servants to contribute to their personal ease, and wallowing in all the luxurious plenitude of riches, they neglect the wretched source whence they draw this profusion. Many of their negroes on distant estates are left to the entire management of inhuman overseers, where they suffer for the want of that sustenance which, at the proprietor's seat of residence, is wastefully given to the dogs. It frequently happens on these large estates that they are not clothed till winter is nearly expired, and then the most valuable only are attended to, the young and the labor worn having no other allowance in this respect than the tattered garments thrown off by the more fortunate. A single peck of corn a week, or the like measure of rice, is the ordinary quantity of provision for a hard working slave, to which a small quantity of meat is occasionally, though rarely, added. While those miserable degraded persons thus scantily subsist, all the produce of their unwearied toil is taken away to satiate their rapacious master. He, devoted wretch, thoughtless of the sweat and toil with which his wearied, exhausted dependents procure what he extravagantly dissipates, not contented with the ordinary luxuries of life, is perhaps planning at the time some improvement on the voluptuous art. Thus he sets up 2 carriages instead of 1, maintains 20 servants, when a 4th part of that number are more than sufficient to discharge the business of personal attendance, makes every animal, proper for the purpose, bleed around him, in order to supply the gluttonous profusion of his table, and generally gives away what his slaves are pining for, those very slaves whose labor enables him to display this liberality. No comment is necessary to expose the peculiar folly, ingratitude, and infamy of such execrable conduct. But the custom of neglecting those slaves who have been worn out in our service is unhappily found to prevail not only among the more opulent, but through the more extensive round of the middle and inferior ranks of life. No better reason can be given for this base inattention than that they are no longer able to contribute to our emoluments. With singular dishonor we forget the faithful instrument of past enjoyment, and when, by length of time, it becomes debilitated, it is, like a withered stalk, ungratefully thrown away. Our slaves unquestionably have the strongest of all claims upon us for protection and support. We, having compelled them to involuntary servitude, and deprived them of every means of protecting or supporting themselves, the injustice of our conduct and barbarity of our neglect, when this reflection is allowed to predominate, becomes so glaringly conspicuous as even to excite against ourselves the strongest emotion of detestation and abhorrence. To whom are the wretched sons of Africa to apply for redress if their cruel master treats them with unkindness? To whom will they resort for protection if he is base enough to refuse it to them? The law is not their friend. Alas, too many statutes are enacted against them. The world is not their friend. The iniquity is too general and extensive. No one who hath slaves of his own will protect those of another, lest the practice should be retorted. Thus, when their masters abandon them, their situation is destitute and forlorn, and God is their only friend. Let us imitate the conduct of a neighboring state, and immediately take measures, at least, for the gradual abolition of slavery. Justice demands it of us, and we ought not to hesitate in obeying its inviolable mandates. All the feelings of pity, compassion, affection, and benevolence, all the emotions of tenderness, humanity, philanthropy, and goodness, all the sentiments of mercy, probity, honor, and integrity, unite to solicit for their emancipation. Immortal will be the glory of accomplishing their liberation, and eternal the disgrace of keeping them in chains. But if the state of Pennsylvania is to be applauded for her conduct, that of South Carolina can never be too strongly execrated. The legislature of that state, at no very remote period, brought in a bill for prohibiting the use of letters to their slaves, and forbidding them the privilege of being taught to read. This was a deliberate attempt to enslave the minds of those unfortunate objects whose persons they already held in arbitrary subjection. Detestable deviation from the becoming rectitude of man. One more peculiarly distressing circumstance remains to be recounted before I take my final leave of the subject. In the ordinary course of the business of the country, the punishment of relatives frequently happens on the same farm and in view of each other. The father often sees his beloved son, the son his venerable sire, the mother her much beloved daughter, the daughter her affectionate parent, the husband the wife of his bosom, and she the husband of her affection, cruelly bound up without delicacy or mercy, and punished with all extremity of incensed rage, and all the rigor of relenting severity, whilst these unfortunate wretches dare not even interpose in each other's behalf. Let us reverse the case, and suppose it is ours. All is silent horror. End of What the Negro Was Thinking During the 18th Century, Essay on Negro Slavery, No. 2, by Othello, May 10, 1788, in The Journal of Negro History, edited by Carter G. Woodson.
A Familiar Preface by Joseph Conrad, 1857 to 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. This glorious expression of the credo of all artists, in whatever form of creation, lastingly enriches the English tongue. It is from the preface to A Personal Record, that fascinating autobiographical volume in which Conrad tells the curious story of a Polish boy who ran away to sea and began to write in English. As a companion piece, those who have the honour of the writer's craft at heart should read Conrad's preface to The Nigger of the Narcissus. All ambitions are lawful except those which climb upward on the miseries or credulities of mankind. Is it permissible to wonder what some newspaper owners, say Mr. Hurst, would reply to that? Mr. Conrad's career is too well known to be annotated here. If by any chance the reader is not acquainted with it, it will be to his soul's advantage to go to a public library and look it up. As a general rule, we do not want much encouragement to talk about ourselves, yet this little book is the result of a friendly suggestion, and even of a little friendly pressure. I defended myself with some spirit, but with characteristic tenacity the friendly voice insisted. "You know, you really must." It was not an argument, but I submitted at once. If one must. You perceive the force of a word. He who wants to persuade should put his trust not in the right argument, but in the right word. The power of sound has always been greater than the power of sense. I don't say this by way of disparagement. It is better for mankind to be impressionable than reflective. Nothing humanely great, great I mean as affecting a whole mass of lives, has come from reflection. On the other hand, you cannot fail to see the power of mere words, such words as glory, for instance, or pity. I won't mention any more, they are not far to seek. Shouted with perseverance, with ardour, with conviction, these two by their sound alone have set whole nations in motion, and upheaved the dry, hard ground on which rests our whole social fabric. There's virtue for you if you like. Of course, the accent must be attended to. The right accent, that's very important. The capricious lung, the thundering of the tender vocal cords. Don't talk to me of your Archimedes' lever. He was an absent-minded person with a mathematical imagination. Mathematics commands all my respect, but I have no use for engines. Give me the right word and the right accent, and I will move the world. What a dream for a writer, because written words have their accent too. Yes, let me only find the right word. Surely it must be lying somewhere among the wreckage of all the plaints and all the exultations poured out aloud since the first day when hope, the undying, came down on earth. It may be there, close by, disregarded, invisible, quite at hand. But it's no good. I believe there are men who can lay hold of a needle in a pottle of hay at the first try. For myself, I've never had such luck. And then there is that accent, another difficulty. For who is going to tell whether the accent is right or wrong till the word is shouted, and fails to be heard, perhaps, and goes downwind, leaving the world unmoved? Once upon a time there lived an emperor who was a sage and something of a literary man. He jotted down on ivory tablets thoughts, maxims, reflections which chance has preserved for the edification of posterity. Among other sayings, I am quoting from memory, I remember this solemn admonition: "Let all thy words have the accent of heroic truth." The accent of heroic truth. This is very fine, but I'm thinking that it is an easy matter for an austere emperor to jot down grandiose advice. Most of the working truths on this earth are humble, not heroic, and there have been times in the history of mankind when the accents of heroic truth have moved it to nothing but derision. Nobody will expect to find between the covers of this little book words of extraordinary potency or accents of irresistible heroism. However humiliating for my self-esteem, I must confess that the counsels of Marcus Aurelius are not for me. They are more fit for a moralist than for an artist. Truth of a modest sort I can promise you, and also sincerity, that complete, praiseworthy sincerity which, while it delivers one into the hands of one's enemies, is as likely as not to embroil one with one's friends. Embroil is perhaps too strong an expression. I can't imagine among either my enemies or my friends a being so hard up for something to do as to quarrel with me. To disappoint one's friends would be nearer the mark. Almost all, friendships of the writing period of my life have come to me through my books, and I know that a novelist lives in his work. He stands there, the only reality in an invented world, among imaginary things, happenings, and people. Writing about them, he is only writing about himself. But the disclosure is not complete. He remains to a certain extent a figure behind the veil, a suspected rather than a seen presence, a movement and a voice behind the draperies of fiction. In these personal notes there is no such veil, and I cannot help thinking of a passage in the Imitation of Christ where the ascetic author, who knew life so profoundly, says that there are persons esteemed on their reputation who by showing themselves destroy the opinion one had of them. This is the danger incurred by an author of fiction who sets out to talk about himself without disguise. While these reminiscent pages were appearing serially, I was remonstrated with for bad economy, as if such writing were a form of self-indulgence, wasting the substance of future volumes. It seems that I am not sufficiently literary. Indeed, a man who never wrote a line for print till he was 36 cannot bring himself to look upon his existence and his experience, upon the sum of his thoughts, sensations and emotions, upon his memories and his regrets, and the whole possession of his past, as only so much material for his hands. Once before, some 3 years ago, when I published The Mirror of the Sea, a volume of impressions and memories, the same remarks were made to me. Practical remarks, but truth to say, I have never understood the kind of thrift they recommend. I wanted to pay my tribute to the sea, its ships and its men, to whom I remain indebted for so much which has gone to make me what I am. That seemed to me the only shape in which I could offer it to their shades. There could not be a question in my mind of anything else. It is quite possible that I am a bad economist, but it is certain that I am incorrigible. Having matured in the surroundings and under the special conditions of sea life, I have a special piety towards that form of my past, for its impressions were vivid, its appeal direct, its demands such as could be responded to with the natural elation of youth and strength equal to the call. There was nothing in them to perplex a young conscience. Having broken away from my origins under a storm of blame from every quarter which had the merest shadow of right to voice an opinion, removed by great distances from such natural affections as were still left to me, and even estranged, in a measure, from them by the totally unintelligible character of the life which had seduced me so mysteriously from my allegiance, I may safely say that through the blind force of circumstances the sea was to be all my world, and the merchant service my only home for a long succession of years. No wonder, then, that in my two exclusively sea books The Nigger of the Narcissus and The Mirror of the Sea, and in the few short sea stories like Youth and Typhoon, I have tried, with an almost filial regard, to render the vibration of life in the great world of waters, in the hearts of the simple men who have for ages traversed its solitudes, and also that something sentient which seems to dwell in ships, the creatures of their hands and the objects of their care. One's literary life must turn frequently for subsistence to memories and seek discourse with the shades, unless one has made up one's mind to write only in order to reprove mankind for what it is, or praise it for what it is not, or, generally, to teach it how to behave. Being neither quarrelsome, nor a flatterer, nor a sage, I have done none of these things, and I am prepared to put up serenely with the insignificance which attaches to persons who are not meddlesome in some way or other. But resignation is not indifference. I would not like to be left standing as a mere spectator on the bank of the great stream carrying onward so many lives. I would fain claim for myself the faculty of so much insight as can be expressed in a voice of sympathy and compassion. It seems to me that in one, at least, authoritative quarter of criticism, I am suspected of a certain unemotional, grim acceptance of facts, of what the French would call sécheresse de cœur. 15 years of unbroken silence before praise or blame testify sufficiently to my respect for criticism, that fine flower of personal expression in the garden of letters. But this is more of a personal matter, reaching the man behind the work, and therefore it may be alluded to in a volume which is a personal note in the margin of the public page. Not that I feel hurt in the least. The charge, if it amounted to a charge at all, was made in the most considerate terms, in a tone of regret. My answer is that if it be true that every novel contains an element of autobiography, and this can hardly be denied, since the creator can only express himself in his creation, then there are some of us to whom an open display of sentiment is repugnant. I would not unduly praise the virtue of restraint. It is often merely temperamental, but it is not always a sign of coldness. It may be pride. There can be nothing more humiliating than to see the shaft of one's emotion miss the mark of either laughter or tears. Nothing more humiliating. And this for the reason that should the mark be missed, should the open display of emotion fail to move, then it must perish unavoidably in disgust or contempt. No artist can be reproached for shrinking from a risk which only fools run to meet and only genius dare confront with impunity, in a task which mainly consists in laying one's soul more or less bare to the world. A regard for decency, even at the cost of success, is but the regard for one's own dignity, which is inseparably united with the dignity of one's work. And then it is very difficult to be wholly joyous or wholly sad on this earth. The comic, when it is human, soon takes upon itself a face of pain, and some of our griefs, some only, not all, for it is the capacity for suffering which makes man august in the eyes of men, have their source in weaknesses which must be recognized with smiling compassion as the common inheritance of us all. Joy and sorrow in this world pass into each other, mingling their forms and their murmurs in the twilight of life as mysterious as an overshadowed ocean, while the dazzling brightness of supreme hopes lies far off, fascinating and still on the distant edge of the horizon. Yes, I too would like to hold the magic wand giving that command over laughter and tears which is declared to be the highest achievement of imaginative literature. Only, to be a great magician, one must surrender oneself to occult and irresponsible powers, either outside or within one's breast. We have all heard of simple men selling their souls for love or power to some grotesque devil. The most ordinary intelligence can perceive without much reflection that anything of the sort is bound to be a fool's bargain. I don't lay claim to particular wisdom because of my dislike and distrust of such transactions. It may be my sea training acting upon a natural disposition to keep good hold on the one thing really mine, but the fact is that I have a positive horror of losing even for one moving moment that full possession of myself which is the first condition of good service. And I've learned my notion of good service from my earlier into my later existence. I, who have never sought in the written word anything else but a form of the beautiful, I have carried over that article of creed from the decks of ships to the more circumscribed space of my desk, and by that act, I suppose, I have become permanently imperfect in the eyes of the ineffable company of pure ascetics. As in political, so in literary action, a man wins friends for himself mostly by the passion of his prejudices and by the consistent narrowness of his outlook. But I have never been able to love what was not lovable or hate what was not hateful out of deference for some general principle. Whether there be any courage in making this admission, I know not. After the middle turn of life's way, we consider dangers and joys with a tranquil mind. So I proceed in peace to declare that I have always suspected in the effort to bring into play the extremities of emotions the debasing touch of insincerity. In order to move others deeply, we must deliberately allow ourselves to be carried away beyond the bounds of our normal sensibility, innocently enough, perhaps, and of necessity, like an actor who raises his voice on the stage above the pitch of natural conversation. But still we have to do that. And surely this is no great sin. But the danger lies in the writer becoming the victim of his own exaggeration, losing the exact notion of sincerity, and in the end coming to despise truth itself as something too cold, too blunt for his purpose, as in fact not good enough for his insistent emotion. From laughter and tears the descent is easy to snivelling and giggles. These may seem selfish considerations, but you can't, in sound morals, condemn a man for taking care of his own integrity. It is his clear duty, and least of all you can condemn an artist pursuing, however humbly and imperfectly, a creative aim. In that interior world where his thought and his emotions go seeking for the experience of imagined adventures, there are no policemen, no law, no pressure of circumstance or dread of opinion to keep him within bounds. Who then is going to say nay to his temptations, if not his conscience? And besides, this, remember, is the place and the moment of perfectly open talk. I think that all ambitions are lawful except those which climb upward on the miseries or credulities of mankind. All intellectual and artistic ambitions are permissible, up to and even beyond the limit of prudent sanity. They can hurt no one. If they are mad, then so much the worse for the artist. Indeed, as virtue is said to be, such ambitions are their own reward. It is such a very mad presumption to believe in the sovereign power of one's art, to try for other means, for other ways of affirming this belief in the deeper appeal of one's work. To try to go deeper is not to be insensible. A historian of hearts is not a historian of emotions, yet he penetrates further, restrained as he may be, since his aim is to reach the wry fount of laughter and tears. The sight of human affairs deserves admiration and pity. They are worthy of respect too, and he is not insensible who pays them the undemonstrative tribute of a sigh which is not a sob, and of a smile which is not a grin. Resignation, not mystic, not detached, but resignation, open-eyed, conscious and informed by love, is the only one of our feelings for which it is impossible to become a sham. Not that I think resignation the last word of wisdom. I am too much the creature of my time for that. But I think that the proper wisdom is to will what the gods will without, perhaps, being certain what their will is, and even if they have a will of their own. And in this matter of life and art, it is not the why that matters so much to our happiness as the how. As the Frenchman said, il y a toujours la manière. Very true, yes, there is the manner in laughter, in tears, in irony, in indignations and enthusiasms, in judgments, and even in love. The manner in which, as in the features and character of a human face, the inner truth is foreshadowed for those who know how to look at their kind. Those who read me know my conviction that the world, the temporal world, rests on a very few simple ideas, so simple that they must be as old as the hills. It rests notably, among others, on the idea of fidelity. At a time when nothing which is not revolutionary in some way or other can expect to attract much attention, I have not been revolutionary in my writings. The revolutionary spirit is mighty convenient in this, that it frees one from all scruples as regards ideas. Its hard absolute optimism is repulsive to my mind by the menace of fanaticism and intolerance it contains. No doubt one should smile at these things, but in perfect aesthete I am no better philosopher. All claim to special righteousness awakens in me that scorn and anger from which a philosophical mind should be free. End of A Familiar Preface by Joseph Conrad. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
30. Night Kadash. From Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry by Albert Pike. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Night Kadash by Albert Pike. We often profit more by our enemies than by our friends. We support ourselves only on that which resists, and owe our success to opposition. The best friend of Masonry in America were the anti-Masons of 1826, and at the same time they were its worst enemies. Men are but automata of Providence, and it uses the demagogue, the fanatic, and the knave, a common trinity in republics, as its tools and instruments to effect that which they do not dream, and which they imagine themselves commissioned to prevent. The anti-Masons, traitors and perjurers some, and some mere political knaves, purified Masonry by persecution, and so proved to be its benefactors, for that which is persecuted grows. To them its present popularity is due, the cheapening of its degrees, the invasion of its lodges that are no longer sanctuaries by the multitude, its pomp and pageantry and overdone display. 100 years ago it had become known that the Hebrew Kaddish were the Templars under a veil, and therefore the degree was prescribed, and ceasing to be worked, became a mere brief and formal ceremony, under another name. Now, from the tomb in which after his murders he rotted, Clement V howls against the successors of his victims, in the allocution of Pio IX against the Freemasons. The ghosts of the dead Templars haunt the Vatican and disturb the slumbers of the paralyzed papacy, which, dreading the dead, shrieks out its excommunications and impotent anathemas against the living. It is a declaration of war, and was needed to arouse apathy and inertness into action. An enemy of the Templars shall tell us the secret of this papal hostility against an order which has existed for centuries, in despite of its anathemas, and has its sanctuaries and asyla even in Rome. It will be easy, as we read, to separate the false from the true, the audacious conjectures from the simple facts. A power that ruled without antagonism and without concurrence, and consequently without control, proved fatal to the sacerdotal royalties, while the republics, on the other hand, had perished by the conflict of liberties and franchises, which, in the absence of all duty hierarchically sanctioned and enforced, had soon become mere tyrannies, rivals one of the other. To find a stable medium between those two abysses, the idea of the Christian hierophants was to create a society devoted to abnegation by solemn vows, protected by severe regulations, which should be recruited by initiation, and which, sole depositary of the great religious and social secrets, should make kings and pontiffs, without exposing it to the corruptions of power. In that was the secret of the kingdom of Jesus Christ, which, without being of this world, would govern all its grandeurs. This idea presided at the foundation of the great religious orders, so often at war with the secular authorities, ecclesiastical or civil. Its realization was also the dream of the dissident sects of Gnostic or Illuminati, who pretended to connect their faith with the primitive tradition of the Christianity of St. John. It at length became a menace to the church and society when a rich and dissolute order, initiated in the mysterious doctrines of the Kabbalah, seemed disposed to turn against legitimate authority and conservative principle of hierarchy, and threaten the entire world with an immense revolution. The Templars, whose history is so imperfectly known, were those terrible conspirators. In 1118, 9 Knights Crusaders in the East, among whom were Geoffroy de Saint-Omer and Hugh de Payens, consecrated themselves to religion, and took an oath between the hands of the Patriarch of Constantinople, a see always secretly or openly hostile to that of Rome from the time of Photius. The avowed object of the Templars was to protect the Christians who came to visit the holy places. Their secret object was to rebuild the Temple of Solomon on the model prophesied by Ezekiel. This rebuilding, formally predicted by the Judaizing mystics of an earlier age, had become the secret dream of the patriarchs of the Orient. The Temple of Solomon, rebuilt and consecrated to the Catholic worship, would become, in effect, the metropolis of the universe. The East would prevail over the West, and the patriarchs of Constantinople would possess themselves of the papal power. The Templars, or poor fellow soldiery of the Holy House of the Temple, intended to be rebuilt, took as their models in the Bible the warrior masons of Zorobabel, who worked holding a sword in one hand and the trowel in the other. Therefore it was that the sword and the trowel were the insignia of the Templars, who subsequently, as will be seen, concealed themselves under the name of Brethren Masons. This name, Frères Maçons in the French, adopted by way of a secret reference to the builders of the Second Temple, was corrupted in English into Freemasons, as Pythagore de Creton was into Peter Gower of Gorton in England. Carom, or Curum, the name misrendered into Hiram from the artificer in brass and other metals, became the chief builder of the Haikal Kadash, the holy house of the temple, the Hydros Damas, and the words Bonai and Bonaium yet appear in the Masonic degrees, meaning builder and builders. The trowel of the Templars is quadruple, and the triangular plates of it are arranged in the form of a cross, making the Kabbalistic pentacle known by the name of the Cross of the East. The Knight of the East and the Knight of the East and West have in their titles secret allusions to the Templars, of whom they were at first the successors. The secret thought of Hugh de Payens in founding his order was not exactly to serve the ambitions of the patriarchs of Constantinople. There existed at that period in the East a sect of Johannite Christians, who claimed to be the only true initiates into the real mysteries of the religion of the Savior. They pretended to know the real history of Yesu the Anointed, and adopting in part the Jewish traditions and the tales of the Talmud, they held that the facts recounted in the Evangels were but allegories, the key of which St. John gives, in saying that the world might be filled with the books that could be written upon the words and deeds of Jesus Christ, words which, they thought, would be only a ridiculous exaggeration if he were not speaking of an allegory and a legend that might be varied and prolonged to infinity. The Johannites ascribed to St. John the foundation of their secret church, and the grand pontiffs of the sect assumed the title of Christos, Anointed, or Consecrated, and claimed to have succeeded one another from St. John by an uninterrupted succession of pontifical powers. He who, at the period of the foundation of the Order of the Temple, claimed these imaginary prerogatives, was named Theoclet. He knew Hugh de Payens. He initiated him into the mysteries and the hopes of his pretended church. He seduced him by the notions of sovereign priesthood and supreme royalty, and finally designated him as his successor. Thus, the Order of the Knights of the Temple was at its very origin devoted to the cause of opposition to the tiara of Rome and the crowns of kings, and the apostolate of Kabbalistic Gnosticism was vested in its chiefs, for St. John himself was the father of the Gnostics, and the current translation of his polemic against the heretical of his sect and the pagans who denied that Christ was the Word is throughout a misrepresentation, or misunderstanding at least, of the whole spirit of the Evangel. The tendencies and tenets of the order were enveloped in profound mystery, and it externally professed the most perfect orthodoxy. The chiefs alone knew the aim of the order. The subalterns followed them without distrust. To acquire influence and wealth, then to intrigue, and at need to fight, to establish the Johannites, or Gnostic, or Kabbalistic dogma, were the object and means proposed to the initiated brethren. The papacy and the rival monarchies, they said to them, are sold and bought in these days, become corrupt, and tomorrow, perhaps, will destroy each other. All that will become the heritage of the temple. The world will soon come to us for its sovereigns and pontiffs. We shall constitute the equilibrium of the universe, and be rulers over the masters of the world. The Templars, like all other secret orders and associations, had two doctrines, one concealed and reserved for the masters, which was Johannism, and the other public, which was the Roman Catholic. Thus they deceived the adversaries whom they sought to supplant. Hence Freemasonry, vulgarly imagined to have begun with the Dionysian architects or the German stoneworkers, adopted St. John the Evangelist as one of its patrons, associating with him in order not to arouse the suspicion of Rome, St. John the Baptist, and thus covertly proclaiming itself the child of the Kabbalah and the Essenism together. For the Johannism of the adepts was the Kabbalah of the earlier Gnostics, degenerating afterward into those heretical forms which Gnosticism developed, so that even Marnes had his followers among them. Many adopted his doctrines of the two principles, the recollection of which is perpetuated by the handle of the dagger, and the tessellated pavement or floor of the lodge, stupidly called the indented tessel, and represented by great hanging tassels, when it really means a tessellated floor, from the Latin tessera, of white and black lozenges, with a necessary denticulated or indented border or edging. And wherever, in the higher degrees, the two colors, white and black, are in juxtaposition, the two principles of Zoroaster and Manes are alluded to. With others, the doctrine became a mystic pantheism, descending from that of the Brahmins, and even pushed to an idolatry of nature and hatred of every revealed dogma. To this, the absurd reading of the established church, taking literally the figurative, allegorical, and mystical language of a collection of Oriental books of different ages, directly and inevitably led. The same result long after followed the folly of regarding the Hebrew books as if they had been written by the unimaginative, hard, practical intellect of the England of James I, and the bigoted stolidity of the Scottish Presbyterianism. The better to succeed and win partisans, the Templars sympathized with regrets for dethroned creeds, and encouraged the hopes of new worships, promising to all liberty of conscience and a new orthodoxy that should be the synthesis of all the persecuted creeds. It is absurd to suppose that men of intellect adored a monstrous idol called Baphomet, or recognized Mahomet as an inspired prophet. Their symbols, invented ages before to conceal what was dangerous to avow, was of course misunderstood by those who were not adepts, and to their enemies seemed to be pantheistic. The calf of gold made by Aaron for the Israelites is but one of the oxen under the laver of bronze, and the cherubim on the propitiatory misunderstood. The symbols of the wise always become the idols of the ignorant multitude. What the chiefs of the order really believed and taught is indicated to the adepts by the hints contained in the high degrees of Freemasonry, and by the symbols that only the adepts understand. The blue degrees are but the outer court of the portico of the temple. Part of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. It is not intended that he shall understand them, but it is intended that he shall imagine he understands them. Their true explanation is reserved for the adepts, the princes of Masonry. The whole body of the royal and sacerdotal art was hidden so carefully, centuries since, in the high degrees, as that it is even yet impossible to solve many of the enigmas which they contain. It is well enough for the masses of those called Masons to imagine that all is contained in the blue degrees, and whose attempt to undeceive them will labor in vain, and without any true reward violate his obligations as an adept. Masonry is a veritable sphinx, buried to the head in the sands heaped round it by the ages. The seeds of decay were sown in the order of the temple at its origin. Hypocrisy is a mortal disease. It had conceived a great work which it was incapable of executing, because it knew neither humility nor personal abnegation, because Rome was then invincible, and because the later chiefs of the order did not comprehend its mission. Moreover, the Templars were in general uneducated, and capable only of wielding the sword, with no qualifications for governing, and at need enchaining that queen of the world called opinion. The doctrines of the chiefs would, if expounded to the masses, have seemed to them the babblings of folly. The symbols of the wise are the idols of the vulgar, or else as meaningless as the hieroglyphics of Egypt to the nomadic Arabs. There must always be a commonplace interpretation for the mass of initiates of the symbols that are eloquent to the adepts. Hugh de Payens himself was not that keen and far-sighted intellect, nor that grandeur of purpose which afterward distinguished the military founder of another soldiery that became formidable to kings. The Templars were unintellectual and therefore unsuccessful Jesuits. Their watchword was to become wealthy in order to buy the world. They became so, and in 1312 they possessed in Europe alone more than 9,000 seigneuries. Riches were the shoal on which they were wrecked. They became insolent and unwisely showed their contempt for the religion and the social institutions which they aimed to overthrow. Their ambition was fatal to them. Their projects were divined and prevented. Rome, more intolerant of heresy than of vice and crime, came to fear the order, and fear is always cruel. It has always deemed philosophical truth the most dangerous of heresies, and has never been at a loss for a false accusation by means of which to crush free thought. Pope Clement V and King Philip le Bel gave the signal to Europe, and the Templars, taken as it were in the immense net, were arrested, disarmed, and cast into prison. Never was a coup d'etat accomplished with a more formidable concert of action. The whole earth was struck with stupor, and eagerly waited for the strange revelations of the process that was to echo through so many ages. It was impossible to unfold to the people the conspiracy of the Templars against the thrones and the tiara. It was impossible to expose to them the doctrines of the chiefs of the order. This would have been to initiate the multitude into the secrets of the masters, and to have uplifted the veil of Isis. Recourse was therefore had to the charge of magic, and the denouncers and false witnesses were easily found. When the temporal and spiritual tyrannies unite to crush a victim, they never want for serviceable instruments. The Templars were gravely accused of spitting upon Christ and denying God at their receptions, of gross obscenities, conversations with female devils, and the worship of a monstrous idol. The end of the drama is well known, and how Jacques de Molay and his fellows perished in the flames. But before his execution, the chief of the doomed order organized and instituted what afterward came to be called the occult, Hermetic, or Scottish Masonry. In the gloom of his prison, the Grand Master created 4 metropolitan lodges, at Naples for the east, at Edinburgh for the west, at Stockholm for the north, and at Paris for the south. The initials of his name, J.B.M., found in the same order in the first 3 degrees, are but one of the many internal and cogent proofs that such is the origin of modern Freemasonry. The legend of Osiris was revived and adopted to symbolize the destruction of the order and the resurrection of Kurum, slain in the body of the temple, of Kurum Abai, the master, as the martyr of fidelity to obligation, of truth and conscience, prophesy the restoration to life of the buried association. The Pope and the King soon after perished in a strange and sudden manner. Séquin de Florian, the chief denouncer of the order, died assassinated. In breaking the sword of the Templars, they made it into a poniard, and their prescribed trowels henceforth built only tombs. The order disappeared at once. Its estates and wealth were confiscated, and it seemed to have ceased to exist. Nevertheless, it lived, under other names and governed by unknown chiefs, revealing itself only to those who, in passing through a series of degrees, had proven themselves worthy to be entrusted with the dangerous secret. The modern orders that have styled themselves Templars have assumed a name to which they have not a shadow of a title. The successors of the ancient adepts Rose Croix, abandoning by degrees the austere and hierarchical science of their ancestors in initiation, became a mystic sect, united with many of the Templars. The dogmas of the two intermingling, and believing themselves to be the sole depositories of the secrets of the Gospel of St. John, seeing in its recitals an allegorical series of rites proper to complete the initiation. The initiates, in fact, thought in the 18th century that their time had arrived, some to found a new hierarchy, others to overturn all authority, and to press down all the summits of the social order under the level of equality. The mystical meanings of the rose as a symbol are to be looked for in the Kabbalistic commentaries on the Canticle. The rose is for the initiates the living and blooming symbol of a revelation of the harmonies of being. It was the emblem of beauty, life, love, and pleasure. Flamel, or the book of the Jew Abraham, made it the hieroglyphical sign of the accomplishment of the great work. Such was the key of the Roman de la Rosa. The conquest of the rose was the problem propounded to science by initiation, while religion was laboring to prepare and establish the universal triumph, exclusive and definite, of the cross. To unite the rose to the cross was the problem proposed by the high initiation, and in fact the occult philosophy, being the universal synthesis, ought to explain all the phenomena of being. Religion, considered solely as a philosophical fact, is the revelation and satisfaction of a necessity of souls. Its existence is a scientific fact. To deny it would be to deny humanity itself. The Rose-Croix adepts respected the dominant, hierarchical, and revealed religion. Consequently, they could no more be the enemies of the papacy than of the legitimate monarchy. And if they conspired against the popes and kings, it was because they considered them personally as apostates from duty and supreme favorers of anarchy. What, in fact, is a despot, spiritual or temporal, but a crowned anarchist? One of the magnificent panicles that expresses the esoteric and unutterable part of science is the rose of light, in the center of which a human form extends its arms in the form of a cross. Commentaries and studies have been multiplied upon the Divine Comedy, the work of Dante, and yet no one, as far as we know, has pointed out its especial character. The work of the great Ghibellini is a declaration of war against the papacy, by bold revelations of the mysteries. The epic of Dante is Johannite and Gnostic, an audacious application, like that of the Apocalypse, of the figures and numbers of the Kabbalah to the Christian dogmas, and a secret negation of everything absolute in these dogmas. His journeys through the supernatural worlds is accomplished like the initiation into the mysteries of Elysius and Thebes. He escapes from that gulf of hell, over the gate of which the sentence of despair is written, by reversing the position of his head and feet, that is to say, by accepting the direct opposite of the Catholic dogma. And then he reascends to the light, by using the devil himself as a monstrous ladder. Faust ascends to heaven, by stepping on the head of the vanquished Mephistopheles. Hell is impassable for those who only know how to turn back from it. We free ourselves from its bondage by audacity. His hell is but a negative purgatory. His heaven is composed of a series of Kabbalistic circles, divided by a cross, like the pentacle of Ezekiel. In the center of this cross blooms a rose, and we see the symbol of the adepts of the Rose-Croix, for the first time publicly expounded and almost categorically explained. For the first time, because Guillaume de Loris, who died in 1260, 5 years before the birth of Alighieri, had not completed his Roman de la Rosa, which was continued by Schopenhauer a half-century afterward. One is astonished to discover that the Roman de la Rosa and the Divina Commedia are two opposite forms of one and the same work: initiation into independence of spirit, a satire on all contemporary institutions, and the allegory formula of the great secrets of the Society of the Roses Croix. The important manifestation of occultism concluded with the period of the fall of the Templars. Since Jean de Lemingue or Schopenhauer, contemporary of the old age of Dante, flourished during the best years of his life at the court of Philip de Bell, the Roman de la Rosa is an epic of old France. It is a profound book, under the form of levity, a revelation as learned as that of Apuleius, of the mysteries of occultism. The rose of Flamel, and that of Jean de Meung, and that of Dante, grew on the same stem. Swedenborg's system is nothing else than the Kabbalah minus the principle of hierarchy. It is the temple, without the keystone and the foundation. Cagliostro was an agent of the Templars, and therefore wrote to the Freemasons of London that the time had come to begin the work of rebuilding the temple of the Eternal. He had introduced into Masonry a new rite called the Egyptian, and endeavored to resuscitate the mysterious worship of Isis. The 3 letters LPD on his seal were the initials of the words Lilia pedibus destrue, tread underfoot the lilies of France, and the Masonic medal of the 16th and 17th century was upon it a sword cutting off the stalk of a lily, and the words Talem deput ultio messem, such harvest revenge will give. A lodge inaugurated under the auspices of Rousseau, the fanatic of Geneva, became the center of the revolutionary movement in France, and a prince of the blood royal went thither to swear the destruction of the successors of Philip le Bel on the tomb of Jacques de Molay. The registers of the Order of the Templars attest that the regent, the Duc d'Orleans, was the Grand Master of that formidable secret society, and that his successors were the Duc de Maine, the Prince of Bourbon Condé, and the Duc de Cossé-Brissac. The Templars co-permitted the king. They saved him from the rage of the people, to exasperate that rage and bring on the catastrophe prepared for centuries. It was a scaffold that the revenge of the Templars demanded. The secret movers of the French Revolution had sworn to overturn the throne and the altar upon the tomb of Jacques de Molay. When Louis XVI was executed, half the work was done, and thenceforth the army of the Temple was to direct all its efforts against the Pope. Jacques de Molay and his companions were perhaps martyrs, but their avengers dishonored their memory. Royalty was regenerated on the scaffold of Louis XVI. The Church triumphed in the captivity of Pius VI, carried a prisoner to Valence, and dying of fatigue and sorrow. But the successors of the ancient Knights of the Temple perished, overwhelmed in their fatal victory. The end of 30. Night Kadash by Albert Pike.
On The Knocking of the Gate in Macbeth by Thomas DeQuincey, 1785 to 1859. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. From my boyish days, I had always felt a great perplexity on one point in Macbeth. It was this: the knocking at the gate, which succeeds to the murder of Duncan, produced to my feelings an effect for which I never could account. The effect was that it reflected back upon the murder a peculiar awfulness and a depth of solemnity. Yet, however obstinately I endeavoured with my understanding to comprehend this, for many years I could never see why it should produce such an effect. Here I pause for one moment to exhort the reader never to pay any attention to his understanding when it stands in opposition to any other faculty of his mind. The mere understanding, however useful and indispensable, is the meanest faculty in the human mind, and the most to be distrusted, and yet the great majority of people trust to nothing else, which may do for ordinary life, but not for philosophical purposes. Of this, out of 10,000 instances that I might produce, I will cite one. Ask of any person whatsoever who is not previously prepared for the demand by a knowledge of perspective to draw in the rudest way the commonest appearance which depends upon the laws of that science, as for instance to represent the effect of two walls standing at right angles to each other, or the appearance of the houses on each side of a street, as seen by a person looking down the street from one extremity. Now, in all cases, unless the person has happened to observe in pictures how it is that artists produce these effects, he will be utterly unable to make the smallest approximation to it. Yet why? For he has actually seen the effect every day of his life. The reason is that he allows his understanding to overrule his eyes. His understanding, which includes no intuitive knowledge of the laws of vision, can furnish him with no reason why a line which is known and can be proved to be a horizontal line should not appear a horizontal line. A line that made any angle with a perpendicular less than a right angle would seem to him to indicate that his houses were all tumbling down together. Accordingly, he makes the line of his houses a horizontal line, and fails, of course, to produce the effect demanded. Here, then, is one instance out of many in which not only the understanding is allowed to overrule the eyes, but where the understanding is positively allowed to obliterate the eyes, as it were. For not only does the man believe the evidence of his understanding in opposition to that of his eyes, but, what is monstrous, the idiot is not aware that his eyes ever gave such evidence. He does not know that he has seen, and therefore quoad his consciousness has not seen that which he has seen every day of his life. But to return from this digression, my understanding could furnish no reason why the knocking at the gate in Macbeth should produce any effect, direct or reflected. In fact, my understanding said positively that it could not produce any effect. But I knew better. I felt that it did, and I waited and clung to the problem until further knowledge should enable me to solve it. At length, in 1812, Mr. Williams made his debut on the stage of Ratcliffe Highway and executed those unparalleled murders which had procured for him such a brilliant and undying reputation. On which murders, by the way, I must observe that in one respect they have had an ill effect by making the connoisseur in murder very fastidious in his taste, and dissatisfied by anything that has been since done in that line. All other murders look pale by the deep crimson of his, and, as an amateur once said to me in a querulous tone, there has been absolutely nothing doing since his time, or nothing that's worth speaking of. But this is wrong, for it is unreasonable to expect all men to be great artists, and born with the genius of Mr. Williams. Now it will be remembered that in the first of these murders, that of the Mars, the same incident of a knocking at the door soon after the work of extermination was complete did actually occur, which the genius of Shakespeare has invented, and all good judges and the most eminent dilettanti acknowledged the felicity of Shakespeare's suggestion as soon as it was actually realized. Here, then, was a fresh proof that I was right in relying on my own feeling in opposition to my understanding, and I again set myself to study the problem. At length I solved it to my own satisfaction, and my solution is this. Murder in ordinary cases, where the sympathy is wholly directed to the case of the murdered person, is an incident of coarse and vulgar horror, and for this reason, that it flings the interest exclusively upon the natural but ignoble instinct by which we cleave to life, an instinct which, as being indispensable to the primal law of self-preservation, is the same in kind, though different in degree, amongst all living creatures. This instinct, therefore, because it annihilates all distinctions and degrades the greatest of men to the level of the poor beetle that we tread on, exhibits human nature in its most abject and humiliating attitude. Such an attitude would little suit the purposes of the poet. What then must he do? He must throw the interest on the murderer. Our sympathy must be with him. Of course, I mean a sympathy of comprehension, a sympathy by which we enter into his feelings and are made to understand them. Not a sympathy of pity or approbation. In the murdered person, all strife of thought, all flux and reflux of passion and of purpose are crushed by one overwhelming panic. The fear of instant death smites him with its petrific mace. But in the murderer, such a murderer as the poet will condescend to, there must be raging some great storm of passion, jealousy, ambition, vengeance, hatred, which will create a hell within him, and into this hell we are to look. Footnote 1. It seems almost ludicrous to guard and explain my use of a word in a situation where it would naturally explain itself. But it has become necessary to do so, in consequence of the unscholarlike use of the word sympathy, at present so general, by which, instead of taking it in its proper sense, as the act of reproducing in our minds the feelings of another, whether for hatred, indignation, love, pity, or approbation, it is made a mere synonym of the word pity, and hence, instead of saying sympathy with another, many writers adopt the monstrous barbarism of sympathy for another. End of footnote. In Macbeth, For the sake of gratifying his own enormous and teeming faculty of creation, Shakespeare has introduced two murderers, and, as usual in his hands, they are remarkably discriminated. But, though in Macbeth the strife of mind is greater than in his wife, the tiger spirit not so awake, and his feelings caught chiefly by contagion from her, yet, as both were finally involved in the guilt of murder, the murderous mind of necessity is finally to be presumed in both. This was to be expressed, and on its own account, as well as to make it a more proportional antagonist to the unoffending nature of their victim, the gracious Duncan, and adequately to expound the deep damnation of his taking off. This was to be expressed with peculiar energy. We were to be made to feel that the human nature, i.e. the divine nature of love and mercy spread through the hearts of all creatures, and seldom utterly withdrawn from man, was gone, vanished, extinct, and that the fiendish nature had taken its place. And as this effect is marvellously accomplished in the dialogues and soliloquies themselves, so it is finally consummated by the expedient under consideration, and it is to this that I now solicit the reader's attention. If the reader has ever witnessed a wife, daughter, or sister in a fainting fit, he may chance to observe that the most affecting moment in such a spectacle is that in which a sigh and a stirring announce the recommencement of suspended life. Or if the reader has ever been present in a vast metropolis on the day when some great national idol was carried in funeral pomp to his grave, and chancing to walk near the course through which it passed, has felt powerfully in the silence and desertion of the streets and in the stagnation of ordinary business, the deep interest which at that moment was possessing the heart of man. If all at once he should hear the death-like stillness broken up by the sound of wheels rattling away from the scene, and making known that the transitory vision was dissolved, he will be aware that at no moment was his sense of the complete suspension and pause in ordinary human concerns so full and affecting as at that moment when the suspension ceases, and the goings-on of human life are suddenly resumed. All action in any direction is best expounded, measured, and made apprehensible by reaction. Now apply this to the case in Macbeth. Here, as I have said, the retiring of the human heart and the entrance of the fiendish heart was to be expressed and made sensible. Another world has stepped in, and the murderers are taken out of the region of human things, human purposes, human desires. They are transfigured. Lady Macbeth is unsexed. Macbeth has forgot that he was born of woman. Both are conformed to the image of devils, and the world of devils is suddenly revealed. But how shall this be conveyed and made palpable? In order that a new world may step in, this world must for a time disappear. The murderers and the murder must be insulated, cut off by an immeasurable gulf from the ordinary tide and succession of human affairs, locked up and sequestered in some deep recess. We must be made sensible that the world of ordinary life is suddenly arrested, laid asleep, tranced, racked into a dread armistice. Time must be annihilated, relation to things without abolished, and all must pass self-withdrawn into a deep syncope and suspension of earthly passion. Hence it is that when the deed is done, when the work of darkness is perfect, then the world of darkness passes away like a pageantry in the clouds. The knocking at the gate is heard, and it makes known audibly that the reaction has commenced. The human has made its reflux upon the fiendish. The pulses of life are beginning to beat again, and the re-establishment of the goings-on of the world in which we live first makes us profoundly sensible of the awful parenthesis that had suspended them. O mighty poet, Thy works are not those of other men, simply and merely great works of art, but are also like the phenomena of nature, like the sun and the sea, the stars and the flowers, like frost and snow, rain and dew, hailstorm and thunder, which are to be studied with entire submission of our own faculties, and in the perfect faith that in them there can be no too much or too little, nothing useless or inert, but that, the further we press in our discoveries, the more we shall see proofs of design and self-supporting arrangement where the careless eye has seen nothing but accident. End of The Knocking at the Gate in Macbeth by Thomas DeQuincey. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
Letter on Corpulence, addressed to the public, by William Banting. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter on Corpulence, by William Banting. Of all the parasites that affect humanity, I do not know of, nor can I imagine, any more distressing than that of obesity, and, having just emerged from a very long probation in this affliction, I am desirous of circulating my humble knowledge and experience for the benefit of my fellow man, with an earnest hope it may lead to the same comfort and happiness I now feel under the extraordinary change, which might almost be termed miraculous, had it not been accomplished by the most simple common sense means. Obesity seems to me very little understood or properly appreciated by the faculty and the public generally, or the former would long ere this have hit upon the cause for so lamentable a disease and applied effective remedies, whilst the latter would have spared their injudicious indulgence in remarks and sneers, frequently painful in society, and which, even on the strongest mind, have an unhappy tendency. But I sincerely trust this humble effort at exposition may lead to a more perfect ventilation of the subject and a better feeling for the afflicted. It would afford me infinite pleasure and satisfaction to name the author of my redemption from the calamity, as he is the only one that I have been able to find, and my search has not been sparing, who seems thoroughly up in the question. But such publicity might be construed improperly, and I have, therefore, only to offer my personal experience as the stepping-stone to public investigation, and to proceed with my narrative of facts, earnestly hoping the reader will patiently peruse and thoughtfully consider it, with forbearance for any fault of style or diction, and for any seeming presumption in publishing it. I have felt some difficulty in deciding on the proper and best course of action. At one time I thought the editor of the Lancet would kindly publish a letter from me on the subject, but further reflection led me to doubt whether an insignificant individual would be noticed without some special introduction. In the April number of the Cornhill Magazine, I read with much interest an article on the subject, defining tolerably well the effects, but offering no tangible remedy, or even positive solution of the problem. What is the cause of obesity? I was pleased with the article as a whole, but objected to some portions, and had prepared a letter to the editor of that magazine, offering my experience on the subject, but again it struck me that an unknown individual like myself would have but little prospect of notice. So I finally resolved to publish and circulate this pamphlet, with no other reason, motive, or expectation than an earnest desire to help those who happen to be afflicted as I was, for that corpulence is remediable, I am well convinced, and shall be delighted if I can induce others to think so. The object I have in view impels me to enter into minute particulars, as well as general observations, and to revert to bygone years, in order to show that I have spared no pains nor expense to accomplish the great end of stopping and curing obesity. I am now nearly 66 years of age, about 5 feet 5 inches in stature, and in August last, 1862, weighed 202 pounds, which I think it right to name, because the article in the Cornhill Magazine presumes that a certain stature and age should bear ordinarily a certain weight, and I am quite of that opinion. I now weigh 167 pounds, showing a diminution of something like 1 pound per week since August, and having now very nearly attained the happy medium, I have perfect confidence that a few more weeks will fully accomplish the object for which I have labored for the last 30 years, in vain, until it pleased Almighty Providence to direct me into the right and proper channel, the tramway, so to speak, of happy, comfortable existence. Few men have led a more active life, bodily or mentally, from a constitutional anxiety for regularity, precision, and order, during 50 years' business career, from which I have now retired, so that my corpulence and subsequent obesity was not through neglect of necessary bodily activity, nor from excessive eating, drinking, or self-indulgence of any kind, except that I partook of the simple aliments of bread, milk, butter, beer, sugar, and potatoes more freely than my aged nature required, and hence, as I believe, the generation of the parasite detrimental to comfort, if not really to health. I will not presume to descant on the bodily structural tissues, so fully canvassed in the Cornhill Magazine, nor how they are supported and renovated, having no mind or power to enter into these questions, which properly belong to the wise heads of the faculty. None of my family on the side of either parent had any tendency to corpulence, and from my earliest years I had an inexpressible dread of such a calamity, so, when I was between 30 and 40 years of age, finding a tendency to it creeping upon me, I consulted an eminent surgeon, now long deceased, a kind personal friend, who recommended increased bodily exertion before my ordinary daily labors began, and thought rowing an excellent plan. I had the command of a good, heavy, safe boat, lived near the river, and adopted it for a couple of hours in the early morning. It is true I gained muscular vigor, but with it a prodigious appetite, which I was compelled to indulge, and consequently increased in weight until my kind old friend advised me to forsake the exercise. He soon afterwards died, and, as the tendency to corpulence remained, I consulted other high orthodox authorities, never any inferior adviser, but all in vain. I have tried sea air and bathing in various localities, with much walking exercise, taken gallons of physic and liquor potassi, advisedly and abundantly, riding on horseback, the waters and climate of Leamington many times, as well as those of Cheltenham and Harrogate frequently. I have lived upon 6d. a day, so to speak, and earned it, if bodily labor may be so construed, and have spared no trouble nor expense in consultations with the best authorities in the land, giving each and all a fair time for experiment, without any permanent remedy, as the evil still gradually increased. I am under obligations to most of those advisers for the pains and interest they took in my case, but only to one for an effectual remedy. When a corpulent man eats, drinks, and sleeps well, has no pain to complain of, and no particular organic disease, the judgment of able men seems paralyzed, for I have been generally informed that corpulence is one of the natural results of increasing years. Indeed, one of the ablest authorities as a physician in the land told me he had gained 1 pound in weight every year since he attained manhood, and was not surprised at my condition, but advised more bodily exercise, vapor baths, and shampooing, in addition to the medicine given. Yet the evil still increased, and, like the parasite of barnacles on a ship, if it did not destroy the structure, it obstructed its fair, comfortable progress in the path of life. I have been in dock perhaps 20 times in as many years for the reduction of this disease, and with little good effect, none lasting. Any one so afflicted is often subject to public remark, and though in conscience he may care little about it, I am confident no man laboring under obesity can be quite insensible to the sneers and remarks of the cruel and injudicious in public assemblies, public vehicles, or the ordinary street traffic; nor to the annoyance of finding no adequate space in a public assembly if he should seek amusement or need refreshment, and therefore he naturally keeps away as much as possible from places where he is likely to be made the object of the taunts and remarks of others. I am as regardless of public remark as most men, but I have felt these difficulties, and therefore avoided such circumscribed accommodation and notice, and by that means have been deprived of many advantages to health and comfort. Although no very great size or weight, still I could not stoop to tie my shoe, so to speak, nor attend to the little offices humanity requires without considerable pain and difficulty, which only the corpulent can understand. I have been compelled to go downstairs slowly backwards, to save the jar of increased weight upon the ankle and knee joints, and have been obliged to puff and blow with every slight exertion, particularly that of going upstairs. I have spared no pains to remedy this by low living. Moderation and light food was generally prescribed, but I had no direct bill of fare to know what was really intended, and that, consequently, brought the system into a low impoverished state without decreasing corpulence, caused many obnoxious boils to appear, and 2 rather formidable carbuncles, for which I was ably operated upon, and fed into increased obesity. At this juncture, about 3 years back, Turkish baths became the fashion, and I was advised to adopt them as a remedy. With the first few I found immense benefit in power and elasticity for walking exercise, so, believing I had found the philosopher's stone, pursued them 3 times a week until I had taken 50, then less frequently, as I began to fancy with some reason that so many weakened my constitution, till I had taken 90, but never succeeded in losing more than 6 pounds weight during the whole course, and I gave up the plan as worthless, though I have full belief in their cleansing properties and their value in Cold's rheumatism and many other ailments. I then fancied increasing obesity materially affected a slight umbilical rupture, if it did not cause it, and that another bodily ailment to which I had been subject was also augmented. This led me to other medical advisers, to whom I am also indebted for much kind consideration, though, unfortunately, they failed in relieving me. At last, finding my sight failing and my hearing greatly impaired, I consulted in August last an eminent aural surgeon, who made light of the case, looked into my ears, sponged them internally, and blistered the outside, without the slightest benefit, neither inquiring into any of my bodily ailments, which he probably thought unnecessary, nor affording me even time to name them. I was not at all satisfied, but on the contrary was in a worse plight than when I went to him. However, he soon after left town for his annual holiday, which proved the greatest possible blessing to me, because it compelled me to seek other assistance, and happily I found the right man, who unhesitatingly said he believed my ailments were caused principally by corpulence, and prescribed a certain diet, no medicine beyond a morning cordial as a corrective, with immense effect and advantage both to my hearing and the decrease of my corpulency. For the sake of argument and illustration, I will presume that certain articles of ordinary diet, however beneficial in youth, are prejudicial in advanced life, like beans to a horse whose common ordinary food is hay and corn. It may be useful food occasionally, under peculiar circumstances, but detrimental as a constancy. I will, therefore, adapt the analogy, and call such food human beings. The items from which I was advised to abstain as much as possible were bread, butter, milk, sugar, beer, and potatoes, which had been the main, and I thought innocent, elements of my existence, or at all events they had for many years been adopted freely. These, said my excellent adviser, contain starch and saccharine matter, tending to create fat, and should be avoided altogether. At the first blush it seemed to me that I had little left to live upon, but my kind friend soon showed me there was ample, and I was only too happy to give the plan a fair trial, and within a very few days found immense benefit from it. It may better elucidate the dietary plan if I describe generally what I have sanction to take, and that man must be an extraordinary person who would desire a better table. For breakfast I take 4 or 5 ounces of beef, mutton, kidneys, broiled fish, bacon, or cold meat of any kind except pork, a large cup of tea, without milk or sugar, a little biscuit, or 1 ounce of dry toast. For dinner, 5 or 6 ounces of any fish except salmon, any meat except pork, any vegetable except potato, 1 ounce of dry toast, fruit out of a pudding, any kind of poultry or game, and 2 or 3 glasses of good claret, sherry, or Madeira, champagne, port, and beer forbidden. For tea, 2 or 3 ounces of fruit, a rusk or 2, and a cup of tea without milk or sugar. For supper, 3 or 4 ounces of meat or fish, similar to dinner, with a glass or 2 of claret. For nightcap, if required, a tumbler of grog, gin, whiskey, or brandy without sugar, or a glass or 2 of claret or sherry. This plan leads to an excellent night's rest, with from 6 to 8 hours sound sleep. The dry toast or rusk may have a tablespoonful of spirit to soften it, which will prove acceptable. Perhaps I did not wholly escape starchy or saccharine matter, but scrupulously avoided those beans, such as milk, sugar, beer, butter, etc., which were known to contain them. On rising in the morning, I take a tablespoonful of a special corrective cordial, which may be called the balm of life, in a wineglass of water, a most grateful draught, as it seems to carry away all the dregs left in the stomach after digestion, but is not aperient. Then I take about 5 or 6 ounces solid and 8 of liquid for breakfast, 8 ounces of solid and 8 of liquid for dinner, 3 ounces of solid and 8 of liquid for tea, 4 ounces of solid and 6 of liquid for supper, and the grog afterwards, if I please. I am not, however, strictly limited to any quantity at either meal, so that the nature of the food is rigidly adhered to. Experience has taught me to believe that these human beings are the most insidious enemies man, with a tendency to corpulence in advanced life, can possess, though eminently friendly to youth. He may very prudently mount guard against such an enemy if he is not a fool to himself, and I fervently hope this truthful unvarnished tale may lead him to make a trial of my plan, which I sincerely recommend to public notice, not with any ambitious motive, but in sincere good faith to help my fellow creatures to obtain the marvelous blessings I have found within the short period of a few months. I do not recommend every corpulent man to rush headlong into such a change of diet, certainly not, but to act advisedly and after full consultation with a physician. My former dietary table was bread and milk for breakfast, or a pint of tea with plenty of milk and sugar, and buttered toast, meat, beer, much bread, of which I was always very fond, and pastry for dinner, the meal of tea similar to that of breakfast, and generally a fruit tart or bread and milk for supper. I had little comfort and far less sound sleep. It certainly appears to me that my present dietary table is far superior to the former, more luxurious and liberal, independent of its blessed effect. But when it is proved to be more healthful, comparisons are simply ridiculous, and I can hardly imagine any man, even in sound health, would choose the former, even if it were not an enemy. But when it is shown to be, as in my case, inimical both to health and comfort, I can hardly conceive there is any man who would not willingly avoid it. I can conscientiously assert I never lived so well as under the new plan of dietary, which I should have formerly thought a dangerous, extravagant trespass upon health. I am very much better, bodily and mentally, and pleased to believe that I hold the reins of health and comfort in my own hands, and, though at 65 years of age, I cannot expect to remain free from some coming natural infirmity that all flesh is heir to, I cannot at the present time complain of one. It is simply miraculous, and I am so thankful to Almighty Providence for directing me, through an extraordinary chance, to the care of a man who could work such a change in so short a time. Oh, that the faculty would look deeper into and make themselves better acquainted with the crying evil of obesity, that dreadful tormenting parasite on health and comfort. Their fellow men might not descend into early premature graves, as I believe many do, from what is termed apoplexy, and certainly would not, during their sojourn on earth, endure so much bodily and consequently mental infirmity. Corpulence, though giving no actual pain, as it appears to me, must naturally press with undue violence upon the bodily viscera, driving one part upon another, and stopping the free action of all. I am sure it did in my particular case, and the result of my experience is briefly as follows. I have not felt so well as now for the last 20 years. I have suffered no inconvenience whatever in the probational remedy. Am reduced many inches in bulk and 35 pounds in weight in 38 weeks. Come downstairs forward naturally, with perfect ease. Go upstairs and take ordinary exercise freely, without the slightest inconvenience. Can perform every necessary office for myself. The umbilical rupture is greatly ameliorated, and gives me no anxiety. My sight is restored, my hearing improved. My other bodily ailments are ameliorated, indeed, almost passed into matter of history. I have placed a thank offering of 50 pounds in the hands of my kind medical adviser for distribution amongst his favorite hospitals, after gladly paying his usual fees, and still remain under overwhelming obligations for his care and attention, which I can never hope to repay. Most thankful to Almighty Providence for mercies received, and determined to press the case into public notice as a token of gratitude. I have the pleasure to afford, in conclusion, a satisfactory confirmation of my report, in stating that a corpulent friend of mine, who, like myself, is possessed of a generally sound constitution, was laboring under frequent palpitations of the heart and sensations of fainting, was, at my instigation, induced to place himself in the hands of my medical adviser, with the same gradual beneficial results. He is at present under the same ordeal, and in 8 weeks has profited even more largely than I did in that short period. He has lost the palpitations, and is becoming, so to speak, a new-made man, thankful to me for advising, and grateful to the eminent counselor to whom I referred him, and he looks forward with good hope to a perfect cure. I am fully persuaded that hundreds, if not thousands, of our fellow men might profit equally by a similar course; but, constitutions not being all alike, a different course of treatment may be advisable for the removal of so tormenting an affliction. My kind and valued medical adviser is not a doctor for obesity, but stands on the pinnacle of fame in the treatment of another malady, which, as he well knows, is frequently induced by the disease of which I am speaking, and I most sincerely trust most of my corpulent friends, and there are thousands of corpulent people whom I dare not so rank, may be led into my tram road. To any such I am prepared to offer the further key of knowledge by naming the man. It might seem invidious to do so now, but I shall only be too happy if applied to by letter in good faith, or if any doubt should exist as to the correctness of this statement. William Banting, Senator, late of number 27 St. James's Street, Piccadilly, now of number 4 The Terrace, Kensington, May 1863. Addenda. Having exhausted the first edition, 1,000 copies, of the foregoing pamphlet, and a period of 1 year having elapsed since commencing the admirable course of diet which has led to such inestimably beneficial results, and, as I expected and desired, having quite succeeded in attaining the happy medium of weight and bulk I had so long ineffectually sought, which appears necessary to health at my age and stature, I feel impelled by a sense of public duty to offer the result of my experience in a second edition. It has been suggested that I should have sold the pamphlet, devoting any profit to charity, as more agreeable and useful; and I had intended to adopt such a course, but on reflection feared my motives might be mistaken. I therefore respectfully present this, like the first edition, to the public gratuitously, earnestly hoping the subject may be taken up by medical men and thoroughly ventilated. It may, and I hope will, be as satisfactory to the public to hear as it is for me to state that the first edition has been attended with very comforting results to other sufferers from corpulence, as the remedial system therein described was to me under that terrible disease, which was my main object in publishing my convictions on the subject. It has moreover attained a success, produced flattering compliments, and an amount of attention I could hardly have imagined possible. The pleasure and satisfaction this has afforded me is ample compensation for the trouble and expense I have incurred, and I most sincerely trust, as I verily believe, this second edition will be accompanied by similar satisfactory results from a more extensive circulation. If so, it will inspirit me to cultivate further editions, whilst a corpulent person exists, requiring, as I think, this form of diet, or so long as my motives cannot be mistaken, and are thankfully appreciated. My weight is reduced 46 pounds, and as the very gradual reductions which I am able to show may be interesting to many, I have great pleasure in stating them, believing they serve to demonstrate further the merit of the system pursued. My weight on 26th August 1862 was 202 pounds. On 7th September it was 200, having lost 2. 27th September 197 pounds, having lost 3 more. 19th October it was 193 pounds, having lost 4 more. 9th of November it was 190 pounds, having lost 3 more. 3rd December it was 187 pounds, having lost 3 more. 24th December 184 pounds, having lost 3 more. 14th January 1863 182 pounds, having lost 2. 4th February 180 pounds, having lost 2. 25th February 178 pounds, having lost 2. 18th March 176 pounds, having lost 2. 18th April 173 pounds, having lost 3. 29th April 170 pounds, having lost 3. 20th May 167 pounds, having lost 3. 10th June 164 pounds, having lost 3. 1st July 161 pounds, having lost 3. 22nd July 159 pounds, having lost 2. 12th August 157 pounds, having lost 2. 26th August 156 pounds, having lost 1. 12th September 156 pounds, having lost 0. Total loss of weight 46 pounds. My girth is reduced round the waist, in tailor phraseology, 12 1/4 inches, which extent was hardly conceivable even by my own friends, or my respected medical adviser, until I put on my former clothing, over what I now wear, which was a thoroughly convincing proof of the remarkable change. These important desiderata have been attained by the most easy and comfortable means, with but little medicine, and almost entirely by a system of diet, that formerly I should have thought dangerously generous. I am told by all who know me that my personal appearance is greatly improved, and that I seem to bear the stamp of good health. This may be a matter of opinion or friendly remark, but I can honestly assert that I feel restored in health, bodily and mentally, appear to have more muscular power and vigor, eat and drink with a good appetite, and sleep well. All symptoms of acidity, indigestion, and heartburn, with which I was frequently tormented, have vanished. I have left off using boot hooks, and other such aids which were indispensable, but being now able to stoop with ease and freedom, are unnecessary. I have lost the feeling of occasional faintness, and what I think a remarkable blessing and comfort is that I have been able safely to leave off knee bandages, which I had worn necessarily for 20 past years, and given up a truss almost entirely. Indeed, I believe I might wholly discard it with safety, but am advised to wear it at least occasionally for the present. Since publishing my pamphlet, I have felt constrained to send a copy of it to my former medical advisers, and to ascertain their opinions on the subject. They did not dispute or question the propriety of the system, but either dared not venture its practice upon a man of my age, or thought it too great a sacrifice of personal comfort to be generally advised or adopted, and I fancy neither of them appeared to feel the fact of the misery of corpulence. One eminent physician, as I before stated, assured me that increasing weight was a necessary result of advancing years. Another equally eminent, to whom I had been directed by a friendly third, who had most kindly but ineffectually failed in a remedy, added to my weight in a few weeks instead of abating the evil. These facts lead me to believe the question is not sufficiently observed or even regarded. The great charm and comfort of the system is, that its effects are palpable within a week of trial, which creates a natural stimulus to persevere for a few weeks more, when the fact becomes established beyond question. I only entreat all persons suffering from corpulence to make a fair trial of just one clear month, as I am well convinced they will afterwards pursue a course which yields such extraordinary benefit, till entirely and effectually relieved, and it may be remembered, by the sacrifice merely of simple for the advantage of more generous and comforting food. The simple dietary evidently adds fuel to fire, whereas the superior and liberal seems to extinguish it. I am delighted to be able to assert that I have proved the great merit and advantage of the system by its result in several other cases, similar to my own, and have full confidence that within the next 12 months I shall know of many more cases restored from the disease of corpulence, for I have received the kindest possible letters from many afflicted strangers and friends, as well as similar personal observations from others whom I have conversed with, and assurances from most of them that they will kindly inform me the result for my own private satisfaction. Many are practicing the diet after consultation with their own medical advisers. Some few have gone to mine, and others are practicing upon their own conviction of the advantages detailed in the pamphlet, though I recommend all to act advisedly, in case their constitutions should differ. I am, however, so perfectly satisfied of the great unerring benefits of this system of diet, that I shall spare no trouble to circulate my humble experience. The amount and character of my correspondence on the subject has been strange and singular, but most satisfactory to my mind and feelings. I am now in that happy comfortable state that I should not hesitate to indulge in any fancy in regard to diet, but if I did so, should watch the consequences, and not continue any course which might add to weight or bulk, and consequent discomfort. Is not the system suggestive to artists and men of sedentary employment, who cannot spare time for exercise, consequently become corpulent, and clog the little muscular action with a superabundance of fat, thus easily avoided? pure, genuine bread may be the staff of life, as it is termed. It is so, particularly in youth, but I feel certain it is more wholesome and advanced life if thoroughly toasted, as I take it. My impression is that any starchy or saccharine matter tends to the disease of corpulence in advanced life, and whether it be swallowed in that form or generated in the stomach, that all things tending to these elements should be avoided, of course always under sound medical authority. William Banting. Concluding Addenda. It is very satisfactory to me to be able to state that I have remained at the same standard of bulk and weight for several weeks after the 26th August, when I attained the happy natural medium, since which time I have varied in weight from 2 to 3 pounds, more or less. I have seldom taken the morning draught since that time, and have frequently indulged my fancy, experimentally, in using milk, sugar, butter, and potatoes. Indeed, I may say all the forbidden articles, except beer, in moderation, with impunity, but always as an exception, not as a rule. This deviation, however, convinces me that I hold the power of maintaining the happy medium in my own hands. A kind friend has lately furnished me with a tabular statement in regard to weight as proportioned to stature, which, under present circumstances and the new movement, may be interesting and useful to corpulent readers. Stature: 5 feet 1 should be weight 8 stone 8 or 120 pounds. 5 foot 2 should be 9 stone 0 or 126 pounds. 5 foot 3 should be 9 stone 7 or 133 pounds. 5 foot 4 should be 9 stone 10 or 136 pounds. 5 foot 5 should be 10 stone 2 or 142 pounds. 5 foot 6 should be 10 stone 5 or 145 pounds. 5 foot 7 should be 10 stone 8 or 148 pounds. 5 foot 8 should be 11 stone 1 or 155 pounds. 5 foot 9 should be 11 stone 8 or 162 pounds. 5 foot 10 should be 12 stone 1 or 169 pounds. 5 foot 11 should be 12 stone 6 or 174 pounds. 6 foot 0 should be 12 stone 10 or 178 pounds. This tabular statement, taken from a mean average of 2,648 healthy men, was formed and arranged for an insurance company by the late Dr. John Hutchinson. It answered as a pretty good standard, and insurances were regulated upon it. His calculations were made upon the volume of air passing in and out of the lungs, and this was his guide as to how far the various organs of the body were in health, and the lungs in particular. It may be viewed as some sort of probable rule, yet only as an average, some in health weighing more by many pounds than others. It must not be looked upon as infallible, but only as a sort of general reasonable guide to nature's great and mighty work. On a general view of the question, I think it may be conceded that a frame of low stature was hardly intended to bear very heavy weight. Judging from this tabular statement, I ought to be considerably lighter than I am at present. I shall not, however, covet or aim at such a result, nor, on the other hand, feel alarmed if I decrease a little more in weight and bulk. I am certainly more sensitive to cold, since I have lost the superabundant fat, but this is remediable by another garment, far more agreeable and satisfactory. Many of my friends have said, "Oh, you have done well so far, but take care you don't go too far." I fancy such a circumstance, with such a dietary, very unlikely, if not impossible, but feeling that I have now nearly attained the right standard of bulk and weight proportional to my stature and age, between 10 and 11 stone, I should not hesitate to partake of a fattening dietary occasionally to preserve that happy standard, if necessary. Indeed, I am allowed to do so by my medical adviser, but I shall always observe a careful watch upon myself to discover the effect, and act accordingly, so that, if I choose to spend a day or two with Dives, so to speak, I must not forget to devote the next to Lazarus. The remedy may be as old as the hills, as I have since been told, but its application is of very recent date, and it astonishes me that such a light could have remained so long unnoticed and hidden as not to afford a glimmer to my anxious mind in search for it during the last 20 years, even in directions where it might have been expected to be known. I would rather presume it is a new light than that it was purposely hidden merely because the disease of obesity was not immediately dangerous to existence, nor thought to be worthy of serious consideration. Little do the faculty imagine the misery and bitterness to life through the parasite of corpulence or obesity. I can now confidently say that quantity of diet may be safely left to the natural appetite, and that it is the quality only which is essential to abate and cure corpulence. I stated the quantities of my own dietary because it was part of a truthful report, but some correspondents have doubted whether it should be more or less in their own cases, a doubt which would be better solved by their own appetite or medical adviser. I have heard a graphic remark by a corpulent man, which may not be inappropriately stated here, that big houses were not formed with scanty materials. This, however, is a poor excuse for self-indulgence in improper food, or for not consulting medical authority. The approach of corpulence is so gradual that, until it is far advanced, persons rarely become objects of attention. Many may have even congratulated themselves on their comely appearance, and have not sought advice or a remedy for what they did not consider an evil, for an evil I can say most truly it is, when in much excess, to which point it must, in my opinion, arrive, unless obviated by proper means. Many have wished to know, as future readers may, the nature of the morning draught, or where it could be obtained, but believing it would have been highly imprudent on my part to have presumed that what was proper for my constitution was applicable to all indiscriminately, I could only refer them to a medical adviser for any aid beyond the dietary, assuring them, however, it was not a dram, but of an alkaline character. Some, I believe, would willingly submit to even a violent remedy, so that an immediate benefit could be produced. This is not the object of the treatment, as it cannot but be dangerous, in my humble opinion, to reduce a disease of this nature suddenly. They are probably then too prone to despair of success, and consider it as unalterably connected with their constitution. Many under this feeling doubtless return to their former habits, encouraged so to act by the ill-judged advice of friends, who, I am persuaded, from the correspondence I have had on this most interesting subject, become unthinking accomplices in the destruction of those whom they regard and esteem. The question of 4 meals a day and the nightcap has been abundantly and amusingly criticized. I ought perhaps to have stated as an excuse for such liberality of diet, that I breakfast between 8 and 9 o'clock, dine between 1 and 2, take my slight tea meal between 5 and 6, sup at 9, and only take the nightcap when inclination directs. My object in naming it at all was, that, as a part of a whole system, it should be known, and to show it is not forbidden to those who are advised that they need such a luxury. Nor was it injurious in my case. Some have inquired whether smoking was prohibited. It was not. It has also been remarked that such a dietary as mine was too good and expensive for a poor man, and that I had wholly lost sight of that class. But a very poor corpulent man is not so frequently met with, inasmuch as the poor cannot afford the simple inexpensive means for creating fat. But when the tendency does exist in that class, I have no doubt that it can be remedied by abstinence from the forbidden articles, and a moderate indulgence in such cheap stimulants as may be recommended by a medical adviser, whom they have ample chances of consulting gratuitously. I have a very strong feeling that gout, another terrible parasite upon humanity, might be greatly relieved, if not cured entirely, by this proper natural dietary, and sincerely hope some person so afflicted may be induced to practice the harmless plan for 3 months, as I certainly would if the case were my own, to prove it, but not without advice. My impression from the experiments I have tried on myself of late is, that saccharine matter is the great moving cause of fatty corpulence. I know that it produces in my individual case increased weight and a large amount of flatulence, and believe that not only sugar, but all elements tending to create saccharine matter in the process of digestion should be avoided. I apprehend it will be found in bread, butter, milk, beer, port wine, and champagne. I have not found starchy matter so troublesome as the saccharin, which, I think, largely increases acidity as well as fat, but, with ordinary care and observation, people will soon find what food rests easiest on the stomach, and avoid that which does not, during the probationary trial of the proposed dietary. Vegetables and ripe or stewed fruit I have found ample aperients. Failing this, medical advice should be sought. The word parasite has been much commented upon, as inappropriate to any but a living, creeping thing. Of course I use the word in a figurative sense, as a burden to the flesh, but if fat is not an insidious creeping enemy, I do not know what is. I should have equally applied the word to gout, rheumatism, dropsy, and many other diseases. Whereas hitherto the appeals to me to know the name of my medical adviser have been very numerous, I may say hundreds, which I have gladly answered, though forming no small item of the expense incurred, and whereas the very extensive circulation expected of the 3rd edition is likely to lead to some thousands of similar applications, I feel bound in self-defense to state that the medical gentleman to whom I am so deeply indebted is Mr. Harvey, Soho Square, London, whom I consulted for deafness. In the 1st and 2nd editions, I thought that to give his name would appear like a puff, which I know he abhors. Indeed, I should prefer not to do so now, but cannot, in justice to myself, incur further probable expense, which I fancy inevitable, besides the personal trouble, for which I cannot afford time, and therefore feel no hesitation to refer to him as my guarantee for the truth of the pamphlet. One material point I should be glad to impress on my corpulent readers. It is, to get accurately weighed at starting upon the fresh system, and continue to do so weekly or monthly, for the change will be so truly palpable by this course of examination, that it will arm them with perfect confidence in the merit and ultimate success of the plan. I deeply regret not having secured a photographic portrait of my original figure in 1862 to place in juxtaposition with one of my present form. It might have amused some, but certainly would have been very convincing to others, and astonishing to all that such an effect should have been so readily and speedily produced by the simple natural cause of exchanging a meagre for a generous dietary under proper advice. I shall ever esteem it a great favor if persons relieved and cured, as I have been, will kindly let me know of it. The information will be truly gratifying to my mind. That the system is a great success, I have not a shadow of doubt from the numerous reports sent with thanks by strangers as well as friends from all parts of the kingdom, and I am truly thankful to have been the humble instrument of disseminating the blessing and experience I have attained through able counsel and natural causes by proper perseverance. I have now finished my task, and trust my humble efforts may prove to be good seed well sown, that will fructify and produce a large harvest of benefit to my fellow creatures. I also hope the faculty generally may be led more extensively to ventilate this question of corpulence or obesity, so that, instead of 1, 2, or 3 able practitioners, there may be as many hundreds distributed in the various parts of the United Kingdom. In such case, I am persuaded that these diseases, like reverence and golden pippins, will be very rare. Since publishing the third edition of my pamphlet, I have earnestly pressed my medical adviser to explain the reasons for so remarkable a result as I and others have experienced from the dietary system he prescribed, and I hope he may find time to do so shortly, as I believe it would be highly interesting to the faculty and the public generally. He has promised this at his leisure. Numerous applications having been made to me on points to which I had not alluded, in which my correspondents felt some doubt and interest, I take this opportunity of making some few corrections in my published dietary. I ought, it seems, to have excepted veal, owing to its indigestible quality, as well as pork for its fattening character; also herrings and eels, owing to their oily nature, being as injurious as salmon. In respect to vegetables, not only should potatoes be prohibited, but parsnips, beetroot, turnips, and carrots. The truth is, I seldom or ever partook of these objectionable articles myself, and did not reflect that others might do so, or that they were forbidden. Green vegetables are considered very beneficial, and I believe should be adopted at all times. I am indebted to the Cornhill Magazine and other journals for drawing my attention to these dietetic points. I can now also state that eggs, if not hard boiled, are unexceptionable, that cheese, if sparingly used, and plain boiled rice seem harmless. Some doubts have been expressed in regard to the vanishing point of such a descending scale, but it is a remarkable fact that the great and most palpable diminution in weight and bulk occurs within the first 48 hours, the descent is then more gradual. My own experience, and that of others, assures me, if medical authority be first consulted as to the complaint, that with such slight extraneous aid as medicine can afford, nature will do her duty, and only her duty. Firstly, by relieving herself of immediate pressure she will be enabled to move more freely in her own beautiful way, and secondly, by pursuing the same course to work speedy amelioration and final cure. The vanishing point is only when the disease is stopped and the parasite annihilated. It may interest my readers to know that I have now apparently attained the standard natural at my age, 10 stone 10 or 150 pounds, as my weight now varies only to the extent of 1 pound more or less in the course of a month. According to Dr. Hutchinson's tables, I ought to lose still more, but cannot do so without resorting to medicine; and, feeling in sound vigorous health, I am perfectly content to wait upon nature for any further change. In my humble judgment, the dietary is the principal point in the treatment of corpulence, and it appears to me, moreover, that if properly regulated, it becomes in a certain sense a medicine. The system seems to me to attack only the superfluous deposit of fat, and, as my medical friend informs me, purges the blood, rendering it more pure and healthy, strengthens the muscles and bodily viscera, and, I feel quite convinced, sweetens life, if it does not prolong it. It is truly gratifying to me to be able now to add that many other of the most exalted members of the faculty have honored my movement in the question with their approbation. I consider it a public duty further to state that Mr. Harvey, whom I have named in the 43rd page as my kind medical adviser in the cure of corpulence, is not Dr. John Harvey, who has published a pamphlet on corpulence assimilating with some of the features and the general aspect of mine, and which has been considered, as I learn from correspondents who have obtained it, the work of my medical friend. It is not. I am glad, therefore, to repeat that my medical adviser was, and is still, Mr. William Harvey, F.R.C.S., No. 2 Soho Square, London, W. William Banting, April, 1864. End of Letter on Corpulence, addressed to the public by William Banting.
A true and perfect account of the miraculous sea monster or wonderful fish, lately taken in Ireland, bigger than an ox, yet without legs, bones, fins, or scales, with 2 heads and 10 horns of 10 or 11 foot long, on 8 of which horns there grew knobs about the bigness of a cloak button, in shape like crowns or coronets, to the number of 100 on each horn, which were all open and had rows of teeth within them, and in all other parts wonderful and unparalleled, together with the manner how it first appeared, and was taken at the place called Dingle Eichef, in the west of Ireland, and since brought to Dublin to be shown publicly, and all other material circumstances relating thereunto, faithfully communicated by an eyewitness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Whereas several rumours and various reports have been spread abroad in discourse concerning the strange fish taken in Ireland, we, having a very perfect and faithful account and description thereof, sent us some time since in a letter from a credible person that was an eyewitness of that monstrous sight, have thought fit for unveiling report from the disguises of fiction, and preventing the obtrusion of there is damage to this word, imperfect relations on the too oft abused world, to present the same plainly and truly in public view, as a thing real and deservedly admirable. On the 3rd of October last past, at a place called Dingle Eichef, in the county of damage to this word, the west of Ireland, one James Stewart, riding by the seaside as the tide was coming in, perceived at a distance something of a strange bigness to make towards the shore. At first he apprehended it might be some horse that might have been caught away with the violence of the tide, and having recovered himself was now swimming to land, but approaching nearer on a closer view, he was infinitely surprised and amazed, not so much at the bigness, which yet he found to exceed that of a horse, which he first took it for in the body, as at the uncouth shape and number of strange horns of great length, which rendered it not a little terrible to behold, insomuch that he durst not go nearer to it, lest it should destroy both him and his horse, wherefore, riding off, he went immediately to one Thompson that dwelt hard by on the beach, and acquainting him with the strange adventure, desired his aid, and that he would bring ropes and handspikes with him, and what other help he could procure, but there being none at that time at home but himself and his wife, they could not get any other assistance. However, they too went down with him to the place, where the man and his wife were both almost astonished at the sight of this strange monster, and the woman especially so far frightened that she would by no means permit her husband should go near or meddle with it. Yet Stewart, the first discoverer, boldly adventured to ride up pretty near it, and at last to touch it with a rope, and found it made no resistance, but lay stranded on the ground, and wanted water to carry it off. Upon this, Thompson and his wife, seeing it so peaceable and inoffensive, grew courageous, and came near to assist the other man, and by their joint labour they got ropes so about it, as they tumbled it over, and were able to hale it further on shore. During all which time it made no resistance, but when they went to lay hold on the horns, they found thereon shells, like coronets with teeth within them, which got hold of their hands and fingers, so that they were glad to let them go. And the night coming on, they were forced for that time to leave it, having dragged it quite upon dry land. Early next morning they return with more company, whom the noise of this rare accident soon drew together. But at their coming they find the monster quite dead, and now had time to view, and not without wonder, consider its wonderful and prodigious shape, which they found as follows. The length of this sea wonder, horns and all, was full 19 foot, and in bulk or bigness of body somewhat larger than a horse. It had 2 heads, the largest of which, joining immediately to the body, had no perfect distinct shape, but like a vast lump, wherein nothing plainly appeared but 2 eyes, of an oval form, and of extraordinary bigness. This great head carried the horns 10 in number, of which the 2 longest were situated in the middle, and were smooth, unlike the other 8, viz. 4 on each side, were all wreathed or crooked, and upon them grew curious shells, as it were, of the bigness of a large clock button, but in form and shape like crowns or coronets, 2 and 2 together, and over against each other, to the number of 100 in all on each horn. On top of every one of these buttons or coronets was the resemblance of a pearl, which was to open and shut as a little mouth, and had within it a row of teeth, so that it should seem, beside the mouth of the little head, which we shall describe by and by, this monster received nourishment for its body at 800 several places, for to that number, or thereabouts, did the crowns on all the 8 horns amount. Besides, it had a natural power to contract or draw in these horns into its head, as a snail does, and extend them again at pleasure. But when it was dead, they all stood out at their full length, some of them being 8 or 10 foot long, and the 2 longest, which were of equal size, and length 11 foot. Between these 2 smooth longest horns, and in the middle of all the rest, grew up from the great head the little or smaller head, at about 3 or 4 foot distance. This was a shape much like the head of a hawk, looking upward, and had a strange mouth and 2 tongues in it, and here too, no doubt, did it take in much of its nourishment. The body itself, besides the horns, was about 8 or 9 foot long. It was altogether smooth, without scales, fins, or legs, and all over of a flesh colour, and only a large fleshy skin, like a mantle, which was fast to the back, but hung down loose on both sides with a fringe round at bottom, and this was of bright red on the outside, and perfect white within. This mantle was generally supposed to be its chief support in swimming, for it had not one bone in or about, nor any tail, but towards the lower end it grew sharp like a wedge. In brief, everything in the said monster was wonderful. The liver being taken out is credibly reported to have weighed 30 pounds. For experiment, the people boiled some of the flesh, but the longer it boiled, the harder it became. It gave a very good scent as it boiled, and seemed fat, but in boiling the fat hardened, and no creature, though several at divers times were tried, would eat a bit of it, or so much as taste of it. A true draught of this rare animal, together with one of its heads and 2 of its horns, was carried to Dublin on the 16th of December last, and presented to several persons of honour, since which time there is leave granted by authority for the public showing thereof, both in Dublin and other places. We might now divert the reader a little, and tell him that some zealots, hearing of a strange creature with several heads, 10 horns, and more than triple crowns, took it for the apocalypse beast, and fancied the Pope was landed in person. But non bonum est ludere cum sancta. We dare not profane a text for a jest, nor play the fool with thunderbolts, and hope none will be so impertinently vain as to place every strange production of nature to be account of prodigies, since if we consider how large a share the sea makes of this inferior globe, and that nature is ever active and wonderfully fruitful, we may not irrationally conclude, or at least suspect, the ocean to be inhabited with many several species of creatures, as the earth, and that the vast wilderness of waters contains as many monsters, and altogether as strange ones, as any in the deserts of Africa. Finis. End of A True and Perfect Account of the Miraculous Sea Monster, or Wonderful Fish, lately taken in Ireland, bigger than an ox, yet without legs, bones, fins, or scales, with 2 heads, and 10 horns, of 10 or 11 foot long, on 8 of which horns there grew great knobs about the bigness of a cloak button, in shape like crowns or coronets, to the number of 100 on each horn, which were all open and had rows of teeth within them, together with the manner of how it first appeared and was taken at a place called Dingle Ichaf, faithfully communicated by an eye-witness. Read by Timothy Ferguson.
The Pause. From Preparation for a Christian Life, by Soren Kierkegaard. Published in 1850. Translated by Lee Hollander in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pause. Come hither unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I shall give you rest. Pause now. But what is there to give pause? That which in the same instant makes all undergo an absolute change, so that, instead of seeing an immense throng of them that labor and are heavy laden following the invitation, you will in the end behold the very opposite, that is, an immense throng of men who flee back shudderingly, scrambling to get away, trampling all down before them, so that if one were to infer the sense of what had been said from the result it produced, one would have to infer that the words had been procul, o procul, este profani, rather than come hither. That gives pause, which is infinitely more important and infinitely more decisive. The person of him who invites. Not in the sense that he is not the man to do what he has said, or not God, to keep what he has promised. No, in a very different sense. Pause is given by the fact that he who invites is, and insists on being, the definite historic person he was 1800 years ago, and that he, as this definite person, and living under the conditions then obtaining, spoke these words of invitation. He is not, and does not wish to be, one about whom one may simply know something from history. For example, world history, history proper, as against sacred history. For from history one cannot learn anything about him. The simple reason being that nothing can be known about him. He does not wish to be judged in a human way from the results of his life. That is, he is, and wishes to be, a rock of offence and the object of faith. To judge him after the consequences of his life is a blasphemy, for being God, his life and the very fact that he was then living and really did live is infinitely more important than all the consequences of it in history. A. Who spoke these words of invitation? He that invites. Who is he? Jesus Christ. Which Jesus Christ? He that sits in glory on the right side of his Father? No. From his seat of glory he spoke not a single word. Therefore it is Jesus Christ, in his lowliness, and in the condition of lowliness, who spoke these words. Is then Jesus Christ not the same? Yes, verily, he is today, and was yesterday, and 1800 years ago, the same who abased himself, assuming the form of a servant, the Jesus Christ who spake these words of invitation. It is also he who hath said that he would return again in glory. In his return in glory he is, again, the same Jesus Christ, but this has not yet come to pass. Is he then not in glory now? Assuredly, that the Christian believes. But it was in his lowly condition that he spoke these words. He did not speak them from his glory. And about his return in glory nothing can be known. For this can, in the strictest sense, be a matter of belief only. But a believer one cannot become except by having gone to him in his lowly condition, to him, the rock of offence and the object of faith. In other shape he does not exist, for only thus did he exist. That he will return in glory is indeed expected, but can be expected and believed only by him who believes, and has believed, in him as he was here on earth. Jesus Christ is, then, the same, Yet lived he 1800 years ago in debasement, and is transfigured only at his return. As yet he has not returned. Therefore he is still the one in lowly guise about whom we believe that he will return in glory. Whatever is said and taught, every word he spoke, becomes eo ipso untrue if we give it the appearance of having been spoken by Christ in his glory. Nay, he is silent. It is the lowly Christ who speaks. The space of time between, for example, between his debasement and his return in glory, which is at present about 1800 years, and will possibly become many times 1800, this space of time, or else what this space of time tries to make of Christ, the worldly information about him furnished by world history or church history as to who Christ was, as to who it was who really spoke these words, all this does not concern us, is neither here nor there, but only serves to corrupt our conception of him, and thereby renders untrue these words of invitation. It is untruthful of me to impute to a person words which he never used, but it is likewise untruthful, and the words he used likewise become untruthful, or it becomes untrue that he used them, if I assign to him a nature essentially unlike the one he had when he did use them. Essentially unlike, for an untruth concerning this or the other trifling circumstance will not make it untrue that he said them. And therefore, if it please God to walk on earth in such strict incognito as only one all-powerful can assume, in guise impenetrable to all men, if it please him, and why he does it, for what purpose, that he knows best himself, but whatever the reason and the purpose, it is certain that the incognito is of essential significance. I say, if it please God to walk on earth in the guise of a servant, and, to judge from his appearance, exactly like any other man, if it please him to teach in this guise, if now any one repeats his very words, but gives the saying the appearance that it was God that spoke these words, then it is untruthful, for it is untrue that he spoke these words. B. Can one from history learn to know anything about Christ? No. And why not? Because one cannot know anything at all about Christ, for he is the paradox, the object of faith, and exists only for faith. But all historic information is communication of knowledge. Therefore one cannot learn anything about Christ from history. For whether now one learn little or much about him, it will not represent what he was in reality. Hence one learns something else about him than what is strictly true, and therefore learns nothing about him, or gets to know something wrong about him. That is, one is deceived. History makes Christ look different from what he looked in truth, and thus one learns much from history about Christ? No, not about Christ, because about him nothing can be known. He can only be believed. C. Can one prove from history that Christ was God? Let me first ask another question. Is any more absurd contradiction thinkable than wishing to prove, no matter for the present, whether one wishes to do so from history, or from whatever else in the wide world one wishes to prove it, that a certain person is God? To maintain that a certain person is God, that is, professes to be God, is indeed a stumbling block in the purest sense. But what is the nature of a stumbling block? It is an assertion which is at variance with all human reason. Now think of proving that. But to prove something is to render it reasonable and real. Is it possible then to render reasonable and real what is at variance with all reason? Scarcely, unless one wishes to contradict oneself. One can prove only that it is at variance with all reason. The proofs for the divinity of Christ given in Scripture, such as the miracles and his resurrection from the grave, exist, too, only for faith. That is, they are no proofs, for they are not meant to prove that all this agrees with reason, but, on the contrary, are meant to prove that it is at variance with reason, and therefore a matter of faith. First, then, let us take up the proofs from history. Is it not 1800 years ago now that Christ lived? Is not his name proclaimed and reverenced throughout the world? Has not his teaching, Christianity, changed the aspect of the world, having victoriously affected all affairs? Has then history not sufficiently, or more than sufficiently, made good its claim as to who he was, and that he was God? No, indeed. History has by no means sufficiently, or more than sufficiently, made good its claim, and in fact history cannot accomplish this in all eternity. However, as to the first part of this statement, it is true enough that his name is proclaimed throughout the world. As to whether it is reverenced, that I do not presume to decide. Also, it is true enough that Christianity has transformed the aspect of the world, having victoriously affected all affairs, so victoriously indeed that everybody now claims to be a Christian. But what does this prove? It proves at most that Jesus Christ was a great man, the greatest, perhaps, who ever lived. But that he was God? Stop now. That conclusion shall with God's help fall to the ground. Now, if one intends to introduce this conclusion by assuming that Jesus Christ was a man, and then considers the 1800 years of history, namely, the consequences of his life, one may indeed conclude with a constantly rising superlative, he was great, greater, the greatest, extraordinarily and astonishingly the greatest man who ever lived. If one begins, on the other hand, with the assumption of faith that he was God, one has by so doing stricken out and cancelled the 1800 years as not making the slightest difference one way or the other. Because the certainty of faith is on an infinitely higher plane, and one course or the other one must take. But we shall arrive at sensible conclusions only if we take the latter. If one takes the former course, one will find it impossible, unless by committing the logical error of passing over into a different category. One will find it impossible in the conclusion suddenly to arrive at the new category God. That is, one cannot make the consequence or consequences of a man's life suddenly prove at a certain point in the argument that this man was God. If such a procedure were correct, one ought to be able to answer satisfactorily a question like this. What must the consequence be? How great the effects? How many centuries must elapse in order to infer from the consequences of a man's life, for such was the assumption, that he was God? Or whether it is really the case that in the year 300 Christ had not yet been entirely proved to be God, though certainly the most extraordinarily, astonishingly greatest man who had ever lived, but that a few more centuries would be necessary to prove that he was God. In that case, we would be obliged to infer that people in the 4th century did not look upon Christ as God, and still less they who lived in the 1st century, whereas the certainty that he was God would grow with every century. Also, that in our century this certainty would be greater than it had ever been, a certainty in comparison with which the 1st centuries hardly so much as glimpsed his divinity. You may answer this question or not. It does not matter. In general, is it at all possible by the consideration of the gradually unfolding consequences of something to arrive at a conclusion different in quality from what we started with? Is it not sheer insanity, providing man is sane, to let one's judgment become so altogether confused as to land in the wrong category? And if one begins with such a mistake, then how will one be able at any subsequent point to infer from the consequences of something that one has to deal with an altogether different, in fact infinitely different category? A footprint certainly is the consequence of some creature having made it. Now I may mistake the track for that of, let us say, a bird, whereas by nearer inspection, and by following it for some distance, I may make sure that it was made by some other animal. Very good, but there was no infinite difference in quality between my first assumption and my latter conclusion. But can I, on further consideration, and following the track still further, arrive at the conclusion, therefore it was a spirit that leaves no tracks? Precisely the same holds true of the argument that from the consequences of a human life, for that was the assumption, we may infer that therefore it was God. Is God, then, so like man? Is there so little difference between the two that, while in possession of my right senses, I may begin with the assumption that Christ was human? And for that matter, has not Christ himself affirmed that he was God? On the other hand, if God and man resemble each other so closely, and are related to each other in such a degree, that is, essentially belong to the same category of beings, then the conclusion, therefore he was God, is nevertheless just humbug, because if that is all there is to being God, then God does not exist at all. But if God does exist, and therefore belongs to a category infinitely different from man, why, then neither I nor any one else can start with the assumption that Christ was human, and end with the conclusion that therefore he was God. Any one with a bit of logical sense will easily recognize that the whole question about the consequences of Christ's life on earth is incommensurable with the decision that he is God. In fact, this decision is to be made on an altogether different plane. Man must decide for himself whether he will believe Christ to be what he himself affirmed he was, that is, God, or whether he will not believe so. What has been said, mind you, providing one will take the time to understand it, is sufficient to make a logical mind stop drawing any inferences from the consequences of Christ's life, that therefore he was God. But faith, in its own right, protests against every attempt to approach Jesus Christ by the help of historical information about the consequences of his life. Faith contends that this whole attempt is blasphemous. Faith contends that the only proof left unimpaired by unbelief, when it did away with all the other proofs of the truth of Christianity, the proof which, indeed this is complicated business, I say, which unbelief invented in order to prove the truth of Christianity, the proof about which so excessively much ado has been made in Christendom, the proof of 1800 years, as to this, faith contends that it is blasphemy. With regard to a man, and it is true that the consequences of his life are more important than his life, if one then, in order to find out who Christ was, and in order to find out by some inference, considers the consequences of his life, why, then one changes him into a man by this very act, a man who, like other men, is to pass his examination in history, and history is in this case as mediocre an examiner as any half-baked teacher in Latin. But strange! By the help of history, that is, by considering the consequences of his life, one wishes to arrive at the conclusion that therefore he was God, and faith makes the exact opposite contention, that he who even begins with this syllogism is guilty of blasphemy. Nor does the blasphemy consist in assuming hypothetically that Christ was a man. No, the blasphemy consists in the thought which lies at the bottom of the whole business, the thought without which one would never start it, and of whose validity one is fully and firmly assured that it will hold also with regard to Christ, the thought that the consequences of his life are more important than his life, in other words, that he was a man. The hypothesis is, let us assume that Christ was a man, but at bottom of this hypothesis, which is not blasphemy as yet, there lies the assumption that, the consequences of a man's life being more important than his life, this will hold true also of Christ. Unless this is assumed, one must admit that one's whole argument is absurd, must admit it before beginning. So why begin at all? But once it is assumed, and the argument is started, we have the blasphemy. And the more one becomes absorbed in the consequences of Christ's life, with the aim of being able to make sure whether or no he was God, the more blasphemous is one's conduct. And it remains blasphemous, so long as this consideration is persisted in. Curious coincidence! One tries to make it appear that providing one but thoroughly considers the consequences of Christ's life, this, therefore, will surely be arrived at. And faith condemns the very beginning of this attempt as blasphemy, and hence the continuance in it as a worse blasphemy. History, says faith, has nothing to do with Christ. With regard to him we have only sacred history, which is different in kind from general history. Sacred history which tells of his life and career when in abasement, and tells also that he affirmed himself to be God. He is the paradox which history never will be able to digest or convert into a general syllogism. He is in his debasement the same as he is in his exaltation. But the 1800 years, or let it be 18,000 years, have nothing whatever to do with this. The brilliant consequences in the history of the world which are sufficient, almost, to convince even a professor of history that he was God, these brilliant consequences surely do not represent his return in glory. Forsooth, in that case it were imagined rather meanly. The same thing over again. Christ is thought to be a man whose return in glory can be, and can become nothing else than the consequences of his life in history. Whereas Christ's return in glory is something absolutely different, and a matter of faith. He abased himself and was swathed in rags. He will return in glory. But the brilliant consequences in history, especially when examined a little more closely, are too shabby a glory, at any rate a glory of altogether incongruous nature, of which faith therefore never speaks, when speaking about his glory. History is a very respectable science indeed, only it must not become so conceited as to take upon itself what the Father will do, and clothe Christ in his glory, dressing him up with the brilliant garments of the consequences of his life, as if that constituted his return. That he was God in his debasement, and that he will return in glory, all this is far beyond the comprehension of history, nor can all this be got from history, excepting by an incomparable lack of logic, and however incomparable one's view of history may be otherwise. How strange, then, that one ever wished to use history in order to prove Christ divine. End of The Pause, from Preparation for a Christian Life, by Søren Kierkegaard, published in 1850. The Pause, Part 2, from Preparation for a Christian Life, by Søren Kierkegaard, published in 1850, translated by Lee M. Hollander in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. D. Are the consequences of Christ's life more important than his life? No, by no means, but rather the opposite, for else Christ were but a man. There is really nothing remarkable in a man having lived. There have certainly lived millions upon millions of men. If the fact is remarkable, there must have been something remarkable in a man's life. In other words, there is nothing remarkable in his having lived, but his life was remarkable for this or that. The remarkable thing may, among other matters, also be what he accomplished, that is, the consequences of his life. But that God lived here on earth in human form, that is infinitely remarkable. No matter if his life had had no consequences at all, it remains equally remarkable, infinitely more remarkable than all possible consequences. Just try to introduce that which is remarkable as something secondary, and you will straightway see the absurdity in doing so. Now, if you please, whatever remarkable is there in God's life having had remarkable consequences? To speak in this fashion is merely twaddle. No, that God lived here on earth, that is what is infinitely remarkable, that which is remarkable in itself. Assuming that Christ's life had had no consequences whatsoever, if any one then undertook to say that therefore his life was not remarkable, it would be blasphemy, for it would be remarkable all the same. And if a secondary remarkable characteristic had to be introduced, it would consist in the remarkable fact that his life had no consequences. But if one should say that Christ's life was remarkable because of its consequences, then this again were a blasphemy, for it is his life which in itself is the remarkable thing. There is nothing very remarkable in a man's having lived, but it is infinitely remarkable that God has lived. God alone can lay so much emphasis on himself that the fact of his having lived becomes infinitely more important than all the consequences which may flow therefrom, and which then become a matter of history. E. A comparison between Christ and a man who in his life endured the same treatment by his times as Christ endured. Let us imagine a man, one of the exalted spirits, one who was wronged by his times, but whom history later reinstated in his rights, by proving by the consequences of his life who he was. I do not deny, by the way, that all this business of proving from the consequences is a course well suited to a world which ever wishes to be deceived. For he who was contemporary with him and did not understand who he was, he really only imagines that he understands when he has got to know it by help of the consequences of the noble one's life. Still, I do not wish to insist on this point, for with regard to a man it certainly holds true that the consequences of his life are more important than the fact of his having lived. Let us imagine one of those exalted spirits. He lives among his contemporaries without being understood. His significance is not recognized. He is misunderstood, and then mocked, persecuted, and finally put to death like a common evildoer. But the consequences of his life make it plain who he was. History, which keeps a record of those consequences, reinstates him in his rightful position, and now he is named in one century after another as the great and the noble spirit, and the circumstances of his debasement are almost entirely forgotten. It was blindness on the part of his contemporaries which prevented them from comprehending his true nature, and wickedness which made them mock him and deride him, and finally put him to death. But be no more concerned about this, for only after his death did he really become what he was, through the consequences of his life, which after all are by far more important than his life. Now, is it not possible that the same holds true with regard to Christ? It was blindness and wickedness on the part of those times, but be no more concerned about this. History has now reinstated him. From history we know now who Jesus Christ was, and thus justice is done him. Ah, wicked thoughtlessness, which thus interprets sacred history like profane history, which makes Christ a man. But can one then learn anything from history about Jesus? No, nothing. Jesus Christ is the object of faith. One either believes in him or is offended by him. But to know means precisely that such knowledge does not pertain to him. History can therefore, to be sure, give one knowledge in abundance, but knowledge annihilates Jesus Christ. Again, ah, the impious thoughtlessness! For one to presume to say about Christ's abasement, let us be no more concerned about his abasement. Surely Christ's abasement was not something which merely happened to him, even if it was the sin of that generation to crucify him, was surely not something that simply happened to him, and perhaps would not have happened to him in better times. Christ himself wished to be abased and lowly. His abasement, that is, his walking on earth in humble guise, though being God, is therefore a condition of his own making, something he wished to be knotted together, a dialectic knot which no one shall presume to untie, and which no one will untie, for that matter, until he himself shall untie it when returning in his glory. His case is, therefore, not the same as that of a man who, through the injustice inflicted on him by his times, was not allowed to be himself or to be valued at his worth, while history revealed who he was. For Christ himself wished to be abased. It is precisely this condition which he desired. Therefore let history not trouble itself to do him justice, and let us not in impious thoughtlessness presumptuously imagine that we, as a matter of course, know who he was. For that no one knows, and he who believes it must become contemporaneous with him in his abasement. When God chooses to let himself be born in lowliness, when he who holds all possibilities in his hand assumes the form of a humble servant, when he fares about defenceless, letting people do with him what they list, he surely knows what he does and why he does it. For it is at all events he who has power over men, and not men who have power over him. So let not history be so impertinent as to wish to reveal who he was. Lastly, the blasphemy! If one should presume to say that the persecution which Christ suffered expresses something accidental. If a man is persecuted by his generation, it does not follow that he has the right to say that this would happen to him in every age. In so far there is reason in what posterity says about letting bygones be bygones. But it is different with Christ. It is not he who by letting himself be born, and by appearing in Palestine, is being examined by history, but it is he who examines. His life is the examination, not only of that generation, but of mankind. Woe unto the generation that would presumptuously dare to say, let bygones be bygones, and forget what he suffered, for history has now revealed who he was, and has done justice by him. If one assumes that history is really able to do this, then the abasement of Christ bears an accidental relation to him. That is to say, he thereby is made a man, an extraordinary man, to whom this happened through the wickedness of that generation, a fate which he was far from wishing to suffer, for he would gladly, as is human, have become a great man, whereas Christ voluntarily chose to be the lowly one, and, although it was his purpose to save the world, wished also to give expression to what the truth suffered then, and must suffer in every generation. But if this is his strongest desire, and if he will show himself in his glory only at his return, and if he has not returned as yet, and if no generation may be without repentance, but on the contrary, every generation must consider itself a partner in the guilt of that generation, then woe to him who presumes to deprive him of his lowliness, or to cause what he suffered to be forgotten, and to clothe him in the fabled human glory of the historic consequences of his life, which is neither here nor there. F. The misfortune of Christendom. But precisely this is the misfortune, and has been the misfortune, in Christendom, that Christ is neither the one nor the other, neither the one he was when living on earth, nor he who will return in glory, but rather one about whom we have learned to know something in an inadmissible way from history, that he was somebody or other of great account. In an inadmissible and unlawful way we have learned to know him, whereas to believe in him is the only permissible mode of approach. Men have mutually confirmed one another in the opinion that the sum total of information about him is available, if they but consider the result of his life and the following 1800 years, namely, the consequences. Gradually, as this became accepted as the truth, all pith and strength was distilled out of Christianity. The paradox was relaxed. One became a Christian without noticing it, without noticing in the least the possibility of being offended by him. One took over Christ's teachings, turned them inside out, and smoothed them down, he himself guaranteeing them, of course, the man whose life had had such immense consequences in history. All became plain as day, very naturally, since Christianity in this fashion became heathendom. There is in Christendom an incessant twaddling on Sundays about the glorious and invaluable truths of Christianity, its mild consolation. But it is indeed evident that Christ lived 1800 years ago, for the rock of offence and object of faith has become a most charming fairy story character, a kind of a divine good old man. People have not the remotest idea of what it means to be offended by him, and still less what it means to worship. The qualities for which Christ is magnified are precisely those which would have most enraged one, if one had been contemporaneous with him, whereas now one feels altogether secure, placing implicit confidence in the result, and relying altogether on the verdict of history that he was the great man, concludes therefore that it is correct to do so. That is to say, it is the correct and the noble and the exalted and the true thing, if it is he who does it. Which is to say again that one does not in any deeper sense take the pains to understand what it is he does, and that one tries even less, to the best of one's ability and with the help of God, to be like him in acting rightly and nobly, and in an exalted manner and truthfully. For, not really fathoming it in any deeper sense, one may, in the exigency of a contemporaneous situation, judge him in exactly the opposite way. One is satisfied with admiring and extolling, and is, perhaps, as was said of a translator who rendered his original word for word, and therefore without making sense, too conscientious. One is, perhaps, also too cowardly and too weak to wish to understand his real meaning. Christendom has done away with Christianity without being aware of it. Therefore, if anything is to be done about it, the attempt must be made to reintroduce Christianity. End of The Pause, Part 2, by Søren Kierkegaard, from Preparation for a Christian Life, translated by Lee M. Hollander.
The Poetic Principle by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Kibbe. In speaking of the poetic principle, I have no design to be either thorough or profound. While discussing very much at random the essentiality of what we call poetry, my principal purpose will be to cite for consideration some few of those minor English or American poems which best suit my own taste, or which, upon my own fancy, have left the most definite impression. By minor poems, I mean of course poems of little length, and here, in the beginning, permit me to say a few words in regard to a somewhat peculiar principle, which, whether rightfully or wrongfully, has always had its influence in my own critical estimate of the poem. I hold that a long poem does not exist. I maintain that the phrase, a long poem, is simply a flat contradiction in terms. I need scarcely observe that a poem deserves its title only inasmuch as it excites by elevating the soul. The value of the poem is in the ratio of this elevating excitement. But all excitements are, through a cycle necessity, transient. That degree of excitement which would entitle a poem to be so called at all cannot be sustained throughout a composition of any great length. After the lapse of half an hour at the very utmost, it flags, fails, a revulsion ensues, and then the poem is, in effect and in fact, no longer such. There are no doubt many who have found difficulty in reconciling the critical dictum that the Paradise Lost is to be devoutly admired throughout, with the absolute impossibility of maintaining for it, during perusal, the amount of enthusiasm which that critical dictum would demand. This great work, in fact, is to be regarded as poetical only when, losing sight of that vital requisite in all works of art, unity, we view it merely as a series of minor poems. If, to preserve its unity, its totality of effect or impression, we read it, as would be necessary, at a single sitting, the result is but a constant alternation of excitement and depression. After a passage of what we feel to be true poetry, there follows, inevitably, a passage of platitude which no critical prejudgment can force us to admire. But if, upon completing the work, we read it again, omitting the first book, that is to say, commencing with the second, we shall be surprised at now finding that admirable which we before condemned, that damnable which we had previously so much admired. It follows from all this that the ultimate, aggregate, or absolute effect of even the best epic under the sun is a nullity, and this is precisely the fact. In regard to the Iliad, we have, if not positive proof, at least very good reason for believing it intended as a series of lyrics. But granting the epic intention, I can say only that the work is based in an imperfect sense of art. The modern epic is of the supposititious ancient model, but an inconsiderate and blindfold imitation. But the day of these artistic anomalies is over. If, at any time, any very long poem were popular in reality, which I doubt, it is at least clear that no very long poem will ever be popular again. That the extent of a poetical work is, ceteris paribus, the measure of its merit, seems undoubtedly, when we thus state it, a proposition sufficiently absurd. Yet we are indebted for it to the quarterly reviews. Surely there can be nothing a mere size, abstractly considered, there can be nothing a mere bulk, so far as the volume is concerned, which has so continuously elicited admiration from these saturnine pamphlets. A mountain, to be sure, but the mere sentiment of physical magnitude which it conveys does impress us with a sense of the sublime, but no man is impressed after this fashion by the material grandeur of even the Columbiad. Even the quarterlies have not instructed us to be so impressed by it. As yet they have not insisted on our estimating Lamar, time by the cubic foot, or Pollock by the pound, but what else are we to infer from their continual plating about sustained effort? If, by sustained effort, any little gentleman has accomplished an epic, let us frankly commend him for the effort, if this indeed be a thing commendable, but let us forbear praising the epic on the effort's account. It is to be hoped that common sense, in the time to come, will prefer deciding upon a work of art rather by the impression it makes, by the effect it produces, than by the time it took to impress the effect, or by the amount of sustained effort which had been found necessary in effecting the impression. The fact is, that perseverance is one thing, and genius quite another, nor can all the quarterlies in Christendom confound them. By and by, this proposition, with many which I have been just urging, will be received as self-evident. In the meantime, by being generally condemned as falsities, they will not be essentially damaged as truths. On the other hand, it is clear that a poem may be improperly brief. Undue brevity degenerates into mere epigrammatism. A very short poem, while now and then producing a brilliant or vivid, never produces a profound or enduring effect. There must be the steady pressing down of the stamp upon the wax. De Béranger has wrought innumerable things, pungent and spirit-stirring, but in general they have been too imponderous to stamp themselves deeply into the public attention, and thus, as so many feathers of fancy, have been blown aloft only to be whistled down the wind. A remarkable instance of the effect of undue brevity in depressing a poem, in keeping it out of the popular view, is afforded by the following exquisite little serenade. I arise from dreams of thee, in the first sweet sleep of night, when the winds are breathing low and the stars are shining bright. I arise from dreams of thee, and a spirit in my feet has led me, who knows how, to thy chamber window sweet. The wandering airs they faint on the dark, the silent stream, the champak odors fail like sweet thoughts in a dream. The nightingale's complaint, it dies upon her heart, as I must die on shine, oh, beloved as thou art. Oh, lift me from the grass, I die, I faint, I fail. Let thy love and kisses rain on my lips and eyelids pale. My cheek is cold and white, alas, my heart beats loud and fast. Oh, press it close to shine again, where it will break at last. Very few perhaps are familiar with these lines, yet no less a poet than Shelley is their author. Their warm yet delicate and ethereal imagination will be appreciated by all, but by none so thoroughly as by him who has himself arisen from sweet dreams of one beloved to bathe in the aromatic air of a southern midsummer night. One of the finest poems by Willis, the very best in my opinion which he has ever written, has no doubt through this same defect of undue brevity been kept back from its proper position, not less in the shadows lay along Broadway, 'twas near the twilight tide, and slowly there a lady fair was walking in her pride. Alone walked she, but viewlessly walked spirits at her side. Peace charmed the street beneath her feet, and honor charmed the air, and all astir looked kind on her, and called her good as fair, for all God ever gave to her she kept with chary care. She kept with care her beauties rare from lovers warm and true, for heart was cold to all but gold, and the rich came not to one, but honored well her charms to sell, if priests the selling do. Now walking there was one more fair, a slight girl, lily pale, and she had unseen company to make the spirit quail. Twixt want and scorn she walked forlorn, and nothing could avail. No mercy now can clear her brow from this world's peace to pray, for as love's wild prayer dissolved in air, her woman's heart gave way. But the sin forgiven by Christ in heaven, by man is cursed alway. In this composition we find it difficult to recognize the Willis who has written so many mere verses of society. The lines are not only richly ideal, but full of energy, while they breathe an earnestness, an evident sincerity of sentiment, for which we look in vain throughout all the other works of this author. While the epic mania, while the idea that to merit in poetry prolixity is indispensable, has for some years past been gradually dying out of the public mind, by mere dint of its own absurdity we find it succeeded by a heresy too palpably false to be long tolerated, but one which, in the brief period it has already endured, may be said to have accomplished more in the corruption of our poetical literature than all its other enemies combined. I allude to the heresy of the didactic. It has been assumed tacitly and avowedly, directly and indirectly, that the ultimate object of all poetry is truth. Every poem, it is said, should inculcate a morals, and by this moral is the poetical merit of the work to be adjudged. We Americans especially have patronized this happy idea, and we Bostonians very especially have developed it in full. We have taken it into our heads that to write a poem simply for the poem's sake, and to acknowledge such to have been our design, would be to confess ourselves radically wanting in the true poetic dignity and force. But the simple fact is, that would we but permit ourselves to look into our own souls, we should immediately there discover that under the sun there neither exists nor can exist any work more thoroughly dignified, more supremely noble, than this very poem, this poem per se, this poem which is a poem and nothing more, this poem written solely for the poem's sake. With as deep a reverence for the true as ever inspired by the bosom of man, I would nevertheless limit, in some measure, its modes of inculcation. I would limit to enforce them. I would not enfeeble them by dissipation. The demands of truth are severe. She has no sympathy with the myrtles. All that, which is so indispensable in song, is precisely all that with which she has nothing whatever to do. It is but making her a flaunting paradox to wreathe her in gems and flowers. In enforcing a truth, we need severity rather than efflorescence of language. We must be simple, precise, terse. We must be cool, calm, unimpassioned. In a word, we must be in that mood which, as nearly as possible, is the exact converse of the poetical. He must be blind indeed who does not perceive the radical and chasmal difference between the truthful and the poetical modes of inculcation. He must be theory-mad beyond redemption who, in spite of these differences, shall still persist in attempting to reconcile the obstinate oils and waters of poetry and truth. Dividing the world of mind into its three most immediately obvious distinctions, we have the pure intellect, taste, and the moral sense. I place taste in the middle because it is just this position which in the mind it occupies. It holds intimate relations with either extreme, but from the moral sense is separated by so faint a difference that Aristotle has not hesitated to place some of its operations among the virtues themselves. Nevertheless, we find the offices of the trio marked with a sufficient distinction. Just as the intellect concerns itself with truth, so taste informs us of the beautiful, while the moral sense is regardful of duty. Of this latter, while conscience teaches the obligation, and reason the expediency, taste contents herself with displaying the charms. Waging war upon vice solely on the ground of her deformity, her disproportion, her animosity to the fitting, to the appropriate, to the harmonious, in a word, to beauty. An immortal instinct deep within the spirit of man is thus plainly a sense of the beautiful. This it is which administers to his delight in the manifold forms and sounds and odors and sentiments amid which he exists. And just as the lily is repeated in the lake, or the eyes of Amaryllis in the mirror, so is the mere oral or written repetition of these forms and sounds and colors and odors and sentiments a duplicate source of the light. But this mere repetition is not poetry. He who shall simply sing, with however glowing enthusiasm, or with however vivid a truth of description, of the sights and sounds and odors and colors and sentiments which greet him in common with all mankind, he, I say, has yet failed to prove his divine title. There is still a something in the distance which he has been unable to attain. We have still a thirst unquenchable to allay which he has not shown us the crystal springs. This thirst belongs to the immortality of man. It is at once a consequence and an indication of his perennial existence. It is the desire of the moth for the star. It is no mere appreciation of the beauty before us, but a wild effort to reach the beauty above. Inspired by an ecstatic prescience of the glories beyond the grave, we struggle by multiform combinations among the things and thoughts of time to attain a portion of that loveliness whose very elements perhaps appertain to eternity alone. And thus, when by poetry, or when by music, the most entrancing of the poetic moods, we find ourselves melted into tears, we weep then, not as the abbot Gravina supposes, through excess of pleasure, but through a certain petulant, impatient sorrow at our inability to grasp now, wholly, here on earth, at once and forever, those divine and rapturous joys of which through the poem, or through the music, we attain to but brief and indeterminate glimpses. The struggle to apprehend the supernal loveliness, this struggle on the part of souls fittingly constituted, has given to the world all that which it, the world, has ever been enabled at once to understand and to feel as poetic. The poetic sentiment, of course, may develop itself in various modes, in painting, in sculpture, in architecture, in the dance, very especially in music, and very peculiarly, and with a wide field, in the composition of the landscape garden. Our present theme, however, has regard only to its manifestation in words, and here let me speak briefly on the topic of rhythm, contenting myself with the certainty that music in its various modes of meter, rhythm, and rhyme is of so vast a moment in poetry as never to be wisely rejected, is so vitally important an adjunct, that he is simply silly who declines its assistance. I will not now pause to maintain its absolute essentiality. It is in music, perhaps, that the soul most nearly attains the great end for which, when inspired by the poetic sentiment, it struggles, the creation of supernal beauty. It may be, indeed, that here the sublime end is now and then attained in fact. We are often made to feel, with a shivering delight, that from an earthly harp are stricken notes which cannot have been unfamiliar to the angels, and thus there can be little doubt that in the union of poetry with music in its popular sense, we shall find the widest field for the poetic development. The old bards and men-singers had advantages which we do not possess, and Thomas Moore, singing his own songs, was in the most legitimate manner perfecting them as poems. To recapitulate, then, I would define in brief the poetry of words as the rhythmical creation of beauty. Its sole arbiter is taste. With the intellect or with the conscience, it has only collateral relations. Unless incidentally, it has no concern whatever either with duty or with truth. A few words, however, in explanation. That pleasure which is at once the most pure, the most elevating, and the most intense, is derived, I maintain, from the contemplation of the beautiful. In the contemplation of beauty, we alone find it possible to attain that pleasurable elevation or excitement of the soul, which we recognize as the poetic sentiment, and which is so easily distinguished from truth, which is the satisfaction of the reason, or from passion, which is the excitement of the heart. I make beauty, therefore, using the word as inclusive of the sublime, I make beauty the province of the poem, simply because it is an obvious rule of art that effects should be made to spring as directly as possible from their causes. No one as yet having been weak enough to deny that the peculiar elevation in question is at least most readily attainable in the poem. It by no means follows, however, that the incitements of passion or the precepts of duty, or even the lessons of truth, may not be introduced into a poem, and with advantage, for they may subserve incidentally in various ways the general purposes of the work, but the true artist will always contrive to tone them down in proper subjection to that beauty which is the atmosphere and the real essence of the poem. I cannot better introduce the few poems which I shall present for your consideration than by the citation of the proem to Longfellow's Waif. The day is done, and the darkness falls from the wings of night, as a feather is wafted downward from an eagle in his flight. I see the lights of the village gleam through the rain and the mist, and a feeling of sadness comes o'er me that my soul cannot resist. A feeling of sadness and longing that is not akin to pain, and resembles sorrow only as the mist resembles the rain. Come, read to me some poem, some simple and heartfelt lay, that shall soothe this restless feeling, and banish the thoughts of day. Not from the grand old masters, not from the bards sublime, whose distant footsteps echo through the corridors of time. For, like strains of martial music, their mighty thoughts suggest life's endless toil and endeavor, and tonight I long for rest. Read from some humbler poet, whose songs gushed from his heart, as showers from the clouds of summer, or tears from the eyelids start. Who through long days of labor, and nights devoid of ease, still heard in his soul the music of wonderful melodies. Such songs have power to quiet the restless pulse of care, and come like the benediction that follows after prayer. Then read from the treasured volume the poem of thy choice, and lend to the rhyme of the poet the beauty of thy voice. And the night shall be filled with music, and the cares that infest the day shall fold their tents like the Arabs, and as silently steal away. With no great range of imagination, these lines have been justly admired for their delicacy of expression. Some of the images are very effective. Nothing can be better than the bards sublime, whose distant footsteps echo down the corridors of time. The idea of the last quatrain is also very effective. The poem on the whole, however, is chiefly to be admired for the graceful insouciance of its metre, so well in accordance with the character of the sentiments, and especially for the ease of the general manner. This ease, or naturalness in a literary style, it has long been the fashion to regard as ease in appearance alone, as a point of really difficult attainment. But not so. A natural manner is difficult only to him who should never meddle with it. To the unnatural, it is but the result of writing with the understanding, or with the instinct, that the tone, in composition, should always be that which the mass of mankind would adopt, and must perpetually vary, of course, with the occasion. The author who, after the fashion of the North American Review, should be upon all occasions merely quiet, must necessarily upon many occasions be simply silly or stupid, and has no more right to be considered easy or natural than a Cockney exquisite, or than the Sleeping Beauty in the waxworks. Among the minor poems of Bryant, none has so much impressed me as the one which he entitles June. I quote only a portion of it. There, through the long, long summer hours, the golden light should lie, and thick young herbs and groups of flowers stand in their beauty by. The oriole should build and tell his love-tale close beside my cell. The idle butterfly should rest him there, and there be heard the housewife bee and humming-bird. And what if cheerful shouts at noon come from the village scent, or songs of maids beneath the moon with fairy laughter blent? And what if in the evening light betrothed lovers walk in sight of my low monument? I would the lovely scene around might know no sadder sight nor sound. I know I should not see the season's glorious show, nor would its brightness shine for me, nor its wild music flow. But if around my place of sleep the friends I love should come to weep, they might not haste to go. Soft airs and song and the light and bloom should keep them lingering by my tomb. These to their softened hearts should bear the thoughts of what has been, and speak of one who cannot share the gladness of the scene, whose part in all the pomp that fills the circuit of the summer hills is that his grave is green, and deeply would their hearts rejoice to hear again his living voice. The rhythmical flow here is even voluptuous. Nothing could be more melodious. The poem has always affected me in a remarkable manner. The intense melancholy which seems to well up, perforce, to the surface of all the poet's cheerful sayings about his grave, we find thrilling us to the soul, while there is the truest poetic elevation in the thrill. The impression left is one of a pleasurable sadness, and if, in the remaining compositions which I shall introduce to you, there be more or less of a similar tone always apparent, let me remind you that, how or why we know not, this certain taint of sadness is inseparably connected with all the higher manifestations of true beauty. It is, nevertheless, a feeling of sadness and longing that is not akin to pain, and resembles sorrow only as the mist resembles the rain. The taint of which I speak is clearly perceptible even in a poem so full of brilliancy and spirit as The Health of Edward Coate Pinkney. I fill this cup to one made up of loveliness alone, a woman of her gentle sex the seeming paragon, to whom the better elements and kindly stars have given a form so fair that, like the air, 'tis less of earth than heaven. Her every tone is music's own, like those of morning birds, and something more than melody dwells ever in her words. The coinage of her heart are they, and from her lips each flows, as one may see the burdened bee forth issue from the rose. Affections are as thoughts to her, the measures of her hours. Her feelings have the flagrancy, the freshness of young flowers. And lovely passions, changing oft, so fill her she appears, the image of themselves by turns, the idol of past years. Of her bright face one glance will trace a picture on the brain, and of her voice in echoing hearts a sound must long remain. But memory, such as mine of her, so very much endears, when death is nigh my latest sigh will not be life's, but hers. I filled this cup to one made up of loveliness alone, a woman of her gentle sex the seeming paragon. Her health, and would on earth there stood some more of such a frame that life might be all poetry, and weariness a name. It was the misfortune of Mr. Pinckney to have been born too far south. Had he been a New Englander, it is probable that he would have been ranked as the first of American lyrists by that magnanimous cabal which has so long controlled the destinies of American letters, in conducting the thing called the North American Review. The poem just cited is especially beautiful, but the poetic elevation which it induces we must refer chiefly to our sympathy in the poet's enthusiasm. We pardon his hyperboles for the evident earnestness with which they are uttered. It was by no means my design, however, to expatiate upon the merits of what I should read you. These will necessarily speak for themselves. Boccalini, in his Advertisements from Parnassus, tells us that Zoilus once presented Apollo a very caustic criticism upon a very admirable book, whereupon the god asked him for the beauties of the work. He replied that he only busied himself about the errors. On hearing this, Apollo, handing him a sack of unwinnowed wheat, bade him peck out all the chaff for his reward. Now this fable answers very well as a hit at the critics, but I am by no means sure that the god was in the right. I am by no means certain that the true limits of the critical duty are not grossly misunderstood. Excellence, in a poem especially, may be considered in the light of an axiom, which need only be properly put to become self-evident. It is not excellence, if it require to be demonstrated as such, and thus to point out too particularly the merits of a work of art is to admit that they are not merits altogether. Among the melodies of Thomas Moore is one whose distinguished character as a poem proper seems to have been singularly left out of view. I allude to his lines beginning, "Come, rest in this bosom." The intense energy of their expression is not surpassed by anything in Byron. There are two of the lines in which a sentiment is conveyed that embodies the all in all of the divine passion of love, a sentiment which, perhaps, has found its echo in more and in more passionate human hearts than any other single sentiment ever embodied in words. Come, rest in this bosom, my own stricken dear. Though the herd is fled from thee, thy home is still here. Here still is the smile that no cloud can o'ercast, and a heart and a hand all thy own to the last. Oh, what was love made for, if 'tis not the same, through joy and through torment, through glory and shame? I know not, I ask not, if guilt's in that heart. I but know that I love thee, whatever thou art. Thou hast called me thy angel in moments of bliss, and thy angel I'll be mid the horrors of this. Through the furnace unshrinking thy steps to pursue, and shield thee and save thee, or perish thereto. It has been the fashion of late days to deny Moore imagination while granting him fancy, a distinction originating with Coleridge, than whom no man more fully comprehended the great powers of Moore. The fact is that the fancy of this poet so far predominates over all his other faculties, and over the fancy of all other men, as to have induced, very naturally, the idea that he is fanciful only. But never was there a greater mistake. Never was a grosser wrong done the fame of a true poet. In the compass of the English language I can call to mind no poem more profoundly, more weirdly imaginative in the best sense than the lines commencing, "I would I were by that dim lake," which are the composition of Thomas Moore. I regret that I am unable to remember them. One of the noblest, and speaking of fancy, one of the most singularly fanciful of modern poets was Thomas Hood. His fair Inez had always for me an inexpressible charm. Oh, saw ye not the fair Inez? She's gone into the west, to dazzle when the sun is down, and rob the world of rest. She took our daylight with her, the smiles that we love best, with morning blushes on her cheek, and pearls upon her breast. Oh, turn again, fair Inez, before the fall of night, for fear the moon should shine alone, and stars unrivalled bright. And blest will the lover be that walks beneath their light, and breathes the love against thy cheek I dare not even write. Would I had been, fair Inez, that gallant cavalier, who rode so gaily by thy side, and whispered thee so near. Were there no bonny dames at home, or no true lovers here, that he should cross the seas to win that dearest of the dear? I saw thee, lovely Inez, descend along the shore, with bands of noble gentlemen and banners waved before, and gentle youth and maidens gay, and snowy plumes they wore. It would have been a beauteous dream, if it had been no more. Alas, alas, fair Inez, she went away with song, with music waiting on her steps, and shootings of the throng. But some were sad and felt no mirth, but only music's wrong, in sounds that sang farewell, farewell, to her you've loved so long. Farewell, farewell, fair Inez, that vessel never bore so fair a lady on its deck, nor danced so light before. Alas for pleasure on the sea, and sorrow on the shore, the smile that blessed one lover's heart has broken many more. The Haunted House, by the same author, is one of the truest poems ever written. One of the truest, one of the most unexceptionable, one of the most thoroughly artistic, both in its theme and in its execution. It is, moreover, powerfully ideal, imaginative. I regret that its length renders it unsuitable for the purposes of this lecture. In place of it, permit me to offer the universally appreciated Bridge of Sighs. One more unfortunate, weary of breath, rashly importunate, gone to her death. Take her up tenderly, lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair. Look at her garments clinging like cerements, whilst the wave constantly drips from her clothing. Take her up instantly, loving not loathing. Touch her not scornfully, think of her mournfully, gently and humanely. Not of the stains of her, all that remains of her now is pure womanly. Make no deep scrutiny into her mutiny, rash and undutiful. Past all dishonor, death has left on her only the beautiful. Where the lamps quiver, so far in the river, with many a light, from window and casement, from garret to basement, she stood with amazement, houseless by night. The bleak wind of March made her tremble and shiver, but not the dark arch or the black flowing river. Mad from life's history, glad to death's mystery, swift to be hurled, anywhere, anywhere out of the world. In she plunged boldly, no matter how coldly the rough river ran. Over the brink of it, picture it, think of it, dissolute man. Love in it, drink of it, then, if you can. Still, for all slips of hers, one of Eve's family, wipe those poor lips of hers, oozing so clammily. Loop up her tresses, escaped from the comb, her fair auburn tresses, whilst wonderment guesses where was her home. Who was her father? Who was her mother? Had she a sister? Had she a brother? Or was there a dearer one still, and a nearer one yet than all other? Alas, for the rarity of Christian charity under the sun! Oh, it was pitiful, near a whole cityful home she had none. Sisterly, brotherly, fatherly, motherly feelings had changed. Love, by harsh evidence, thrown from its eminence, even God's providence seeming estranged. Take her up tenderly, lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair. Ere her limbs frigidly, stiffen too rigidly, decently, kindly, smooth and compose them, and her eyes close them, staring so blindly. Dreadfully staring through muddy impurity, as when with the daring last look of despairing fixed on futurity. Perishing gloomily, spurred by contumely, cold inhumanity, burning insanity into her rest, cross her hands humbly, as if praying dumbly over her breast, owning her weakness, her evil behavior, and leaving with meekness her sins to her Saviour. The vigor of this poem is no less remarkable than its pathos. The versification, although carrying the fanciful to the very verge of the fantastic, is nevertheless admirably adapted to the wild insanity which is the thesis of the poem. Among the minor poems of Lord Byron is one which has never received from the critics the praise which it undoubtedly deserves. Though the day of my destiny's over, and the star of my fate bath declined, thy soft heart refused to discover the faults which so many could find. Though thy soul with my grief was acquainted, it shrunk not to share it with me, and the love which my spirit bath painted, it never bath found but in thee. Then, when nature around me is smiling, the last smile which answers to mine, I do not believe it beguiling, because it reminds me of shine. And when winds are at war with the ocean, as the breasts I believed in with me, if their billows excite an emotion, it is that they bear me from thee. Though the rock of my last hope is shivered, and its fragments are sunk in the wave, though I feel that my soul is delivered, to pain it shall not be its slave. There is many a pang to pursue me, they may crush, but they shall not contemn. They may torture, but shall not subdue me, 'tis of thee that I think, not of them. Though human, thou didst not deceive me, though woman, thou didst not forsake, though loved, thou forbear'st to grieve me, though slandered, thou never couldst shake. though trusted thou didst not disclaim me, though parted it was not to fly, though watchful 'twas not to defame me, nor mute that the world might belie. Yet I blame not the world nor despise it, nor the war of the many with one. If my soul was not fitted to prize it, 'twas folly not sooner to shun. And if dearly that error bath cost me, and more than I once could foresee, I have found that whatever it lost me, it could not deprive me of thee. From the wreck of the past which bath perished, thus much I at least may recall, it bath taught me that which I most cherished deserved to be dearest of all. In the desert a fountain is springing, in the wide waste there still is a tree, and a bird in the solitude singing, which speaks to my spirit of thee. Although the rhythm here is one of the most difficult, the versification could scarcely be improved. No nobler theme ever engaged the pen of the poet. It is the soul-elevating idea that no man can consider himself entitled to complain of fate, while in his adversity he still retains the unwavering love of woman. From Alfred Tennyson, although in perfect sincerity I regard him as the noblest poet that ever lived, I have left myself time to cite only a very brief specimen. I call him, and think him, the noblest of poets, not because the impressions he produces are at all times the most profound, not because the poetical excitement which he induces is at all times the most intense, but because it is at all times the most ethereal, in other words, the most elevating and most pure. No poet is so little of the earth, earthy. What I am about to read is from his last long poem, The Princess. Tears, idle tears, I know not what they mean. Tears from the depths of some defined despair rise in the heart and gather to the eyes, in looking on the happy autumn fields, and thinking of the days that are no more. Fresh as the first beam glittering on a sail, that brings our friends up from the underworld, sad as the last which reddens over one that sinks with all we love below the verge. So sad, so fresh the days that are no more. Ah, sad and strange as in dark summer dawns the earliest pipe of half-awakened birds to dying ears, when unto dying eyes the casement slowly grows a glimmering square. So sad, so strange, the days that are no more. Dear as remembered kisses after death, and sweet as those by hopeless fancy feigned on lips that are for others. Deep as love, deep as first love, and wild with all regret. O death in life, the days that are no more. Thus, although in a very cursory and imperfect manner, I have endeavored to convey to you my conception of the poetic principle. It has been my purpose to suggest that, while this principle itself is strictly and simply the human aspiration for supernal beauty, the manifestation of the principle is always found in an elevating excitement of the soul, quite independent of that passion which is the intoxication of the heart, or of that truth which is the satisfaction of the reason. For in regard to passion, alas, its tendency is to degrade rather than to elevate the soul. Love, on the contrary, love, the true, the divine Eros, the Uranian as distinguished from the Diona on Venus, is unquestionably the purest and truest of all poetical themes. And in regard to truth, if, to be sure, through the attainment of a truth, we are led to perceive a harmony where none was apparent before, we experience at once the true poetical effect. But this effect is referable to the harmony alone, and not in the least degree to the truth which merely served to render the harmony manifest. We shall reach, however, more immediately a distinct conception of what the true poetry is, by mere reference to a few of the simple elements which induce in the poet himself the poetical effect he recognizes the ambrosia which nourishes his soul in the bright orbs that shine in heaven, in the volutes of the flower, in the clustering of low shrubberies, in the waving of the grain fields, in the slanting of tall eastern trees, in the blue distance of mountains, in the grouping of clouds, in the twinkling of half-hidden brooks, in the gleaming of silver rivers, in the repose of sequestered lakes, in the star-mirroring depths of lonely wells. He perceives it in the song of birds, in the harp of Bolos, in the sighing of the night wind, in the repining voice of the forest, in the surf that complains to the shore, in the fresh breath of the woods, in the scent of the violet, in the voluptuous perfume of the hyacinth, in the suggestive odor that comes to him at eventide from far distant undiscovered islands, over dim oceans, illimitable and unexplored. He owns it in all noble thoughts, in all unworldly motives, in all holy impulses, in all chivalrous, generous, and self-sacrificing deeds. He feels it in the beauty of woman, in the grace of her step, in the luster of her eye, in the melody of her voice, in her soft laughter and her sigh, in the harmony of the rustling of her robes. He deeply feels it in her winning endearments, in her burning enthusiasms, in her gentle charities, in her meek and devotional endurances. But above all, far above all, he kneels to it. He worships it in the faith, in the purity, in the strength, and the altogether divine majesty of her love. Let me conclude by the recitation of yet another brief poem, one very different in character from any that I have before quoted. It is by Motherwell, and is called The Song of the Cavalier. With our modern and altogether rational ideas of the absurdity and impiety of warfare, we are not precisely in that frame of mind best adapted to sympathize with the sentiments, and thus to appreciate the real excellence of the poem. To do this fully, we must identify ourselves in fancy with the soul of the old cavalier. Then mount, brave gallants all, and don your helms amain, death's couriers. Fame and honor call, no shrewish tears shall fill your eye when the sword hilt's in our hand. Heart whole we'll part, and no wit sigh for the fairest of the land. Let piping swain and craven wight thus weep and puling cry, our business is like men to fight. End of The Poetic Principle by Edgar Allan Poe. Read by Josh Kibbe. Fresh as the first beam glittering on a sail.
The Present Moment by Soren Kierkegaard. Published in 1855. Translated by Lee M. Hollander in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Moment, Number 1. By way of introduction. Plato says somewhere in his Republic that things will go well only when those men shall govern the state who do not desire to govern. The idea is probably that, assuming the necessary capability, a man's reluctance to govern affords a good guarantee that he will govern well and efficiently. Whereas a man desirous of governing may very easily either abuse his power and become a tyrant, or by his desire to govern be brought into an unforeseen situation of dependence on the people he is to rule, so that his government really becomes an illusion. This observation applies also to other relations, where much depends on taking things seriously. Assuming there is ability in a man, it is best that he show reluctance to meddle with them. To be sure, as the proverb has it, where there is a will, there is a way. But true seriousness appears only when a man fully equal to his task is forced against his will to undertake it, against his will, but fully equal to the task. In this sense I may say of myself that I bear a correct relation to the task in hand, to work in the present moment, for God knows that nothing is more distasteful to me. Authorship. Well, I confess that I find it pleasant, and I may as well admit that I have dearly loved to write, in the manner, to be sure, which suits me. And what I have loved to do is precisely the opposite of working in the present moment. What I have loved is precisely remoteness from the present moment. That remoteness in which, like a lover, I may dwell on my thoughts, and, like an artist in love with his instrument, entertain myself with language, and lure from it the expressions demanded by my thoughts. Ah, blissful entertainment! In an eternity I should not weary of this occupation. To contend with men. Well, I do like it in a certain sense, for I have by nature a temperament so polemic that I feel in my element only when surrounded by men's mediocrity and meanness, but only on one condition, namely, that I be permitted to scorn them in silence, and to satisfy the master passion of my soul, scorn, opportunity for which my career as an author has often enough given me. I am therefore a man of whom it may be said truthfully that he is not in the least desirous to work in the present moment. Very probably I have been called to do so for that very reason. Now that I am to work in the present moment, I must, alas, say farewell to thee, beloved remoteness, where there was no necessity to hurry, but always plenty of time, where I could wait for hours and days and weeks for the proper expression to occur to me, whereas now I must break with all such regards of tender love. And now that I am to work in the present moment, I find that there will be not a few persons whom I must oblige by paying my respects to all the insignificant things which mediocrity with great self-importance will lecture about, to all the nonsense which mediocre people, by interpreting into my words their own mediocrity, will find in all I shall write, and to all the lies and calumnies to which a man is exposed against whom those two great powers in society, envy and stupidity, must of necessity conspire. Why then do I wish to work in the present moment? Because I should forever repent of not having done so, and forever repent of having been discouraged by the consideration that the generation now living would find a representation of the essential truths of Christianity interesting and curious reading at most, having accomplished which they will calmly remain where they are, that is, in the illusion that they are Christians, and that the clergy's toying with Christianity really is Christianity. End of The Present Moment by Søren Kierkegaard.
Recollections of Audubon Park by George Bird Grinnell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The interest which we all feel in John James Audubon, and in those connected with him, must plead my excuse for writing this and for the too frequent use of the first person singular. I spent my boyhood in Audubon Park, and what I have to say relates to the members of the Audubon family, and chiefly to the woman whom, quite as much to her husband, we owe the greatest work on ornithology that America has produced. I should like to give you some impression of the personality of Madame Audubon and her son, John Woodhouse, and to make you see the surroundings of their later lives, somewhat as I recall them. Lucy Bakewell Audubon was a fit mate for her great husband, for her steadfastness and determination supplied qualities in some degree he lacked. I believe that of the two she was the stronger, as she was the better balanced character. If she did not have her husband's vivacity, charm, versatility, and artistic talent, she possessed characteristics more important: the force to keep him up to his work, the faith to cheer his heart when discouraged, the industry and patience to earn money that he might continue his struggle, and the unyielding will to hold the family together. It was largely through her assistance and support that at last he won success. A few years after the death of Audubon, my father moved to Audubon Park. I was a very small boy, about far enough advanced in polite learning to know A from B. At that time, Madame Audubon conducted a little school for her grandchildren, which was attended also by some of the neighbors' children, of whom I was one. It was my first attendance at a school. Except for 2 houses, with the plots of land about them, the whole tract of Minnie's land, or Audubon Park, then belonged to Madame Audubon. Victor, the eldest son, was bedridden as the result of an accident, and John Woodhouse, a man of great energy, managed the property and looked after the sale of the books. The family had abundant land, which was more or less encumbered and quite unsaleable, but its resources in money were small and uncertain. I have a vivid memory of an occasion when my father took me with him when we went to see Madame Audubon to conclude the purchase of a piece of land, and of the great relief, satisfaction, and even gratitude that she expressed to him for his willingness to make the purchase. The scene touched me, even though for years afterward I did not understand its meaning. John W. Audubon was quite without business training, but he worked hard and faithfully to relieve the family embarrassment. He built several houses in Audubon Park, which were sold or rented, and in a field east of what is now Broadway, built a large frame house which for some years was occupied as a tenement by workmen in the nearby sugar refinery. All these things brought in some money, but there was always a heavy burden of debt. Madame Audubon was a most kindly, gentle, and benignant woman. She was loved and admired by everyone, and, by most people, I think a little feared, for she had the repose and dignity of a great lady, and was not given to jokes or laughter. With the children she unbent far more than with older people, and they loved her dearly, and took their small troubles to her with the utmost confidence. Yet the children, too, stood a little in awe of her, and in her presence were never mischievous or playful at inopportune times. Her grandchildren, of course, called her Grandma, and she became Grandma to many other little ones of different blood. She lived with her son Victor, and the school was carried on in her bedroom, the southeast corner of the second floor of that house. In the schoolroom she was tireless, passing from one child to another, seeing that each was properly at work, helping, explaining, encouraging. During the hours of school each child received a personal supervision that was practically continuous. She was tall, slender, erect, always clad in black, and always wore her white cap. I never saw her without her spectacles. The Audubon Park of that day was quite different from what it became later. Except for the land about the Audubon houses near the river, and that immediately about 2 houses higher up on the hill, it was a tangle of underbrush and saplings, above which many forest trees, some of them of great size. Much of the land between the present 155th and 157th Streets was overgrown with thick-standing young hemlocks, and no grass grew on the shaded ground. North of 157th Street were the near woods, so-called, through which ran a brook, and this tract remained wild and unimproved until the year 1870, when it was added to Audubon Park. To the north of 158th Street was a larger piece of woodland. Great white pines stood about the Audubon houses, and on one of them grew a vine of fox grapes, some of which the children always managed to get after the first hard frost of autumn. At a little distance from the houses, the Hudson River Railroad ran across a wide cove on an embankment, and the tide from the river rose and fell in the ponds lying between this causeway and the old river bank. In these ponds the boys fished for killies and eels, and in summer went crabbing. In winter the quiet water froze, and we had good skating. The ponds were long ago filled up, and even their memory has passed away. The interior of Audubon House was attractive. An old-fashioned country house, more or less worn and shabby from the tramping and play of a multitude of children. In the hall were antlers of elk and deer, which supported guns, shot pouches, powder flasks, and belts. Pictures that now are famous hung on the walls. In the dining room, facing the entrance from the hall, was the portrait of the naturalist and his dog, painted by John Woodhouse Audubon. The painting of pheasants, started by a dog, now in the American Museum, was in the parlor south of the hall, and the picture of the eagle and the lamb upstairs in Madame Audubon's bedroom. Everywhere were vivid reminders of the former owner of the land. To the north of the Victor Audubon, and east of the John Audubon house, on a hillock, was the wooden building with a cellar known as the Cave, where some of the old copper plates were stored for a time. This building was always locked, and the boys seldom had an opportunity to look into it. except when John Audubon opened it, and they were permitted to follow him in. John Harden, the man who boxed these plates, died last summer in his 89th year on the very borders of Audubon Park, where he had lived for 67 years. Grandma Audubon gave me my first conscious lesson about birds. I cannot remember a time when the common names of the more familiar species were not known to me, though I presume the list was not a long one. It included, however, the passenger pigeon, which was seen in the dogwood trees each autumn, and the white-headed eagle, which in winter was extremely abundant on the floating ice of the river, and sometimes brought its captive fish to the trees in the park, there to eat them, or as often to quarrel about them with its fellows, and sometimes to drop the prey. One of my early recollections is of being called from the breakfast table one morning to look at a large flock of passenger pigeons that was feeding in a dogwood tree 25 or 30 feet away from the house. There were so many of the birds that all could not alight in it, and many kept fluttering about while others fed on the ground, eating the berries knocked off by those above. 30 years ago, an account was printed in the Auk by Mr. George N. Lawrence of birds at Manhattanville before 1850. Audubon Park was only a mile above Manhattanville, and 15 or 20 years later than the time written of by Mr. Lawrence, conditions there had not changed. The region was still untouched country. The city of New York had not begun its northward march. On 6th Avenue, the pavement stopped at 23rd Street, and on Broadway the dirt road began at 36th Street. It was Grandma Audubon who, when I was a little fellow, identified for me a bird that I had never seen before. One morning in late winter or early spring, on my way to school, I had almost reached the Victor Audubon house when I saw a dozen or 20 small greenish birds feeding on the grass under a pine tree. I approached them slowly, trying to see what they were, and they did not fly, even when I was within a few feet of them. I did not know them, and they were so tame that I resolved to try to catch one. The crab net used in the summer always hung in the area under the Victor Audubon piazza, and backing away from the birds, I ran there, secured the net, and returned. It was not difficult for a cautious lad to get near enough to the little birds to pass the net over one, and when I had caught it, I rushed into the house and up to Grandma's room, and showed her my prize. She told me that the bird was a red crossbill, a young one, pointed out the peculiarities of the bill, told me something about the bird's life, and later showed me a picture of it. Then, after a little talk, she and I went downstairs and out of doors, found the bird still feeding there, and set the captive free. 2 or 3 years later, Mr. John Audubon performed a like service for a small companion and me. Neither of the two boys was as yet permitted to carry a gun, but, like some other boys, they managed now and then to get a hold of guns, borrowed or stolen, and to go shooting. In the large piece of woods north of 158th Street, we saw a flock of birds fly up into a tulip tree, and recognized them as pigeons, but small ones. It happened to be my turn to use the gun, and after appropriate care and stalking I killed one of the flock. As we had supposed, it was a pigeon, unlike those we knew, yet one whose picture we had seen. We found the plate of the bird, a ground dove, and to make sure we were right, we took the bird to Mr. John Audubon, who was mending fence at the corner of 158th Street and Rikers 12th Avenue, and asked him what it was. He looked at it with interest, and told us that it was a ground dove, adding that there were many of them further south, but that he had never seen one here before. This may have been in the autumn of 1860 or 1861, not in 1862, as I have said earlier. After a year or two of attendance at Madame Audubon's school, I was sent to a boys' school. For years, however, I took lessons in music and French from a granddaughter of Madame Audubon, daughter of John Woodhouse and granddaughter of Reverend John Bachman, and was always in close association with the family. A favorite playground of the boys of Audubon Park was the loft of John Woodhouse's barn, where, piled up against the walls, were rows of wooden boxes full of bird skins, collected by the naturalist and his sons. We had been told not to meddle with these, and usually obeyed the injunction, knowing that if we did any harm, this playground would be closed to us. Here in the barn, too, were piles of the old red muslin-bound ornithological biography. One of these sets was given to my father perhaps 60 years ago, but unfortunately the old red covers had been torn off and something more modern substituted for them. One day in winter, a great pine in the front of Victor Audubon's house was cut down, and while splitting it into lengths for fuel, the men found, almost in the center of the trunk, a cluster of small, round, black objects, which proved to be leaden bullets, rifle balls. We boys were tremendously excited by the find, and imagined an Indian tragedy where the captive was tied to the tree and tortured by being shot at, as was a common practice of the savage, according to the dime novels of the day. When Mr. John Audubon came up and saw the bullets in the wood, he recalled that many years before his father, some visitors, and he had shot rifle at a target tacked upon this tree trunk, and here were the balls revealed by the axe. When I was 12 or 13 years old, some of us were given guns and made weekly excursions, no longer secret ones, after the robins, yellowhammers, and wild pigeons that during the fall migration congregated in the berry-bearing trees that were so abundant in the woods. At a somewhat later date, the boys in autumn used to go up on the roof of our house and shoot at the wild pigeons passing over. Sometimes we killed several in a day, though there was much waste of ammunition. With Jack Audubon, son of John Woodhouse, and the oldest grandson of the naturalist, I was often in winter and spring went over to the Harlem River to lie in wait for muskrats on an arm of the river which, if it existed today, would cover the old Polo Grounds, 155 to 157th Streets and 8th Avenue, and run back about to the present 145th Street, west of 8th Avenue. In those days wild ducks were often seen in spring and fall along the lower Hudson. Usually they were out of reach of the small boys, though I remember that Jack Audubon killed a blue-winged teal on the Hudson in the early 60s. Nevertheless, when we made excursions up to Dykeman's Flats, we occasionally killed, in the marshes there and along the Harlem River, a wood duck, a teal, or black duck. But such great game was most unusual. Almost always at the proper season of the year, there were many small shorebirds on the Dykeman marshes, which the little boys hunted faithfully. English snipe were often started there, but I do not know that any of us ever killed one. Sometimes we went as far as Bronson's, now Van Cortlandt Park, where quail were started, and an osprey had its nest in a tall tree that no one could climb. I saw John Woodhouse Audubon almost daily, for as a playmate of his sons, I was always in and out of his house, and besides, he was a close friend of my father, and often in the evening came to our house. He was a most kindly man, but sometimes spoke quickly, and I was a little afraid of him. If he felt like coming up to our house in the evening, he came out of his door and stood before his house, 100 yards distant from ours, and shouted my father's name, and when answered, called out, "If you have nothing to do, I'll come up and play you a game of billiards." A little later he appeared, hatless and without overcoat, often powdered with snow if it was storming, and shod with old-fashioned carpet slippers from which he stamped the snow as he opened the front door. Often John Audubon painted in the barn, and the boys stood at a little distance and in silence watched him as the subject grew under his brush. He had a beautiful mare, Donna, of which he was very fond, and that he painted. Often he received natural history specimens from a distance, and we boys gathered about him, and with breathless interest watched to see what wonderful things he would draw forth from these boxes. I recall especially a great white Arctic hare that he held up for us to see, which to my wondering eyes seemed larger than I was tall. With the hare were some dark-colored birds, which must have been spruce grouse, and some white ptarmigan, strange creatures from the north. The picture of the eagle and the lamb always possessed a fascination for me. I greatly admired it and often talked about it to Grandma Audubon, and on one occasion she told me that after her death the picture should be mine. Boylike, I treasured this memory, but the promise was not again referred to. However, on the day that Madame Audubon departed for Louisville, September 18, 1873, I received from her a note, perhaps one of the last she ever penned, which said that in case of accident to her on her journey south, I should take possession of the Eagle and the Lamb, and that if she and her granddaughter safely reached their destination, the picture would be in her will for me. It now hangs in my house. I never again saw Grandma Audubon, for in 1874 she died, full of years. She was a great woman, and as good as great. The help she gave to the people about her who needed it, rich as well as poor, will be remembered as long as those who knew her shall live. Some tributes to her greatness have been printed, but no words, written or spoken, can ever tell of all the good that she did. End of Recollections of Audubon Park by George Bird Grinnell, read by Christopher Hoving.
The Right to Take Oneself Off, from The Shadow on the Dial and Other Essays by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Right to Take Oneself Off by Ambrose Bierce. A person who loses heart and hope through a personal bereavement is like a grain of sand on the seashore, complaining that the tide has washed a neighboring grain of sand out of reach. He is worse, for the bereaved grain cannot help itself. It has to be a grain of sand and play the game of tide, win or lose, whereas he can quit. By watching his opportunity can quit a winner, for sometimes we do beat the man who keeps the table. Never in the long run, but infrequently and out of small stakes. But this is no time to cash in and go, for you cannot take your little winnings with you. The time to quit is when you have lost a big stake, your full hope of eventual success, your fortitude, and your love of the game. If you stay in the game, which you are not compelled to do, take your losses in good temper, and do not whine about them. They are hard to bear, but that is no reason why you should be. But we are told with tiresome iteration that we are put here for some purpose, not disclosed, and have no right to retire until summoned. It may be by smallpox, it may be by the bludgeon of a blackguard, it may be by the kick of a cow. The summoning power, said to be the same as the putting power, has not a nice taste in the choice of messengers. That argument is not worth attention, for it is unsupported by either evidence or anything remotely resembling evidence. Put here, indeed, and by the keeper of the table who runs the skin game. We were put here by our parents. That is all anybody knows about it, and they had no more authority than we, and probably no more intention. The notion that we have no right to take our own lives comes from our consciousness that we have not the courage. It is the plea of the coward, his excuse for continuing to live when he has nothing to live for, or his provision against such a time in the future. If he were not egotist as well as coward, he would need no excuse. To one who does not regard himself as the center of creation and his sorrow as the throes of the universe, life, if not worth living, is also not worth leaving. The ancient philosopher, who was asked why he did not the if, as he taught, life was no better than death, replied, because death is no better than life. We do not know that either proposition is true, but the matter is not worth bothering about, for both states are supportable. Life, despite its pleasures, and death, despite its repose. It was Robert G. Ingersoll's opinion that there is rather too little than too much suicide in the world, that people are so cowardly as to live on long after endurance has ceased to be a virtue. This view is but a return to the wisdom of the ancients, in whose splendid civilization suicide was an honorable place as any other courageous, reasonable, and unselfish act. Anthony, Brutus, Cato, Seneca, these were not the kind of men to do deeds of cowardice and folly. The smug, self-righteous modern way of looking upon the act as that of a craven or a lunatic is the creation of priests, Philistines, and women. If courage is manifest in endurance of profitless discomfort, it is cowardice to warm oneself when cold, to cure oneself when ill, to drive away mosquitoes, to go in when it rains. The pursuit of happiness, then, is not an inalienable right, for that implies avoidance of pain. No principle is involved in this matter. Suicide is justifiable or not, according to the circumstances. Each case is to be considered on its merits, and he having the act under advisement is the sole judge. To his decision, made with whatever light he may have chanced to have, all honest minds will bow. The appellate has no court in which to take his appeal. Nowhere is a justification so comprehensive as to embrace the right of condemning the wretched to life. Suicide is always courageous. We call it courage in a soldier merely to face death, say to lead a forlorn hope, although he has a chance of life and a certainty of glory. But the suicide does more than face death, he incurs it, and with a certainty, not of glory, but of reproach. If that is not courage, we must reform our vocabulary. True, there may be a higher courage in living than in dying, a moral courage greater than physical. The courage of the suicide, like that of the pirate, is not incompatible with a selfish disregard of the rights and interests of others, a cruel recreancy to duty and decency. I have been asked, do you not think it cowardly that a man leaves his family unprovided for to end his life because he is dissatisfied with life in general? No, I do not. I think it selfish and cruel. Is that not enough to say of it? Must we distort words from their true meaning in order more efficiently to damn the act and cover its author with the greater infamy? A word means something, despite the meanderings of the lexicographers. It does not mean whatever you want it to mean. Cowardice means the fear of danger, not the shirking of duty. The writer who allows himself as much liberty in the use of words as he is allowed by the dictionary maker and by popular consent is a bad writer. He can make no impression on his readers, and would do better service at a ribbon counter. The ethics of suicide is not a simple matter. One cannot lay down laws of universal application, but each case is to be judged, if judged at all, with the full knowledge of all the circumstances, including the mental and moral makeup of the person taking his own life, an impossible qualification for judgment. One's time, race, and religion will have much to do with it. Some people, like the ancient Romans and the modern Japanese, have considered suicide, in certain circumstances, honorable and obligatory. Among ourselves it is held in disfavor. A man of sense will not give much attention to considerations of that kind, excepting as insofar they affect others, but in judging weak offenders they are to be taken into account. Speaking generally, then, I should say that in our time and country the following persons, and some others, are justified in removing themselves, and that to some of them it is a duty. One affected with a painful or loathsome and incurable disease. One who is in a heavy burden to his friends, with no prospect of their relief. One threatened with permanent insanity. One irreclaimably addicted to drunkenness or some similar destructive or offensive habit. One without friends, property, employment, or hope. One who has disgraced himself. Why do we honor the valiant soldier, sailor, or fireman? For obedience to duty? Not at all. That alone, without the peril, seldom elicits remark. never evokes enthusiasm. It is because he faces without flinching the risk of that supreme disaster, or what we feel to be such, death. But look you, the soldier braves the danger of death. The suicide braves death itself. The leader of the forlorn hope may not be struck. The sailor who voluntarily goes down with his ship may be picked up or cast ashore. It is not certain that the wall will topple until the fireman shall have descended with his precious burden. But the suicide, he is the foeman that never missed a mark. He is the sea that gives nothing back. The wall that he mounts bears no man's weight. And his, at the end of it all, is the dishonored grave, where the wild ass of public opinion stamps o'er his head, but cannot break his sleep. The end of The Right to Take Oneself Off by Ambrose Bierce.
J. M. W. Turner's Sketchbooks, a sampling from The Life of J. M. W. Turner, R.A., founded on letters and papers furnished by his friends and fellow academicians, by Walter Thornbury, 1862. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When Mr. Ruskin was arranging the Turner drawings, he kindly allowed me to examine the principal sketchbooks that the great artist had left behind. They were of all ages, from the books of his earliest boyhood to the books of his latest tours, and here are a few of my notes upon them. In a little red book with a clasp marked June 1813, I found various scraps of notes about chemistry, and several studies for pictures in rivalry of Claude, as usual very slight. Some of the leaves are smeared by rubbing. The lines are blunt, soft pencil lines. The trees often loop, and some of the boughs are mere lank fingers and dark zigzags. Yet even in these there is an implication of Turner's great qualities of multitude and distance. Occasionally, too, I came upon useful receipts, such as an experienced traveler would be likely to treasure. There is a receipt for making waterproof, with linseed oil and gum elastic, and a prescription for the Maltese plague, as if Turner's mind were tending eastward. The symptoms, he writes, are sickness, debility, shivering, headache, heat and thirst, then delirium, dark spots, and ulcers. The remedies are emetics and purges, lemonade, and spongings with vinegar every 2 hours. The coarsest lines in the book seem, however, to be modified here and there to realize variety of expression. Then come indistinct verses, something about Anna's kiss, a look back, a toilsome dream, and human joy, ecstasy, and hope, etc. For Turner's verses did not come into shape at all spontaneously, and even at the anvil he was not quick at shaping them. Close by there is a note of an order of Sir W. Pilkington's for some harbors of the coast, and some Liber Studiorums. Next I find some dancing nymphs and a Claude-like bridge, then more chemistry, notes of copal and other varnishes, then memoranda of annatto, turmeric, dragon's blood, and blues. Lastly, some very noteworthy 9 pages about yellows, including orange oxide, Naples yellow, and paper maker's yellow. Finally, the following scrap, I think from Beckman: potash added to a solution of iron, a brown precipitate falls, carbonate of potash separates, and yellow oxide, which soon becomes a beautiful yellow oxide. The next notebook I examined was a long one, covered with parchment, and full of beautiful studies of skies stored up for use. There were skies of an orange purple, skies webbed with gray showers, skies veined with cross-currents of interwoven azure, skies of gorgeous red and yellow, skies of transparent gray, blue fogs with looming red suns, red horizons, moons going down, and blood-red treble meteors, and lastly a glimpse of London with St. Clement's Church indicated by a pencil note. A third book, bound in the cover of a Bible, was full of pencil sketches from Coutances. In one leaf a plot is inscribed "Sunshine," and another "Yellowish gray." The distance in one case is marked with dotted lines, and there are notes of leaves, docks, and rush flowers, with their curves and central ribs marked. The verses in this volume turn chiefly on content, and are either vague or pathetic, as thus on Scotch independence: a personal estate far beyond purchase or the grasp of state. Thou givest the humble roof content, devoid of fear, and blissful joy to its perhaps lone inmate. Another book contained colored studies for the north coasts and the harbors of England, and compositions in the manner of Claude. The run of the waves and their sweeping leaps are beautifully given in these sketches, but sometimes the shore is left weak, and the sky is finished as being, I suppose, more difficult for the artist to remember. Sometimes hard, dark ridges of color are left to mark the crest of the waves. The seas are of all colors, from dull gray-green to soft blue and almost indigo darkness. In one instance a sail in the foreground has the yellow jewel depth of the finest Cairngorm pebble. I find Dover and Portsmouth among the places sketched, only the artist seems lazy or self-confident, for there are merely red blots or crisscrosses of gray. In one instance there is more foam than wave visible, and I remember a beautiful example of the yellow ghost of a fishing boat with a little red man in it. There are other sketches in which the sea rages in the foreground, rolling and leaping, while in the blue distance you see the faint outlines of white chalk cliffs. In the next book we break away from English seas and go sketching, in imitation and in rivalry of Claude, Turner's great opponent with noblemen and art collectors. In this book I found recumbent nymphs, receding arcades, vanishing in perspective, long flights of temple steps, forests of masts, forming classical St. Catherine's docks, fêtes champêtres after Watteau and Stothard, arches of Constantine, and acropolises crowning imaginary hills. A book dated 1809 contains notes on the passage of the Simplon, the wonderful gorge of Gondo, and Isola Bella, and hints of the Lago Maggiore. They are on tinted paper, which is often used on both sides with an economy worthy of Pope. White chalk that still lingers in dust between the leaves marks avalanches and snow effects, and Gondo, especially studied, is outlined with all a map-maker's care and fidelity. There are Italian campaniles without end for future use, and gaps between rocks opening out from sunshine into dim whiteness. There are small drawings, in mere portions of a page, of the Simplon bridges, such as Turner may afterwards have used for Scott's Life of Napoleon. There are scraps of bad French, and in one place 2 English are mentioned. In a green book with red back I found memoranda of seaside houses at Brighton, of embattled towers and Tudor windows, and some miscellaneous seaside effects, very subtle and beautiful in their care and truth. There is a camp on a cliff, and buoys and boats innumerable. Among the more subtle thoughts I found the following noted: foam, gray in shadow, the reflection of a bright-colored boat on a wet, shiny wall, the reflection of a fisherman's boy form on a dun sail, and the interchange of reflections between white and umbery sails. Another sketchbook is valuable for its containing studies of the nude figure made in the Academy Life School, apparently in his middle life, and probably for special objects. Some of these studies are sufficient in themselves to remove the slander that Turner, when he chose, and before his mind began to weaken, could not draw. But still, in many of them there is certainly an appearance of labor, though they are all rather painted than drawn. In one case the mouth is left unfinished, and in several others the faces are spoiled. Among these studies I found a female figure drawing a sword, the whole drawn with yellow and black chalk, and a figure seated on a rock, cleverly and sharply delineated, the high light especially powerfully touched. Then there are several studies of a female figure as Andromeda, with her head hanging down and her arms up. There is a side view, a front view, and a back view. Some of the leaves are purposely reddened. In a book containing a sketch of Carnarvon Castle, I found a pen outline and many boat effects, smoke rising against sails, and sails cutting against white, yellow chalk suns. Of all Turner's sketchbooks that I saw, I think none interested me more than one full of sketches made at Rome, and chiefly in the Vatican galleries. They show the intense delight the artist must have felt in the classic city, where he found on every hand ample materials for the war he was ever carrying on with Claude. What he had so long only dreamt of, now he saw. He now could realize the visions of his school days, of those hours spent in academic and architectural study. His comprehensive mind filled itself with booty. His great memory stored itself with facts. His notebooks are gorged with classical detail, with drawings of statues, bas-reliefs, and inscriptions, to be used hereafter in the foregrounds of classical pictures. That greedy accumulativeness that made Turner amass money made him also, in his intellectual tendency, accumulate facts. He could not refrain from taking 10 or 12 views of London Bridge. It was a pain to him to have to break his charitable store by giving away a shilling uselessly. Such are the inconsistencies of man. Under notes of my locanda, the Speranzella Strada, Speranzella, and directions of the Corona di Ferro, or somewhere where an English waiter is to be found, most important to the non-Italian, I find addresses of friends, as Captain Graham, via Gregoriana, and lastly, after the proper Italian sentences to address to the custodes of picture galleries, "What can I see in this palace?" and a caricature of himself, I come to studies of the Campagna, of the aqueducts and the Alban hills. But besides this I found a legion of classic ornaments from the Vatican, drawn hastily in pencil, generally only a part finished from want of time, but the part finished always sufficient for the painter's use, and generally numbered, so as to be able to find it again. Among the objects selected I found Priapi, satyrs, vases, griffins, bacchant, Cippi, tombs, masks, leafage, Apollino, Psyche, female heads, and many inscriptions, copied carefully in printed letters. I also found a few notes on pictures and statues, with sometimes remarks on colors. In one instance Turner's mind seemed to have turned to architectural reflections. He says sensibly of St. Peter's, "The part by Bernini is good in the arrangement of the columns, but being very large they convey the idea of greatness away from the façade of the building, while in the upper corner, the most favorable view, the columns are cut by it, and the cupola has no base, so that the dome, when approaching the steps, becomes secondary to the horizontal parts," etc. The next notebook I met with contained notes of a sea journey between Marseilles and Genoa. There was the Isle Margarte, Antibes and Nice, boats with lateen sails, and sketches of Genoa. After this I came upon one with drawings of London Bridge, interesting Indian ink skies, and notes of scenes on the banks of the Thames, studies of sails, and memoranda of a fête champêtre, and of ladies' dress, caps, sleeves, black bow, black bodice, grey body, and yellow band. This book is full of details of form and colour, water carts, haymakers, boys wading round boats, fishermen making love, travelling gypsies in red cloaks, green lanes, and poplars sunlit that shed radiance like lighted tapers. Here and there are bursts of wood nymphs and other classical furniture, but the most important and laborious efforts in the book are views of London Bridge, with St. Paul's and the Monument showing at various experimental distances. Now he tries the dome over the widest arch. Now he crowds the balustrades with people, and introduces a hulk, barges, and the boats at the Tower stairs. Now he brings in bales for composition, and detains passing sails to break the lines of the arches or to vary their outline. Now he comes nearer and tries a wharf, a tower, some additional roofs, or a dark steeple striping the light. Still he seems unsatisfied. Either his acquisitiveness could never have enough views of a bridge that publishers and engravers often want plates of, or else he cannot get the bridge to look quite as beautiful as he could wish it to look. He changes the boats. He lifts St. Paul's to try it in all sorts of combinations. He moves the wharfs, the shot tower, yet nothing seems to satisfy him, so greedy is he of all its possible variations. The next book contains jottings of expenses and sketches of classical subjects, Glaucus and Scylla, Dido and Aeneas, Ulysses and Nereus, and a sketch of the Polyphemus, with the giant hurling the stone. Sometimes in these books we come upon a flood of sea sketches and shore studies, fish being packed or sold, steamers, notes of the moon's colours, slight sketches in colour, the tones sometimes touched in with coloured chalk, lightning, dismantled vessels, vermilion suns and indigo seas, waves spitting round piles or combing upon the shore, lifeboats, in fact all that could indicate a passionate observer and lover of the sea. Then perhaps come Roman details, and a list of Lord Egremont's pictures, then warm, cold, grey skies, and Naples' yellow suns. In a book containing notes of Gothic ornaments from York Minster, the internal anatomy of a boat, and some pencil skies marked W. Turner, 64 Harley Street, I found some verses on love, which show that the heartache of earlier youth had not yet quite gone. The verses are, "Man, like the easy bark which sailing on the treacherous sea, seeking the bubble pleasure," and again, "Cares like waves in fell succession frown destruction o'er his day," which I take to be very incoherent utterances of a great heart sorrow. End of J. M. W. Turner's Sketchbooks, a sampling from The Life of J. M. W. Turner, R.A., founded on letters and papers furnished by his friends and fellow academicians, by Walter Thornbury, 1862. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.